such a dominant team in my eyes. New. I think Royal 2 is the only one that I remember from previous Halo. So I respect the team. I think they're very good. They're explosive. They're just unpredictable.
Okay, so this is my big question, right? They talked about Frosty, how good he is after last year. Now I'm gonna flip this on you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Usually you'd be asking me, but I'm gonna ask you, who is the best player in the world right now? In your opinion, just what you saw. I want to get a hot take. I want to get people flaming you on Twitter just for a second.
Okay.
Okay. I just want to see what the hot take is, because I have my answer. You know what I'm saying? We'll get through it. But what do you think?
That is
the best player in the world right now.
You're setting me up to get flamed on Twitter and chat.
I'm scheming.
I need to choose. I hate choosing. I feel like when I think about this, I think the top 3 right now.
Okay.
Let's do top three.
That's fine.
Lucid. I think Lucid is,
of course,
like, what? There's no way he's not in the top 3. I just love how his playstyle is so unique, and I think he sets the standard for what other people want to play. Like they want to be and play like Lucid. There's just a uniqueness to his playstyle and the things that he can do. And honestly, Frosty has become such an impressive player to watch as well. If I had to choose a third one, oh man, this is really difficult. Looks like the teams are ready. Oh, I need to choose someone.
Oh,
you know
no,
what?
you can't.
Third one's up to chat. Chat, choose the third one. All right, everybody. The match is ready to start, so let's watch FaZe versus Shopify Rebellion and say hello to our casters, Eli and Makowski. Let's.
All right, Eli, I cannot wait for this. FaZe, the defending world champions against Rebellion, easily the most surging team in the offseason, winning back-to-back LVT offseason tournaments. What are your thoughts as we kick off this incredible winter semis?
I cannot wait for this match, man. Shopify has been on fire throughout the offseason. They've been the most impressive newly formed team to me. And the way they've been playing the last couple tournaments, like, I actually think there is actual upset potential here. The thing is, I've noticed they sometimes fall into a trap of maybe not having good timing with one another. They need to come out hot if they're going to take this series.
I totally agree. I think this matchup sets up really well for Rebellion. If you get cycling around the map, not so much overextending, but working his way through, as Snakebite works his way through the body shot on the aforementioned Cycle, and then Soul Snipe. Who has made better flanks and had better positioning in the offseason than Soul Snipe? And if they can put that to work into the test here against FaZe, they should bode well in this opening game, though. It's FaZe opening up with the first 50% on the hill, but after the wipe for Rebellion, Soul Snipe now occupying that space and looking like they're going to get right back in this one as Renegade pushes up along the garage door.
Very beginning of the match definitely looked all FaZe, but this is exactly the bounce back I was looking to see from Rebellion. How are they going to play out of this spawn, though? Currently, FaZe has control of the B side. Suppress already taking some early damage here. He got a kill, but not sure where the rest of the squad is. Looks like Mental's trying to get in through the big door, but right now, the fact that 2 are dead for Rebellion means FaZe is very likely to win this hill. I'd like to see Rebellion go ahead and start moving to top tower to try to set up for next.
Gotta concede this one, totally agree, but it looks like Rebellion are gonna press with not much of a chance to break through on this hill. Let's see how this bet plays off. Royal 2 at the back of B, trying to stay alive, and Rebellion might just get a last-second stop. They do! FaZe Clan, Renegade, last player alive. Mental now with that FaZe sniper in his hand, but look at Renegade, cheeky on the nest. Mental did not expect him there, and they used that element of surprise to potentially get back in this hill. FaZe needing just 1 second, Rebellion needing maybe 10 or less.
This is so intense. This next fight, so important. Suppress going down. Cycle repulses Renegade off the map or gets the pancake. Not really sure which. Now both teams still in the hill. Finally, FaZe does get the point, and you got to wonder, was that bet too risky? Suppress now the only player to rotate for the transition to the next hill. He's all by himself, and he's being swarmed by 3 members of FaZe. This is what I meant about the timing. Yes, Suppress got in and got some damage, but at a time that his teammates are unable to capitalize on that damage, if they're gonna beat this FaZe roster, they have to be highly disciplined and make sure they tighten up that timing.
Well, it did give us some content and an incredible opening sequence to start off the tournament today, Championship Sunday, but he also gave FaZe the early rotation. Rebellion now, like they did on the first hill, after about 50%, are able to break through, but do they make the same mistake on this second hill, or do they hold strong? Cycle with the camo. in his suit, looking to wrap around. This is what Cycle is known for, quite literally cycling through the map as you see him work his way back to the camo fields. As he takes down one, does enough damage to earn the assist, and this is looking like the Rebellion time and place, spacing, all of the above that we were used to seeing in the offseason from them as Cycle puts together great use here of this camo. But oh, look at this, dipping back all the way to A. Is he trying to block spawns, or does he think someone from FaZe is there?
So he recognized he was actually perfectly positioned to potentially spawn members of FaZe both back A and back B. So he decided to just check it to make sure he didn't have anyone behind him before he went ahead and fought the players at the B side of the map. So Cycle showing his spawn knowledge and prowess early here. And honestly, you're exactly right. That is exactly what we know Cycle to do. He is such a master on this map when it comes to taking space, controlling spawns, and making the game a bit easier for his team to play.
The line is so fine between an overextension and a perfectly timed flank. This Rebellion are going to need that perfect timing to upset FaZe here. Rebellion looking strong in the offseason, looking strong on this second hill as well as they played through their process. Eli, what do you know? It leads to a tie game, 1-1.
Very impressive hill for Rebellion. They didn't start with early hill control, but once they got it, they never relinquished it. So that bodes well. This next hill, though, a bit more difficult to hold the entire map while you're getting time. We'll have to see if they can have as strong of a setup for this. They've got a great start here. Several dead on the side of FaZe Clan. Royal 2 going to try to get a kill before dying. Gets a very nice grenade kill on Cycle, and he's still alive, getting another player to one-shot. This is massive. He's also getting his team to spawn back B, which is one of the best spawns you can get during this hill because it's very easy to push into A from that side of the map. Now that they have control, I'm going to look for one of them to push maybe to the turbine side just to have extra space both left and right of the hill. Looks like Royal 2 decided he didn't quite have the timing. He would have possibly been jumped by 2 or more players of Rebellion if he did overextend, so he opted to stay close to the hill.
That was all as the last player alive for FaZe was Royal 2 as he not only held the line but extended it, got some kills, an immaculate frag grenade takes down Cycle, and now FaZe are on the verge of taking the lead right back. Cycle, though, with a slay. Frosty and Snakebite are down, so for now, Rebellion have the numbers to not only clear the map, the hill as well as they regain control of that, but Cycle on a little bit of that cut flank goes down to Royal 2, and now he's making him pay for it. Gets the camo, gets the kill on Mental as well. And now FaZe look to put the finishing touches on hill number 3, but Rebellion are close.
This looks like it's going to go to FaZe. Cycle just barely getting caught off guard. There is an element of randomness in this game where you just happen to turn the corner at exactly the wrong time. That's what happened to Cycle. Gets shot in the back and then meleeed in the front. Not where you want to find yourself against the FaZe roster, but FaZe do a fantastic job. Secure that hill. Now the new hill, this is a new one that we're seeing this season under the Nest Bridge. This is one of the most exposed hills on this game type. You can't really feel very comfortable while you're in the hill. Definitely a good idea to send players back green and also hold top tower just to make sure there's nobody that could possibly get to a sight line to attack your hill player. Right now, though, Rebellion getting 4 dead in a very quick succession. That's very good for them. That means they have enough time to take up more space on the map and get the sniper rifle. If they can get a couple of kills right now, they could possibly secure this hill.
Most importantly, Rebellion were very efficient after taking all 4 members down to FaZe, getting instantly in the hill, screwing that time. As they're now at about the quarter mark. FaZe Clan now off spawn, pushing down the, looks like left and right side. Soul Snipe looks left, lands. The no-scope looks right for another, but instead will fall into the drink, wasting the snipe.
Love that. You saw he was ready to hit the second no-scope just in case he could before he launches it off the map, multitasking at its finest. When you play against a roster like FaZe, you really have to deny resources to them because every single item that you give to them, they will use it to its maximum potential. They're the best team in the world for a reason.
All right, Rebellion seems to be playing through their process, not making any unforced errors. That has them tied just about virtually on this hill, but you need to worry about tying up this match. This next hill is so crucial to that. You're either tied or down 2. The swing could not be any more critical as Cycle stays alive. 1 HP at the back, and Soul Snipe with a bait and switch on back of Mud. Takes down 2, making all 4 for FaZe Clan, and Rebellion have a very strong stretch of gameplay here as they look to tie up this game.
Look at this. Suppress going straight into the big door. He knows that if he extends on that right side, it pushes FaZe's spawn points a little bit further away. Cycle coming in with the flank time and time again. gets a kill of his own, but also applies pressure to the other members of FaZe. There's only one member alive, and he's stuck at the nest box, one of the more difficult spots to stay alive, but he has, it's Renegade, of course. He's going to somehow live there longer than any other player. Doesn't matter, though. It looks like this point is going to go to Rebellion unless Royal 2 can stop it right now.
Oh, Royal 2 made a last Spartan standing save play earlier to score for FaZe.
Wow.
Will this stop the score for Rebellion? For now, it does. 3 go down, and Royal 2, as the last Spartan standing, has done so well to bring his squad back in it. Back with favorable spawns, no less, as Snakebite gets quickly back in the hill, and FaZe look primed to steal this one. Rebellion, one final chance to stop that from happening.
They're going to stack this hill. Look at this. They know that if they all sit in the hill, all of them have to go down to stop the scoring, and it's going to pay off. They're going to get the third cap, stealing it away from Rebellion in what looked like a guaranteed score. Royal 2 with the camo play to stop it last second. That's going to make all the difference. With just 2 minutes on the clock, they've got to make 3 hills in a row without burning too much time off the clock. This is going to be a almost impossible comeback for Rebellion.
Oh, man, that's one that's going to provide plenty of value in the VOD review as to how Rebellion can ice up next time and secure that hill. If they had it, again, it would have been a tie game. This match has a totally different feeling and tone to it. Instead, the FaZe clan jump out the gate strong, up 3-1 here, looking to put the finishing touches on this top mid hill, but for now, Soul Snipe occupies it.
Yeah, but they're going to want to get control of this tower. You see members of FaZe lurking, wrapping through the back tower, prioritizing that part of the map. Rebellion, though, they understand that that's an important part of the hill. They get out of the hill so that they can fight for the tower a bit more efficiently. Soul Snipe with a great melee kill there. Also used the repulse just as an extra insurance option in case the melee didn't work. Looks like suppressed. Holding down top center right now. He's going to go ahead and get into the hill, and he might be last player alive for his squad, so he cannot milk any additional hill time. Chooses to stay alive instead.
Oh, but look at this on the backside of A. You got Mental and Soul Snipe now occupying the hill. What a great drop from Suppressed. He drops down and gets another slay on Renegade. And this is playing out perfectly well for the Rebellion as they bring things right back. And Eli, you brought up the score. 2 minutes left when it was 3-1. Now at 90 seconds or so to work with. They got plenty of time to come back and tie it as Rebellion go back to the beginning hill where they made a little bit of an unforced error, needing to play perfect Halo here if they want to tie up this match.
Absolutely. I mean, I said it nearly impossible, but that's because I did not expect the top middle hill to be so easy for them to cap.
Right.
Usually that's one of the most hotly contested hills, and for them to cap it as early as they did, suddenly this is wide open. They just have to win a break or two and get control of this hill, and they could tie it up, which would send us into a sudden death overtime. Last hill wins.
Will Rebellion tie it, or will FaZe Clan take game one? Snakebite looking to make sure it's the latter as he puts some shots cross map on the players approaching the sandbags. Rebellion all dispersing here. Snakebite has to imagine, based on the timing, that the push is going to come from alternative angles as well as maybe A bags as they do. Wow, look at the flank there. Soul Snipe, like he is so often, flanks against FaZe, gets them off guard, catches them off guard. Soul Snipe does ultimately go down. It's a 2v2 for now. Crucial gunfight here as Cycle takes down Snakebite. One last player alive in the hill, but they can't quite find him. And Frosty drops, gets the slay, and the cavalry arrives. 3 players for FaZe Clan now on that B side of the map as they look to secure, put the finishing touches on game one. Renegade with a trade out double kill helps them do just that as FaZe just seconds away from taking game one.
It just seems like, man, when you play against a team like this, it feels like they have an extra man on their team. It's like we're getting kills, but there's always more. They're always right back in the action. They're always hitting their shots. They're always dealing maximum damage before they die. And that's what makes them the best team in the world, to be honest. Whenever they deal damage, it's often followed up on by their teammates. And FaZe proven why they're the world champions. Although we did see some life from Shopify, I don't think this series is quite over yet.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very well could have been tied 2-2 at one point. Instead, it's a 2 hill separation that ends this one as FaZe is victorious. But I know in Halo, you don't get too many hero moments, Eli, but I got to go back to Royal 2 at about the midway part of the match, staying alive on the garage door, getting 2 kills with that perfect grenade toss. Should have been a Hail Mary, really, on Cycle. And then Frosty in the endgame. Last player alive, 2 or 3 for Rebellion around that little bend of B. And instead, Frosty gets the slay, secures spawns close up on A for FaZe. They swarm the hill, swarm the match, and take it. But it really comes down to those 2 moments for me, those 2 last Spartan standing plays from Royal 2 and Frosty.
Have to definitely agree with you. I mean, that's what separates some of these top teams. How effective is that last player? How long can he stay alive? How much damage can he do? How much time can he waste for the other team? And they seem to almost always make the absolutely perfect play. They stay alive longer than most other teams. And those plays were literally the difference maker. Sometimes it comes down to one play that changes the entire game. And you're absolutely right, Royal 2 making those plays multiple times that game. Moving into Aqua Slayer game 2 though, I feel like this is a perfect game type to set Shopify up for an upset. I mean, if they can get some early momentum, they control that overshield, get the heat wave and the thruster, they can absolutely steamroll. But at the same time, we saw FaZe win how many 1-kill clutches on LAN at Worlds? I mean, these guys just know how to find a win. Even when they're down, they have the ability to just completely slow the game down. So even if Rebellion come out to a hot start in this game too, you can never ever count FaZe out of it. They know how to change the pace of the game to their favor, and they're one of the best at it.
All right, here we go. Kicking off game number 2. Rebellion looking to tie this series after a contested game 1. Goes to FaZe Clan as Frosty, the hero of that endgame moment in game 1. Now here at the start of game 2, looking to put some slays on the board. Has a player there in the fridge, but he's going to allow Renegade to go and finish off Cycle. He's going to take on Soul Snipe instead. Soul Snipe worried about the player below Frosty, and Frosty takes advantage of that lack of awareness on him to get an extra slay. FaZe start out strong here, a 4-1. All 4 spawning at the back of fridge, and the blue base for Rebellion is they're going to have a tough time pushing out.
Something a lot of people might not know about the spawn system is it does operate a little differently per map. And this map in particular, you're actually a lot more likely to get squad spawns and spawn near your surviving teammates. That's why you often see all 4 members of a team in one area. They usually just spawn together more often on this map than others. And yeah, that ended up not being the best thing for Rebellion, spawning all in the fridge. It's very easy to get cycled. We're going to see them all spawn in blue base now. And right now, FaZe Clan just holding top of the map. They're going to try to deny access to the rest of the map.
That's early, but Rebellion got to make sure that they keep this game close. Just as I say that, the lead separates to 7. Cycle, last player alive. He makes a clutch play, wins that 1v1. As Frosty and Renegade go down. So 2 does Royal 2, dropping into the generator. He's going to trade out with Soul Snipe. As that's going to maintain a 7-kill lead here for FaZe. Up by 7, now 6 early. Now 5 is suppressed, earns that double kill. It's exactly what they needed to see.
Yeah, this one can absolutely get out of hand quick if you don't start fighting back a little bit. Suppressed though, the lone player top middle trying to apply pressure to those spawners. He gets taken down at a bad time to do so with this overshield coming up. Looks like Rebellion do find a few kills on the P side, but this overshield's going to get snagged by Soul Snipe. He gets taken down though, and I think this is going to be lots of grenades exploding P1 until somebody finally gets away with this overshield. But who's it going to be? Snakebite, the one to grab it. Looked like his teammate also grabbed the thruster, so Sandbox heavily in their favor. Can he push through and get several kills? He's got a player in front and behind him. Looks like his teammate cleaned up the kill behind him, and now he's going to continue to roll with his teammate here.
OS nets a double kill for SB as Snakebite and FaZe Clan maintain that 6 or 7 kill lead. Back to 6 here as Rebellion haven't been able to get too close. You see a nice double kill in the feed via the team. Now 3 go down for FaZe Clan, and it's right back to a 5-kill game. Cycle again, looking to make a big play, but it's Soul Snipe instead with the bait and switch, takes down Royal 2, and this could cause some staggered spawns here for FaZe Clan as they continue to push in one by one, and this is almost a 1-kill game now, 24-21.
Very impressive. Despite losing the overshield, Rebellion still holding strong, using some great teamwork, baiting and switching.
Blender.
Several of their teams survived with very little HP, always having a teammate around the corner to help them out. And now they're only down by 1 at the halfway point in the game. It's going to come down to who wins this next fight to get early control of top mid to see if maybe one team can start pulling ahead.
Renegade with that trade double stops the bleeding a little bit, but it's that 1-kill game now. Royal 2 looking to make sure that they maintain the lead, but Suppressed wins the 1v1, tied now 27-all. Rebellion have life. Frosty in the generator gets the double though, brings that lead back to FaZe. Triple no. He's got too many to deal with there on the Carbine, 2 and to be particular, as Mental looks to stay alive. Slides out to the courtyard, back into the base, but Renegade too strong, chases it out and cleans it up.
Wow, when Rebellion started to get some momentum, FaZe just squash it right away. Now back to a 4-kill lead. But look at this. Renegade just cycling spawners. This is what he's known for. He's just always somewhere on the map you don't expect him to be. He's going to find these spawners off guard. Rest of his team are in front. He always knows when he can show up where his enemies are looking at his teammates. That's how he's able to rack up so many kills at such a high frequency. Royal 2 during the action able to also secure the OS, so Renegade proven to be a good distraction during that play as well.
Yeah, Renegade almost acting as like the superior counter to Cycler. He's like, hey, young gun, I know you know a thing or two about being a demon on the map, Cycler on the map, but I'm the king of it. As Renegade shows why. 10-6-6 here in this Slayer, having a great game. As it's a big reason why FaZe was able to regain the lead after what was just a 27 all game. 5 kills in that sequence for Rebellion, 13 more for FaZe Clan as they've opened up in that stretch, an even bigger lead, 8 kills than the one that we had seen for most of the match, which was 6. So FaZe really coming on strong here in the end game, and that's the case. Games 1, games 2, triple kill now for Renegade with the perfect shots. Looking for the over on Cycle, has 2 to worry about though, and if not for Suppressed at card 2, that would have been an over for sure.
Perfect.
Man, great plays all the way around from FaZe. They're close to closing this one out, and I have to say, what makes them the best team is they are aware of the other team's win conditions. They understand that there are a certain number of things that can happen for the other team for them to come back and win, but because they're aware of it, they're able to counter that before it even happens. You saw Renegade just sitting in the fridge. He's like, okay, they're going to try to get control of P here because they know if they can get a few rounds of slays, they can spawn kill us after that. That's how they could win back. But he's like, because I know that's their game plan, I'm just going to hide here in the fridge and get the back smack and completely shut it down before it could possibly happen. That's how you win almost every game you play.
Yeah, based on the eye test, Eli, you bring up a great point. This looks like what Rebellion were doing to teams in the offseason. A lot of shots on the back or the side of the heads, lots of back smacks for Cycle and Soul Snipe, but now it's going in favor of FaZe against those players as Shopify staring at an 0-2 deficit in this match. And I think you brought up a great point to end that game, Eli. FaZe Clan has full understanding of the win conditions for Shopify. They know Cycle's going to cycle around the map, cause chaos like a tornado, a Tasmanian devil on live fire, if you will. And then you got Soul Snipe flanking. And what I've noticed, Eli, is that more often than not, FaZe gets a little caught off guard maybe by those flanks from Soul Snipe, but they're trading out. They're not allowing Soul Snipe to get a clean flank slay that just absolutely dismantles the entire squad for FaZe. Soul Snipe gets that opening break flank slay, and he's looking at the back of the heads of a couple opponents. We've seen him do it all offseason, but it's not working here against FaZe, who seem to have this Rebellion squad figured out.
Absolutely. I don't think FaZe have dropped a game yet this tournament, so I mean they're not strangers to finding themselves in the winners finals before dropping a single game. Can Shopify take one? I kind of want them to because I'm selfish and I want to see Forbidden CTF again because it's actually pretty exciting to see a new map. I know a lot of people have various opinions about the game type, but it's here to stay. We're going to be playing it next season. I think it's the most beautiful map 343 has ever produced. It just reminds me of Halo 2 Delta Halo vibes, so hoping we get to see some of that today. But the way FaZe are playing, it doesn't feel like they want to get to a game 4. They just want to be all business, go ahead and get to that winners finals and wait for their next opponent.
Yeah, and a lot of people pegging Rebellion as a top 4 team in the offseason, and I don't think the 0-2 deficit in this series points to that being any different. I think this is just FaZe being FaZe being the defending world champ, and you got the target on their backs and seem to step up recognizing that, right? I think when it comes to gear shifts, Eli, there's no team better in the league that just seems to turn it up. A great example of that was when it was 27-27 in game 2. FaZe ran away with it, almost practically earned a Steaktacular. I know it wasn't that much of a disparity, but almost a 10-kill double-digit win. And then even in game 1, it was almost that 2-2 match in King of the Hill, and then FaZe just ran away with it. They turn it up when it matters most, and now it matters most for Rebellion. If they're going to get that reverse sweep, it all starts with this game 3.
This might be a good game type to do it. I've seen FaZe dominate on this map, don't get me wrong, but I've also seen them kind of struggle. So if Shopify can come out hot, maybe control that shock rifle, can get a few camos to work with, and really just control the spawns, this game type can get out of hand. But can they shut FaZe down? Right now, FaZe seeming to be firing on all cylinders.
Snakebite firing shots on the Cycle has him down to low HP, but Snakebite is too, and there you see some of that well-played positioning by Rebellion as they take down 2 for FaZe Clan. Look to start out here on this stronghold with control of the map first, then they can take B. But for now, it looks like I'm waiting for Rebellion. It's FaZe instead getting their first foot into B, and They're going to start the scoring too.
Team scoring.
Soul Snipe with the camo though suppressed. We see a double kill in the kill feed. Soul Snipe, you could see he was thinking maybe I should try to fight for gold control, but thinks better of it. Says A's right here. I can definitely cap this before entering into the next engagement. Mental getting a kill is actually quite massive right now. That means that the map is a little bit more free to work with. Suppress finding a kill on Renegade. They're going to be able to reset C, and it looks like they're choosing to spawn FaZe Clan either glass or long haul, and that's exactly where you want the other team to spawn if you're going to set up a trip cap.
Rebellion for now setting up with that AC hole. You see a little trickle there on C as Renegade trickles into the base. Mental though at the back has a defensive pressure. Royal 2 and Frosty though inside of C. Soul Snipe resets it though, makes a nice play. Mental goes down. Snakebite with the flank. As Soul Snipe says, I got one better for you. I got a flank too, as he gets those famous back of the head shots that we're used to seeing from Soul Snipe this offseason. And it does, in fact, turn into a trip cap here for Rebellion. Looking great off of a counter from FaZe Clan. They get the opening break win, but it's been all Rebellion ever since. Soul Snipe with a flank again. Double kill again, making a killing spree in total. Cross map shots. Needs to pull out the BR for that one. Recognizes it, has it in his hands. Doesn't like the hell situation. Regains shields, repositions, and takes down Snakebite. What a sequence from Soul Snipe. And he keeps going.
Yeah, but I think he might be facing too much pressure. He does get the stick before dying, though. That's what I was looking for. So important to grab all the sticky grenades on these maps. And even if you're behind in an engagement, you can trade out spots that you have no business trading. Royal 2 had the shock rifle, but he also gets taken down. And Cycle's got the next camo. This is all Shopify early on.
Looking really good here. And if Cycle can just stay alive, don't. Oh my God, I was going to say don't trade. He goes down outright to Renegade. Oh my God, how does Renegade take down Cycle? That kill feels like it counts for 2 in the sense that you take down camo and you get A as well. Renegade with the game disrupting play right there. And now he's got the shock in his hand looking to disrupt even more with it. One of the best players in the world with the snipe. About to show why as he's got the shots on the Mental. Make it 2 bodies it looks like. Make that player weak, but Renegade is too, as he's going to back up, regroup with his teammates here at C.
Understands that it's more important that he stays alive, keeps these 2 shots in the clip because it can turn into 2 kills. But Suppress says, no, I want the shock rifle. I want to make it 2 kills of my own. And we saw some of the most insane shock rifle plays out of Suppress yesterday. Is he as warmed up today? Let's find out.
Suppressed, flanking in through the back of C. FaZe has pressure on it though. Down to 1 HP. Renegade goes down. 3 go down for FaZe Clan. This is looking like a strong regroup here. Every time FaZe Clan has thrown a counter or a punch itself, Rebellion have answered back even stronger as they answer back with another trip cap.
Way to victory.
Snakebite knows that he is not safe enough to capture B. I often tell people in this game type, don't even try to cap B unless you've got a few dead. It looks like Snakebite subscribes to the same theory. He was right next to it, decided not to get into it. Knows that that icon would reveal his location, which usually leads to several grenades coming in. After a few kills were secured on the map, Frosty feeling a bit more comfortable to cap it, and he was good to do so. Royal 2, if he can get this kill and secure this camo, this could be the comeback that FaZe was looking for.
A and B in control of FaZe Clan. Camo is 2. As Royal 2 looks to push up, but based on that predictive movement on the camo box with the camo, Rebellion spotted out. And they keep Royal 2 at bay, continuing to put shots on him, but Renegade on the C side of the map has a triple kill instead. Everybody trying to take down camo. And Renegade takes advantage of that distraction with the triple kill, with control of C, and make it a trip cap for FaZe instead as they start to answer back. Down by half the amount that Rebellion's put on the board, but with the trip cap in full control, this is looking like FaZe could easily come back and tie it, if not regain the lead.
Double kill.
Wow, what an impressive sequence. And I think you're exactly right. I think Royal 2 was almost intentionally baiting himself with camo, which is kind of backwards, right? Like usually the camo player is baiting his teammates that are revealed on the map, but at these higher levels, they're looking more for the camo player than for the revealed players. Renegade takes advantage of that, gets the triple kill while Royal 2 is bait. And suddenly the trip cap is in effect, and they've almost completely brought this game back. And right now it's Rebellion that need to find some momentum here.
Oh, Frosty finds the sticky though. Soul Snipe down to low HP. Commando not able to take him down. as Renegade, famously on this C side, he's had a great game on C. It feels like every time he switched to his POV, he's doing something over there, but Cycle takes him down for now.
Enemy team.
Royal 2, though, resets on C. The scoring flips, though. Rebellion do a great job. I'm thinking if FaZe are able to run away with it here, it could be all over, but Rebellion answer right back. Looking much more up for the test here in Game 3 as they look to secure the first 200-point threshold.
Right now, FaZe just looking for some slays. So they know suppresses one shot. Renegade, though, was kind of had his attention stolen by this player for so long that his teammates are dying around him. If Cycle can find this kill, this could be very good for Shopify. Looks like the rest of FaZe should be spawning behind Renegade at the C side. Frosty makes it over to Glass. Such an important position to get early if you're trying to get out of C. You need to get those cross shots down and also take the player out of gold so your teammates are not getting shot as they cross into A, and they've done exactly that. Perfectly executed push out of C from FaZe Clan.
And now Renegade flipping A, giving Rebellion C. That's going to restart the scoring here for FaZe. 150 to 205. So this one is well within reach here in Strongholds. We see plenty of swings go, even 60 to 120 seconds. So FaZe are right back in it, despite what looked like a really good start and middle game sequence for Rebellion. But it's a little bit more of the same, Eli. FaZe in the end game, they hit another gear. Could this be another example of that here in Game 3?
So far throughout this game, though, Rebellion's found a way to break into the setup. They've got to be disciplined here, though. They shouldn't be in too much of a hurry. They can afford to take a little bit longer on this push to make sure that it absolutely works. But as one goes down for FaZe Clan, actually two go down for FaZe Clan, two go down for Rebellion. Rossi with the very nice snipe, and that's going to shut down the whole operation from Rebellion. They're going to have to start over from square one and try this push again.
Oh, and Rebellion have back foot C spawns to work with. Cycle down at Camo with the low ground. Rossi's going to try to spot him out. Instead, Renegade does. That's an opening break slay for FaZe Clan that will give them back the lead. Rebellion have looked so good all game, but in the waning moments of each, game 1, 2, and 3, it's been all FaZe Clan. Frosty here with the shot in his hand, just looking to play Gatekeeper. A three push up at the top A side. Talk about commitment as Rebellion push all the way through into A. But two go down for Rebellion. FaZe answer it right back. Talk about defensive positioning here. Frosty on his own little flank, mini flank, takes down some Preston. That might just do it. Rebellion go 3 down. They might get one more chance off their back foot of C, or this series is over.
That was such a good try, though. They used the new shroud screen to try to cross. Most of the time that push is difficult. You have to send a player gold to stop the player from shooting you across the map. They said, you know what, let's just use the shroud and all go to one side. Doesn't end up working out, though, as FaZe swarms them, but they're getting a couple kills trying to capture A, but with 5 seconds to go, this one might be over.
Oh, Cycle, though. Cycle in the hill. Got a pinky toe in it, but he goes down soon after. 2v2. Desperation for Rebellion and a series sweep for FaZe as they start off strong here on Championship Sunday, going on to the winter final, looking flawless.
Have yet to drop a game the entire tournament. These guys are here to play. We didn't get to see the full roster in play throughout most of the during any of the off season, but now all of a sudden they're here to play, and they're picking up right where they left off.
FaZe Clan looking like the best team in the world as they defend the crown. They're defending world champs, looking like it here. As Shopify, been so much fun to watch in the offseason, Eli. One of those teams that really committed to practicing and working together throughout the offseason, and did so by winning 2 back-to-back tournaments. But they get stopped short, a little short here in the winner side of the bracket. I'm saying Shopify can't come back through the lower, but FaZe is looking like quite the test, looking like quite the defending champ as we send it back to the desk for their thoughts on that series.
Man, I really thought Shopify was going to take that last game. I was rooting for them in that game 3. That was a really wild game 3. For a moment there, I thought it was, we're going to go on game 5 maybe today. Can you tell us a little bit about that game 3?
It was really that tug of war, right? And sometimes you get them really close to the edge, right? You're about to win that game and you let up, right? And that's the thing with Shopify Rebellion. They just let up a little bit at the end. They opened up an opportunity, and that's the problem when you're playing against the world champs. When you open up opportunities like that, they are going to take advantage. Remember, OpTic, they gave up a small opportunity to game 3 at Grand Finals. After that, FaZe never lost a map. FaZe really just showing that they've been here, done that, have already won so many of these games. They know how to ice up at the end, and that's what Shopify Rebellion's gonna learn with a lot of these games, right? Is how to ice up at the end of the day. But really, I saw a lot of fantastic effort from Shopify Rebellion. It's all just about, you know, finishing that fight. What we learned in Halo 3, right? You got to be able to finish it all the way through to the end. Just not quite able to do it this time around.
Agreed. I think FaZe, I'm going to hop on what Eli said earlier. He said FaZe is just completely aware of the other team's win conditions, and they counter before it even happens. And I think that's what makes them the world champions right now. It's something that the Shopify Rebellion has to, figure out how to not get beat when it comes to these game types that FaZe is so good at. What would you say that Shopify could have done better on this game mode to possibly win it, because they were so close?
I think they should have slowed it down a little bit towards the end, right? They had that trip cap. They were able to score a lot of points early on in the game, and they wanted to keep that same energy throughout the game. But sometimes you have to learn how to slow or change pace, right? And that's the biggest thing Shopify Rebellion is going to learn as a unit. They have the speed, they have that aggression, they know how to win gunfights and push right away, right? They have a great sense of playing aggressive and fast. What they need to learn is how to keep pressure on, but do it in a slower manner, right? And it's not necessarily about playing slow, right? It's more about changing pace, finding timings that confuse FaZe, right? Because once FaZe gets used to you playing really fast, they're gonna find it. They're gonna say, okay, I'm gonna wait in this corner. This player's gonna get impatient. They're gonna run past me. I'm gonna get a kill, and then I'm gonna leak through, and I'm gonna slowly take over the map. And then suddenly, Shopify Rebellion, if they're not able to change pace, right? They're coming off a spawn. FaZe is ready for it, and they're just gonna instantly get melted time and time again. If Shopify Rebellion can learn how to throw that pace change into their gameplay, they're going to have a little bit more success, and it's going to give them an edge and allow them to push these series to game 5s. That's what they need to be able to do. They need to be able to take FaZe into a game 5 situation where it's a Slayer, where they can win in those toss-up, those 50-50 coin flips.
We have FaZe Clan now moving up to winners finals, but don't worry, Shopify Rebellion fans, because they're right now in lower brackets, so we're going to be seeing them on that side, so they're not out of the game yet. We have OpTic Gaming versus Space Station Gaming. Such a great and exciting match too. We've seen these guys play against each other. Thoughts on who could take this one? I mean, we have OpTic Gaming now with the Dead Zone, and then Space Station Gaming has their what we called yesterday. Who is it that said it? I think Eli called them the Hitman. I think it was Mikowski, the Hitman of HCS on Space Station Gaming side.
Oh yeah, right. So let's start with OpTic, right? Dead Zone, incredible player. I think is truly one of the best players at listening and following up on plays. And there's something that's so hard about that when you play Halo. If you're a Halo player and you're trying to figure out how to get better when you're working with a team, the best thing you can do is listen and act upon the information given. And when you're playing with players like Eco and Stellar, who are so quick at disseminating that information to a team, and then you put Penguin, you put Dead Zone with him. That's why Space Station saw so much success early on when they were with Cloud9. Now he's moving over to OpTic, where you have one of the best IGLs in the game with Lucid, Formal, who's just an absolute unit at talking in the game, right? When you listen to Formal, he's like a UAV. He's calling out a million words per minute. Well, Dead Zone, formerly known as Penguin, is going to have a great opportunity to really capitalize on that opportunity by being that follow-up, that sort of shadow-like player who's going to be following through the damage and through that information and making the best possible play. On the other side, Space Station, right, they picked up Legend, incredible player, but he's not quite in the United States yet. So what do? They go and get the Hitman, like you said, like Eli said, right? Who do you want for an online qualifier. Well, of course, you're going to want the man Monster Chance Duncan on your side. He's been phenomenal. Honestly, I'm always impressed with his gameplay. He just has this sense of game style where he can fill in and help teams get over that edge. Honestly, think he would be one of the better players in the HCS if he could just, I don't know if nerves get to him on land, but he just doesn't perform quite as well on land. And that's something that I still think that he can change in his career. This is a great opportunity for him to play with Space Station, get himself some extra points, which will help his team. I believe he's on that Gale Lewis squad. I don't know if they're still going to run with him after this week. I'm pretty sure they will be, but he can get some extra HCS points for his team there, get him a little bit of a better seeding in some of these next tournaments. But I am a big fan of Monster. I think he's an incredible player. He's a great teammate. I think sometimes he gets a little bit of a bad rap, and I don't want to pile on that. I want to say what's good about him, right? How he finishes up on damage. He's phenomenal with the sniper rifle. He's just a smart Halo player. Would love to see him have a little bit of a redemption arc this year, as a lot of players or a lot of viewers have kind of a mixed reaction when it comes to Monster. But I think Space Station FaZe, like they constantly play with this guy, like they know how good he is.
I'm excited to see him play in this match, but I have a question that just popped into my brain, and I'm wondering how you're going to answer this one. So Deadzone was in Space Station Gaming, so he's going up against his previous team. How does that, he knows exactly how Space Station Gaming works. How does that affect Space Station Gaming in the way that they choose to play future games, knowing that they're going up against their previous teammate?
Right, it's such a hard question, because it's like Deadzone knows the playbook. Things are obviously going to change when you add Legend, who's like a very aggressive player. Like the playbook's going to change a little bit, but Deadzone's going to know tendencies. He's going to be like, hey, check this corner, check this flank. He understands the timings of his old teammates. Honestly, Space Station, there's not really much you can do in the immediate sense on stopping that. It's more just saying, hey, our gameplay, our style, our teamwork just has to be better than OpTic's this time around. And that's going to be a tough task, because Deadzone, I think in my opinion, is, when you talk about teammates in the game, he's in that conversation of top 5 teammates in the game. There are a few players where you can put him on any team and he's going to make that team better. It's the snake bites, the APGs of the world. You put Penguin or Deadzone there, he's gonna instantly make a team better. It's gonna feel as if you just got like a new oil change. Things are gonna be a little bit smoother. You're not gonna feel that friction as much, and it's gonna make this OpTic squad a really scary one to compete with.
I agree. I think OpTic right now in this specific matchup, because of the factors that we have on this game right now, having Deadzone, having knowing everything that Space Station Gaming does, the playbook, but then having Space Station playing, Space Station is also playing with a sub as well. Lethal's not there yet. I feel like OpTic Gaming has the upper side on this specific match, but everything's going to change next week once we get Lethal. Can you tell me more about Lethal and how does he impact the Space Station Gaming squad?
I think, are you talking about Legend? Sorry, I think you said
did
Lethal.
I say Lethal? Legend.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's the LEs, right?
The L's. Legend.
But Legend, right? The French phenom. He's one of those players where you see him and you know it's special, right? There's a few players who when I go back in my era, so I started watching HCS competitive Halo and Halo 2 Anniversary. The player that I saw in Halo 2 Anniversary that gave me the same feeling that I got when I saw Legend for the first time was Spartan the Dog. It was the guy was absolutely taking over, got Rookie of the Year that year. It honestly felt like he was just constantly pressuring the map. Like he was the center of gravity on whatever map he was on. You would have to deal with him. Then we went to Halo 5. Instantly same reaction I got was Frosty in that first tournament with CLG. I was like, holy hell, I cannot believe how good this team is and how good this new rookie is. And well, Frosty, we saw what he was able to do. Absolutely transformed Halo 5, was the best player in the game. And then I got that same feeling once again when we saw this new 16-year-old, actually I think he was 15 at the time, come into the second year of HCS, and it was Shotzi. That kid is like, he completely transforms the game. You can see his gameplay. It's fast. It's almost instinctual. It's not necessarily having to learn Halo. They're born knowing Halo, and it's just adapting and molding the play styles. You get that same sort of feeling when you watch Legend play the game. He really is that prototype, phenomenal slayer for a team. He reminds me of the players I brought up before. You pair him with Bound, who has that sort of same aggressive play style. This SSG team is going to be playing at a very fast pace when he comes into the roster, and it's going to be up to Eco and Stellar to really control that pace and to keep those two in check, because they could have that problem that Shopify Rebellion had, where they just consistently play a little bit too fast. But it's going to be scary, and it's going to be fun. It's going to be exciting. Honestly, season 3 of Halo Infinite, I think, is going to be the best Halo we've seen in a long time.
I agree. I think teams are going to step it up. We already seen some new players come up. I mean, I'm just thinking about new players. Suppressed has been such an amazing player to watch through the off season, and just through our recent matchup right now with Shopify Rebellion. They're right now in elimination quarters, waiting for the previous game to move forward. We have some really exciting games today. SSG versus OpTic is going to be a really insane match once the squad is ready. I want to know, I'm going to flip this on you actually. You asked me what the best Halo player in the world is, and I gave you 2. I think my third, I was thinking Stellar. What are your top 3 Halo players in the world?
Okay, well, obviously, I think with the change as well, he puts me full for this. He wants to make sure I can get memed on Twitter. Look, first, I'm going to say it right now. Best player in the game is going to be Frosty next season. I think he's truly unbelievable with that single shot rifle. But the other player you could always put in that conversation, I think, is going to be Lucid. Check out for Lucid this year. I think with that single fire weapon, he also gets a little bit of a bump. One thing I can say about Lucid that's going to make him a lot better is that bringing in Dead Zone is going to alleviate some of that slaying responsibility from him, and hopefully this will allow him not to feel like he has to do too much on the map, right? So often it feels like Lucid is trying to IGL, try to pick up the sniper rifle, also calling into for the push and being that tip of the spear. If Lucid's able to slow it down a little bit, be able to focus a little bit more on the individual gameplay and slaying out and allowing Dead Zone to come in and alleviate some of that responsibility, I think he's going to get a big boost in his gameplay. Now the third is Renegade, in my opinion, but I'll say after watching a lot of the matchups that we've seen during the off season, I feel like Spartan the Dog is quickly knocking on that door to get in that conversation. Really keep an eye out for Spartan this season. I think he's going to become one of the premier players in the HCS.
I have another question for you. This one, since you mentioned all of your top 3 players, would you consider that maybe those top 3 players you would put in a team together and add another player? If you could make your own like insane Halo team, who would you put together?
Like the all-star team?
Yeah.
Okay, look, it's very simple. You get those 3, you add T-Squared, get him out of retirement, have him pick up the rockets, have him pick up the sniper. Tom Taylor on the map, no one's going to be winning another tournament. Honestly, we're lucky that he retired, because this Halo season, you wouldn't be watching anything because he would just win every single tournament. Honestly, thank you, Tom Taylor, for not playing. T-Squared would absolutely wreck every single person in this lobby. Here, wait 1 second. Put me back full screen. Put me back full screen for a second. Look at this. T-Squared represent. You know what's up. This guy would dominate everyone in the HCS. Okay, I'm good. Free T-Squared.
Free T-Squared. You know, I hadn't thought about T-Squared in a while, so I'm glad you brought him up. I remember him from MLG days, so I agree with you. It'd be cool to get some old pros out of retirement. T-Squared, who else are we getting out of retirement? Walshy?
No. Get me Gandhi right away. People don't talk about Gandhi enough. You know what? I'm going to get on my soapbox right now. Gandhi was my favorite commentator when I got into esports, and I was like, okay, I got to learn everything about this guy. Went back and watched his career. Honestly, Gandhi doesn't get enough respect in the Halo scene. You know, it's all about the Ogre 2s, the Ogre 1s, the T-Squareds, the Walshies. the great players, honestly. Don't get me wrong. But Gandhi, best trash talker ever to exist in the game, period. I want to see him back. I want to have a segment where we just bring Gandhi on and it's like, let's just rate trash talk in the world. Honestly, there's very few players where you put them on the map and him just being there and being able to chirp at the other team is an advantage. The GOAT at trash talk. Bring Gandhi back. Make sure that he's there. Very few players in the world have something named after them in the game. Well, we all know about that Gandhi hop technique. Honestly, love Gandhi. Was a great commentator. He's doing some great things with some other games right now. I want to give a little bit of respect to one of the GOATs, in my opinion.
Man, you were saying Gandhi, and I was thinking Straight Rippin'. I would love to bring Halo 3 Straight Rippin' back. I don't know. There is something about that squad. You said T squad. I don't know. What do you think? What team would you bring back?
It's iconic, right? The Straight Rippin', it's iconic. But honestly, a final boss. I love Straight Rippin'. We'll represent them until the day I die. It's a little sacrilege to be like, hey, I'm a big Straight Rippin' fan. But honestly, it's just the final boss branding, right? Alone is good enough. The problem with bringing final boss back is you have to have a team worthy of the moniker. And right now, it's like, well, it has to be like FaZe or OpTic, right, or SSG, and it's like those are already great brands. There's not like a team that's around it. During the 2018 era when OpTic left and they rebranded themselves into Tox, that would have been a great opportunity for like that final boss branding to come back and put it on those players. But give me back the final boss. It's just too clean. The logo was awesome. The name was great. The only thing is we have to have a team that's worthy of it. And right now it's like there's plenty of teams that are worthy of it, but FaZe and OpTic are also worthy of having their teams.
Well, we are ready for our next game. We have OpTic versus SSG. The game's ready to go.
All right, Eli, here we go. OpTic versus SSG. OpTic probably the favorite for this one because of the fact that SSG playing with that substitute Monster. But let's be real, Monster historically, arguably the best online Halo player of all time. I mean, I don't know. This could go either way. Where do you think the things shake up as we get this series started?
I mean, if I recall correctly, Monster was an OpTic killer in previous online events. Remember that roster? Yeah. It was Monster, Collect. I think it was the Complexity roster at the time. They actually knocked out OpTic in third place in that tournament to finish top 2. So, I mean, Monster no stranger to beating OpTic. Can he do it again here, though? That's the question.
All right, here we go. A full stack team of 4 for OpTic. Space Station waiting on Legend. He'll make that trip across the pond next week, but for now, Monster fills in. He's on your screen, looking to push in through the backside of B. Has a lot of support there as well, a lot of red, as he does not need to occupy the B space. Instead, looks to push out with that sniper. Formal wants it, though. And after one shot from Formal, Monster disengages. He's going to play a little bait and switch at top mid. Trippy grabbing the camo, and he gets away with it. Monster not able to take him down. Does he clean it up? No. Instead, Formal gets back to Monster and back to that sniper you were talking about previously. What a sequence there from OpTic as Space Station get the first 50%, but OpTic seem to be in control now.
OpTic got every single item on the map right there. Of course, Trippy doesn't get out alive with the camo, I don't think, so that is not going to make a difference here in the second play. But this man, Formal, people don't talk about his sniper all that much. Everyone wants to talk about Frosty, Renegade, Stellar, Lucid, but man, if I haven't seen Formal, one of the most consistent snipers that we've ever seen, but this guy is absolutely going to make life difficult for Space Station to get in.
Space Station start with a great first minute of play, but it feels like the next minute they're on the respawn screen back to back. Just nothing but black screen for SSG. Is a little bit more of the same. Eco goes down, Bound does, Stellar does too, and it's the last player alive situation for Monster out in center field. He's going to go down easily to OpTic Gaming as they do trade out Trippy. But for now, Space Station in a little bit of a blender as OpTic Gaming will go up 1-0.
Space Station, though, they spawned at the screen side, decided to go ahead and rotate to the tower. Looks like Formal is aware of it. Gonna try to use these last couple bullets of the sniper, but facing heavy fire and a flank simultaneously. Space Station does a fantastic job to shut him down. Stellar probably a little disappointed to find there's only one bullet left in the sniper. You know he loves to put this gun to work. Gonna try to get the quantum translocator. He's gonna kill Lucid perfectly as well. Gonna use the QT to see if maybe he can cause some more damage. This item so useful when it comes to pushing into a setup. Even if you take significant damage, you can often just go right back to your portal. So long as there's not an opponent camping the portal, you can get your shield back and come back to the fight.
Yeah, Stellar with some decisions to make here. Does he reset that portal point on the hill, or does he push out without it? Okay, sets that portal point over by Camo. Portal's back to B, but OpTic Gaming are laying in wait, 3 of them to be exact, as Formal takes what looks like a rather easy kill despite the use of the QT from SSG. Again, getting 50% on the board, but once they step out of that hill and OpTic gets back in it, OpTic seems to have the better setup, and with Sniper up in 5, that could absolutely be the case once again.
These lockdown setups are what made OpTic so powerful last season. They look like they're picking up right where they left off. Their communication is just on another level. Back when I was coaching a roster bet in the last season, I recognized that communication has to be the most important thing. So I'd often have the team just study the way OpTic communicate with one another. They're so precise with their communication, but the communication is not going to be good enough. Eco's going to find his way to the top tower, find a triple kill, and this looks very good for Space Station to tie up the score here.
Absolutely does, because previously on that first kill, SSG weren't able to break through in this parallel mirrored situation. Now they're back in the hill, and with that 50% they had on the board to start, they're going to clean it up and make it a tie game here. 1-all. Eco with the triple and the snipe tower control spurs a tie here for SSG, but he goes down shortly after. Dead zone, bottom middle of the map. Good awareness there by the player in the vents. Takes him down as SSG and OpTic Gaming both in a 2v2, but OpTic has the hill for now, and it looks like the favorable spawns on the A side.
Stellar looking a little too confident with that sniper, trying to fly through sandbags and no scope or snipe a couple players of OpTic. They were ready for it. Shut him down. It has to be a win condition in the mid game here for Space Station. Put that sniper rifle in Stellar's hands. OpTic knows that. They're going to keep that from happening. And I think that sniper's still sitting on the sandbags. I don't think any team has picked it up yet, and I wonder if someone's going to go grab it here.
Too much pressure for now, it looks like, from SSG. Luce has got something else to think about now, and has the plasma pistol charged up, looking to defend the scoreboard side of the map. Looking to add another hill to the score here, as OpTic and SSG are tied for now, but this is looking much different than the first 2 hills. First 2 hills, SSG got the first 50% on the board. Now it's all OpTic going to 50% and then some. 90% now. A couple seconds, you'll probably see SSG give this one up and rotate next.
Lucid probably has something to say about that player not dying, I would imagine, after watching his stream enough. He is not shy about saying when he thinks he was wronged, but this camo, definitely something Space Station wants to fight for. OpTic, though, are continually denying these sandbox options to Space Station. That's why they've taken this lead, and Bound does finally grab it, but can he get any value out of it? We'll have to see.
Bound using the clamber to stay alive with the camo, going to do it again. 1v1 with Formal, an intriguing gunfight there. But Bound will go down with the camo. Great play there from Formal. Great patience as well, as Dead Zone now in the hill looking to defend it for OpTic. Going up against his former squad here. Almost surprised me a little bit. I'm thinking SSG's Dead Zone, but no, that's OpTic's now as he leaves SSG. Legend fills in that spot. Trippy now. The back of Mud looking to push up on the backside. Doesn't have the back of an opponent. Instead, it's a 1v1.
Wow.
Gets the sticky trade out, though. Eco goes down, trading out with him, as we see another trade over there on the B side. Sniper up soon, but for now, Lucid looks to push up to the back of C.
They know Bound is the last player alive. Bound just trying to be a nuisance over here at the tower, and he's doing a good job of it. Taking down Lucid so massive. His teammates are now coming off spawn. Should be coming to his rescue. Can't imagine OpTic will get a ton of time here unless they can secure some slaves right now, and so far they're doing a great job of it. They do leave the hill to get those kills, though, so they're going to go right back to it, and now a sniper in the hands of Trippy. So far, the sniper hasn't been that impactful on the game, but this is a good time to have it going into the mid-in game here.
Trippy with nearly a full rack to work with in that sniper rifle. 7 shots to be exact. Puts 1 to use, but doesn't land what would have been a slay body shot. Instead, he's 1 shot. Looking to just stay alive now. At the back of B. Reshields, repositions, has that sniper. Great centering there. Lines it directly onto the body of Eco. That's going to send him back to top of snipes. Going to give some clearance here for OpTic, but with that hill sitting precariously just below it, neither team feels too comfortable about it. You see it light up for a second in red, but quickly back to beige as SSG are finally able to get the slays. 3 go down for OpTic, and this should now force a continuous set of time for SSG.
At least for now, we know OpTic's going to move fast off their spawn point. They spawn in the worst part of the map to make any kind of pressure, and it's due to Monster's location. This positioning is so important during this hill. Don't want to let the other team spawn where they could just walk out and shoot your hill player. But look at this. OpTic somehow find a way to get through the setup, get a few kills, but will they be able to survive through the end? It looks like yes. Formal with a huge double kill so far, and he's still alive. Eco can't land the headshot. He uses the pillar perfectly to deny any damage to himself. Waits for his teammate to show up, but Bound still here. Might be able to hold this off, but that play from Formal might have just swung this game.
That was criminal from Formal. The fact he was able to sneak 4 shots in, despite the fact he was absolute. Man, what a heads-up play there from Formal, but heads go down for OpTic Gaming. Dead Zone, the last Spartan alive. Looking to milk out the final bit of time. He's doing a great job of it. Oh, he gets stopped just short. Eco dive bombs on the hill, trades out, and now this is getting really mixy. Both teams need just a few seconds to secure it. A few kills will earn it for either team, and it looks like SSG off the double kill are going to double up on their scoring 2-2.
I am so surprised. Space Station found a way to get that hill. Stellar coming in, perfect timing to get the double kill to tie it up, and suddenly this series or this game could go either way. This next hill going to be so consequential. Both teams going to be fighting for this tower control. Lucid gets taken down. Eco's going to go ahead and move to the tower. It's going to just get some early shots on the hill. Looks like Stellar tries to be that hill player. Another player shows up though. It's Formal, and he has time and time again shut down what Space Station are going for. Taking care of that tower player. So massive right now. Trippy with the beatdown. He's always so difficult to beat close quarters, and now suddenly it's OpTic that have control.
Yeah, OpTic with a little 2-for-1 win, it looks like right there, as they'll gain the hill time and the snipe for their advantage that they've achieved top mid. Dead Zone looking to flank in along the A side of the map. Goes down, but Trippy does in fact make it out with the snipe. He's going to push up towards that top snipe tower, and a few body shots here even, Eli. Should spell trouble for SSG as OpTic needs just a few more. Trippy, though, down to 1 HP. Going to have to hit this sneaky jump to get back in the fight. And he misses, gets repulsed! He loses snipe because of it, and this could spell trouble for OpTic.
Wow. Well, Dead Zone, though, he's going to make it a little bit better for him. Formal's still alive as well. Dead Zone going to try to get back to this top tower control, but man, the snipers really haven't had an impact on this game so far. Both teams able to apply so much pressure to the sniper every time that snipers are unable to do anything. It's almost better to just have a bandit and a BR at this point. Right now, Monster trying to go in and stop this cap, but I think it's too late. OpTic look like they should get this cap.
OpTic with 117. Master Chief on the clock. Take a 3-2 lead, but SSG have plenty of time to get back in this one as Formal looks to present a little bit of pressure and presence on the camo side, but looks like SSG aren't willing to match it. That's going to give OpTic camo for free as SSG will take hill instead.
With the hill on the opposite side of the map, teams often have to decide, do we want to get this early hill time or do we want to go for camo? It's so difficult to get both. Sometimes you just want to send all your resources to one option. That way you don't split your resources so thin that you lose both fights. I do agree with the decision to go for hill time. They're down by a hill. They need this hill to be their point to stay in this game. It's only a minute left on the clock, so they can't really afford to let time burn off as well. So they do get some early hill time, and this is the question. Is OpTic going to actually go for this hill, or are they just going to play time? It looks like the decision has been made to play time. No, suddenly they are back in the hill, so maybe deciding that they can go ahead and secure this point, but this is a little risky, right? The longer they stay in the hill, the more time they allow for the clock for Space Station, and they're going to have to keep winning these fights.
And this almost represents a philosophy shift from Coach Lunchbox and the OpTic Gaming crew. As last year, Eli, they would more often than not play things almost conservatively safe and play for time, play to milk up that clock. Instead, they step in the hill, which stops that regulation clock at about 47 seconds or so, as SSG are within striking distance, tying up this match, sending us to a sudden death OT. As 2 go down for OpTic Gaming, one more slay could lead to one more hill for SSG, but they're not even gonna need it. This game is in fact going to be tied, but no, they do in fact press up on the hill. A nanosecond left for SSG. That bar is nearly filled on my screen. It almost looks like it is, as SSG need just another second, and it looks like OpTic maybe, or even SSG, playing to milk their own time there and make sure that they set up for the next rotation as OpTic, in fact, wins it. No, SSG does instead, so that's exactly what it looked like the delay was there from SSG, all pre-planned, but they go 3 down. This one's back and forth.
You're exactly right. That was an intentional delay of the hill to increase their odds of a successful transition. So they stepped out of the hill with just 1 second to go, waited for teammates to get to top middle and to the dummy side of the map before ultimately capping it. That way they have a better chance to get control of this tower. So smart, so heads up. You have to understand that Eco must have been in the comms. Maybe Elamite, who's also the coach, said, don't cap it yet. Let's make sure we can get a slate or two. And so far that's paid off in dividends. You saw OpTic was so ready to cap the last hill, but they sat around confused, like they haven't capped it yet. So it kind of wasted their time, threw off their timing, and now Space Station are being rewarded handily for that heads up play.
SSG forced the situation and now forced the hand of OpTic Gaming as that little delay on the last microsecond of the hill caused OpTic Gaming to stutter step a little bit and stutter on the rotation of that next hill. Because of it, SSG has the lead. 0-0-0 on your clock. We're in sudden death. OT.
Formal had to hit that snipe. He does get the body shot, but it's not enough to stay alive. The camo sniper looked like best chance for OpTic to maintain their control in this hill, but with him taken down, there is an opening for Space Station to go in. Perfect grenade takes that player to perfect no scope. Stellar with the play of the game so far. Almost the overkill, but Formal shuts it down, stays alive. He does finally get taken down by Bound, but that triple kill might have been enough for Space Stations to secure this entire half of the map throughout the end game.
Oh my God, Stellar, your Season 2 MVP, putting on an MVP performance, almost landed the 180, turn on no-scope, overkill on Formal no less, but he gets cleaned up quickly after because of the body shot, but Space Station get cleaned up by OpTic Gaming, all four go down, and heartbreak might ensue despite the triple kill, near overkill from Stellar. OpTic Gaming steal it instead. What a finish.
Oh my God, the end game was absolutely insane. Space Station made the most impressive heads up play that we've seen so far in King of the Hill this year. I mean, the decision to step out, wait for some semblance of control on the tower side before you cap that. They did it perfectly and they looked so good during the first half of that hill, but OpTic just shutting it down even despite losing their camo player. This is the play though. Stellar goes in with the no-scope headshot on Lucid on the elbow. Almost turns it into an over. Can you imagine if he hits that headshot? Oh my God.
That takes the top spot off of Sparty's overkill, I would even say maybe. And they're both on hill, on live fire to win the freaking game. But that's the spoiler alert. SSG didn't win this game, Eli. They had the early rotation on the last game-defining hill. They had the near overkill. They got the team wipe. Formal dies staggered out, you could even argue. But OpTic are still able to secure this team wipe. How?
They must have just came off spawn as perfectly as possible. I'm not sure which side of the map they spawned on, perhaps at the green side, and just pushed up right away. I don't know, but either way, they played it perfectly in the in-game. We didn't get to see their off-spawn behaviors to see exactly how they set that up, but that was very impressive clutch from OpTic Gaming. They're going to breathe a sigh of relief, but try to refocus for this next game too.
Like a magic trick or something, like a rabbit getting pulled out of a hat. OpTic pulled that game one win out of their rear ends. SSG had every single win condition you could imagine stacked up for them, but OpTic steal it and take that momentum going into game two as well. Aqua TS, as we take a look at some of those replays. Here's Stellar once again a little earlier on in the match.
Stellar got this double kill early. This was a hill that they were able to secure, tie up. It was going back and forth. Every single hill was fought valiantly by both teams. I think both teams did have a ton of cumulative time across the board, going down to the very last hill. And gotta wonder, what would this game have looked like if they had Legend in place of Monster? Would it have been the difference maker? Not really sure. Monster, obviously one of the greatest online players to ever do it, but Legend, I think, could have also made a significant impact on this game.
Yeah, it's all ifs and whats, right? At this point, it's all theory exercise. Would they look better with Legend? I'd probably say so, Eli. I'd probably say so. And I don't know, I guess in that sense, you got to give credit to SSG for keeping it so close. But again, we don't want to discount this squad too much. I think Monster fills in as an incredible online fourth for this online open series kickoff here to the HCS preseason number 3. As we take a look more, this was such an incredible sequence here at the end game. I cannot believe it was just out of nowhere. SSG go all 4 down, and it felt like OpTic was all 4 down. So that's always the difference, Eli. Woo. Stellar here with that triple once again. But that's the difference,
play
right?
the scope in slow-mo for me. The flick shot Oh my god.
Headshot.
So clean.
Double kill.
But that's the difference, right? Good teams push off their back foot. How much more of a back foot could you have presented to OpTic Gaming as Formal gets staggered out? Gets no-scope body shot here, but does go down quickly after this to the player on the B side of the map that's bound. And at that point, you're thinking it's SSG's game to win. They had 60% on the hill at the time that they took down Formal, but my god, OpTic take down SSG instead, as we've had a thrilling start to the series.
So impressive. Both these teams fighting with so much passion, so much energy going into Aqua TS. I mentioned it yesterday. I mean, I've been keeping up with the scrims as much as I can. Saw OpTic's first scrim with Dead Zone, and it just stands out in my mind. Every match that's loading, his teammates are saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, Formal, they put an overshield on this map. Did you know? Yeah, it's P1."
What's
And
this
Formal's
bandit?
like,
What?
Okay, bet. Yeah. And like, this was like 5 days ago, man. This guy has not been caring at all about Halo in the off season. He's got better things to do apparently. So, but it doesn't even matter. He's still a force no matter what. He can learn the rules of a game 5 minutes before he picks up the sticks, and he's still going to be one of the toughest players to beat in the world. Looks like though, Space Station with the better opening strat, Bound going to get 2 kills and secure this OS. They get
Dude,
3.
and a triple. As Bound opens up the way we're used to seeing from HCS Season 1's Rookie of the Years. Bound looking to continue on, press those spawns for OpTic Gaming, not trying to give him any inch to room or any room to breathe. As Trippy now occupies that P2 space, now looking to slide into the yellow side alongside Formal, who pushes in through the generator. And he's got something planned here on the flank, but he's got to watch his right. As a blow, oh my god, he's got to watch his back instead. Monster with the back smack. As Space Station, this would be a skunk on the basketball court, Eli. 8-0.
Oh my
They'd end the
god.
game.
It is hard to start a game this strong against OpTic Gaming, no less. Make it 9-0. Can they get to 10-0?
No. There's no way. What is this?
10-2 now. Finally, a few kills go in favor of OpTic, but they're going to need a lot more than that to get back into this. Lucid with the heat wave. This man is always impressive with this gun. He's unable to survive though. Burns a couple shots out of the clip. Leaves only 5 for Space Station to work with, but the damage has been done. Now a 11-point lead early on. We talked about this map not being as much of a steamroll, you know, with those overshields coming into play later. Those are usually the win conditions to come back into it, maybe have the game swing in OpTic's favor. And that's right now they're getting some solid control, but that overshield coming up in 20 seconds. Who's going to win the fight before that? That's going to be very important.
And we always say, you guys are probably tired of hearing me say it, you can't win a match early, but you can lose it, as it just feels like OpTic Gaming may have given Space Station way too much wiggle room here. As they're starting to run out of slays, they're already halfway to that 12 death threshold for each member of OpTic Gaming, just about or so. As Dead Zone looks to get back on the board with the slay, but no, he goes down to the melee instead. 7-19 here as SSG, talk about coming back with a vengeance, and Bound secures the next OS as well. This is starting to roll downhill. Is out of control here. Is Bound out of control. Use of the thrust. Perfect 5 shots. Takes down his former teammate for the double. SSG. I've never seen a team look this strong against OpTic, in a Slayer at least.
Bound. Oh my. Do you know how difficult it is to hit a perfect 5-shot while thrusting forwards at your opponent who's moving laterally? Like, the skill on this man, that was absolutely insane to do so for the double kill. I believe he started that fight down as well. Monster going to try to match that energy with a perfect of his own, and this lead is only ballooned. It is now a 21-point lead. 20. Yeah, this is almost out of control. This looks like a steaktacular very soon here.
This is like Japanese A5 Wagyu steaktacular, Eli. I have never seen a team look so strong. And I'm not going to say I've never seen OpTic Gaming look so poor on Slayer. I'm going to say I've never seen a team look so strong as SSG has on a Slayer against OpTic. I think this is more about their willpower and exerting themselves against OpTic, as you see Bound with the reversal cross map. Somebody woke this SSG roster up. Not to say they weren't in game 1, but my God, this looks like an entirely different team after just a couple minutes. This is nuts.
Bound looks angry after that game 1 loss. He thought that should have been his game, and he is willing his team to victory here. Finally, 2 members of OpTic do take him down, but he has been the MVP of this game so far, sitting 11-3 so far, making insane plays. But suddenly, OpTic are getting some momentum here. They're coming back a little bit, but I think you're right. The damage has already been done. They've now brought it to an 18-point lead, but I don't know if we've ever seen a comeback of this magnitude in an HCS match. probably at least once, but I can't even recall who it would have been between, and it's definitely not been a Space Station roster losing in that situation.
Yeah, how often are you thinking GG's go next before we even reach the 40s in a Slayer? OpTic still at 23. I mean, the game just started for them, but spoiler alert, the game started moments and minutes ago, as it feels like you said, Eli. They've woken up. They've started to play the game that we're used to seeing from OpTic as they find a way to regain control of the mid-map, take down 3 for SSG, but it just feels way too late. Down 13. Does OpTic Gaming have the most incredible comeback in Halo TS history in their back pocket? If not, this is 1-1 tie series.
They have started the best way to make that possible. It's now only a 10-kill game. Previously a 21-point game. They now have an 11-kill swing on the side of OpTic, and they have not died in a while. This is getting ridiculous. Now a 9-point lead. If Space Station lose this, the mental damage that it would do to them at this point would be astronomical. And so far, all the kills in the feed are going back in the favor of OpTic.
33-43. This one is within striking distance, which feels unbelievable, insurmountable at one point. But OpTic Gaming have come right back, still down by 10, but right here at the 44, you can't let it get to 46 before bringing it back to within 2 possessions or 8 kills in total. 2 team wipes needed flawlessly to come back in this one for OpTic, as we've made comebacks before. 35-46 though. This one's starting to trickle downhill. 2 players weak, but Bound goes down, trades out though. It's an effective, very effective trade there for Bound. It looks like SSG are going to secure, despite this surge here from OpTic Gaming. In the end, SSG opened up way too strong.
Absolutely right. Finally, we're seeing those kills go in the favor of Space Station. Looked a little scary. I thought we might have seen the most insane comeback we've ever seen, because OpTic went on something like a 11-kill spree without losing a player. I mean,
it was pacing 50-25, Eli, so 50-38. Honestly, tips to OpTic for not getting that steak-tacular. We said Japanese A5 Wagyu. They're not even getting a burger after that, as they do stop the steak-tacular, but they don't stop SSG from taking their first win of the series. We're tied 1-1, heading into recharge next for Game 3.
Very impressive stuff from Space Station. They've also guaranteed me the ability to watch Forbidden. Like I said, I think aesthetically, it's one of the nicest maps to look at and play on. You know, you can make some arguments about other parts of the map, but I mean, it's still so young, right? Like, we all hated Argyle when it came out, so like, but now people generally like Argyle. So I think once we get used to it, people will start enjoying Forbidden a bit more. Same with the pros. They've just got to spend some more time on the map. Happy we will get to see it, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. We got Recharge Strongholds up next in this pivotal rubber Game 3.
Yeah, Forbidden, it just looks like Halo to me, man. I'm a fan. And it's a faster CTF map than Aquarius, which plays pretty darn fast for CTF. But like you said, can't get ahead of ourselves. We will see Forbidden on our screen, but for now, it's the Strongholds on Recharge. Man, A and B are going to be so crucial to control. We've seen teams really try to force those back C spawns. Back foot pushes out. Very difficult for the team that's spawning out. So keep an eye on that as we approach Game 3 on Recharge. Anything else that we should keep an eye on as far as win conditions are concerned here, Eli, for either OpTic or SSG?
Both these teams know how to hold a trip cap setup. What they're going to look to do is try to hold all 3 zones and then force the spawns to long haul. If one team can get into that setup with the trip cap already in action, we're going to see a massive swing one way or the other. But we're going to look to see who can control this shock rifle, because once you're able to delete enemies off the map in an instant with that instant kill, that's really what makes all these fights a lot easier. You just got to take one of the guns out of the fight. It's going to help your team win that entire engagement. Right now, though, both teams just fighting for map in general. Not a single point on the board. Looks like Space Station trying to cap this B hold, and they finally do so. They're going to start capping first.
Wow, SSG with the team wipe off the rip. They actually went for the AC hold. They left B there momentarily until Formal got in it. And now, after clearing Formal off the B hill, they clear A, B, and C. Space Station with a trip cap to start. And it almost feels like a long-lost memory of that Game 1 win for OpTic Gaming as SSG. They've carried the momentum off of that hot Game 2 win, up by 30 kills at one point, it felt like. And they're starting to roll here in Strongholds as well. OpTic going to stop the bleeding on that trip cap for now with A, but Stellar, if he stays alive, he goes down. So this should give OpTic the edge on this B capture as they do start to flip.
Trippy does a great job to play defense in the pipes. He knew that if Stellar was able to get control of that side, it would have been a lot harder for his team to cap B. After winning that, Formal is able to comfortably cap the B stronghold. His team's going to get a few points on the board. Looks like Space Station were trying to capture A, but get stopped short, and it's going to be OpTic rolling some time here for a moment.
This is deliberate here from Eco. Had a potential cap, it looked like, on the A side, but wanted to clear out the slays first. Puts down Formal, and now he's got to worry about Trippy in the hill. 3 members dead for SSG, though, as Stellar wins a crucial one on Trippy, but goes down shortly after, and that's gonna regain control, or hold on to it, I should say, for OpTic as they retain A and B, and despite that 48-0 start for SSG, OpTic looked to match it right back. Formal with the shock rifle, lines up 2 headshots, misses both, and goes down afterwards. Can SSG flip B here?
He's in a very vulnerable position, is bound to get B grenaded, but nobody on OpTic seemingly in position to throw a grenade. They do secure B. Now they're going for A, seemingly flipping the map as much as they possibly can. Formal going to try to maintain this positioning because he does not want Space Station to get that ever powerful A and gold setup. Knows his teammates are likely to spawn at the C side, but they also need some extra space to work with. But Space Station shut him down with some well-placed grenades. And suddenly it is OpTic playing on the back foot. They're now 3 dead. Lucid, the last player alive, going to try to just secure a kill. He does so. That's actually a massive trade. That means that the rest of OpTic can come off spawn with 1 less player to worry about, and they might be able to play faster.
And it looks like Formal is going to give some needle and even gold spawns, it looks like. Trippy already into B, but he goes down. SSG with C and long haul spawns as they look to push out from what would be considered the disadvantageous position, but they wipe OpTic Gaming. All 4 go down, and SSG, if they want to, could go for a trip cap. Once again, they do.
Stellar goes down, so OpTic once again might be able to come off spawn a little bit fast. You see Trippy moving a bit faster, understanding that at least 1 player was off the map, but he still gets shut down. Didn't have any help from teammates. You could argue maybe he could have waited a moment, maybe push with 2. Formal going to come in, try to win this 1v1 on Bound, but he has been so difficult to kill, seemingly winning all of his 1v1s against OpTic. Not a team that's easy to do that against. I think Bound is really finding his comfort zone with this roster. We saw him kind of up and down after joining the squad, but he is finally really maturing into the player we knew he was capable of.
And this is feeling just like game 2, Eli, where SSG start to run away with it. The only fortunate circumstance of this for OpTic Gaming is the fact that it's a stronghold and not a Slayer, but Bound continues to frag out at the back and see how many PIV wins are that in a row, at least 2 or 3. As Bound, he's looking like the Lord of C as he's held onto that ground for a while. Formal, though, setting up a little flank with the camo. That player retreat into the tower, 1 HP. But yeah, luckily for OpTic Gaming, this is a stronghold. We've seen some massive swings, but down 190 to 39. This is exactly what game 2 looked like.
Team scoring.
Bound really putting the team on his back. That slide out reach out on Lucid, you could tell Lucid was not expecting it, or maybe just couldn't react in time. The movement just too clean from Bound in that moment. This camo was looking like a good entry point to get back into control for OpTic, but the problem is he's unable to find much success. He tries to cap C, it gets flipped anyways. Now OpTic spawning on the A side, but Space Station are aware of it, might be able to collapse from both sides, and that's what this Space Station roster is so good at. They know where you're spawning, they're going to hit you from both sides and make it so difficult to get out. OpTic fighting very hard to get out. Looks like Eco is going to milk his life long enough to cap this B stronghold, and when Formal goes down, he's going to be staggered and away from his team. Lucid also going down, so Trippy and Dead Zone are left in a 2v3 situation. Are they going to be able to get anything out of it? No. The pressure has just been so great across the entire map from Space Station. Dead Zone is going to at least stop the bleeding from A, but it's Space Station still in control of B and C, so they're getting closer and closer to winning this game.
SSG first across the 200-point threshold. OpTic Gaming haven't even earned a minute yet as SSG look to sprint to the finish. They're not jogging here. They are sweating and sprinting here. But 3 go down. Stellar, the last player alive, and it's actually huge for Trippy. C has been arguably the best capture point out of all 3 for SSG here. Trippy looking to flip it. Does so with the 5 perfect shots as OpTic has life, but they got to go on a hell of a run here, down 58 to 232.
Exactly right. They cannot afford to make any mistakes here. They need to get as much time with this strip cap as possible. They're going to concede A, go for the camo, but get shut down in their fight for camo. Both those players elect to back off on SSG. They don't just go straight up for the camo, maybe understanding that the rest of OpTic was here waiting to get the slays. That camo is still on the ground, by the way. Neither team has been able to put it into the suit, but overall, that ended up being a favorable fight for OpTic. They maintained control, and they've still got Space Station spawning over here on the seaside.
All right, OpTic had a similar surge in game 2. Is it just too late? 90 seconds to 2:32 is SSG. If they restart the scoring, it feels all but over for OpTic as they look to stop that. A little bit of an awkward melee battle on the side of C. Retains favor in SSG's favor. Lucid now looking to flip it. 1v1 pit for it against Eco. He wins it, but Stellar should quickly clean that up, as he does. BNC in favor of SSG. Deadzone goes down to the trade. That's going to retain positioning. Everybody vying for the C control here at the back. 2:45, 4, 3, 1v1 for the game, and it looks like Monster wins it on C, wins the game for SSG, and they take the series lead 2-1, looking as strong as you could argue anybody's ever looked online against OpTic Gaming. Despite, again, a sweatfest game 1, it's been all SSG ever since.
We said it. Monster has beat OpTic before. He knows how to beat these guys somehow. Obviously, his teammates have had a lot to do with it as well, but he seems to be in the right place at the right time so frequently. I mean, he understands exactly what OpTic are going for in a lot of these situations. I'm sure the leadership and positioning from Eco is making things a bit easier for him as well. When you got a teammate as smart as Eco on your squad, you don't got to think that much, man. You can just go into fights, trust what he's saying to you because it's going to be correct. If he tells you you have an opening, you have an opening, because he really does understand the game at a higher level. And have to imagine he's a big part of the reason why Space Station held control so strongly. If you listen to their communication, he's often making calls. Okay, let's go for A here. Let's protect B. Let's go for C. He knows the limits of his squad and when they can afford to overextend or when they should hold back. And SSG looking so strong in this game. But this next map, we're getting into Forbidden CTF. This is a new map in game mode that we have seen in this season, and it's really going to come down to like who's got more reps on this. Like, how much have these teams actually studied this map? It was often GA'd during the off-season events, right? They would just go to Argyle instead, just choosing to go with something they're more familiar with. But you got to imagine Formal probably has the least reps of anybody on this map because hasn't even been playing matchmaking like the rest of the players in the lobby. So you got to wonder, like, how comfortable is Formal on this map? We'll have to see.
Well, and then on that previous map, as it looks like we do have a member of SSG lag out, so we'll reset, hang out for a little bit with the chat. But I gotta say, Eli, we have time to go back to game 3. A-B, right? That's what you want to hold. C is considered the weakest of the 3 capture points. You're continuously spawning off your back foot. You got no space off the back foot, nothing but drink behind you. That'll send you back to the respawn screen. But that was SSG's stronghold point for that game 3, and Bound in particular. We called him the Lord of C. I think that's a great phrase because it was his home. He maintained positioning at the back of C. He's like, oh, you guys usually push off their back foot? I'm just going to lock it down. And I thought that was an intriguing strategy decision there, one that we usually don't see from most pro teams, and maybe that threw OpTic Gaming off. Like, why do they want C so bad? You know, I don't know. There's something to discover, though, and talk about as to why and how SSG were able to absolutely dominate. Didn't even let OpTic get to 100 seconds on that Strongholds match. We rarely see that from them.
You're exactly right. I do think the meta plays a bit differently between top teams in almost every game type. Like, yes, if you're in chat and you're in plat like most of you are, I can see the things you're saying. You got to be in at tops like plat 6 when I read some of these comments. But you know, in your lobbies, yeah, just go for A, B, and just make the game simple for yourself. Don't make it too complicated. But these guys are playing at a higher level. They're able to rotate and control the entire map at the same time. They're able to get that positioning on the C side. They can also protect it quickly because they have good movement. They can often get control of one zone and then rotate back to the other so they can protect the entire map at the same time. And you're exactly right. The C side, very powerful for SSG that game.
As we set our sights on game 4, SSG up 2-1 in the series as we have all 4 players ready on each side. If I could think of 2 words to describe Forbidden CTF, it'd be sneaky fast. This map, it looks big. That was everybody's biggest complaint when this map got revealed was, oh, this looks like what is this, a BTB map? Was it built for mid blitz? Where's the Arena Slayer? Where's Formal? Where's Lucid? No, Forbidden is a great arena map. It's very fast paced. It's symmetrical as well. Plays perfectly for CTF. I don't know, man. I think 90% of the majority of the community not a fan of Forbidden just yet, but put me in the 10%, Eli. I love it.
No, I think you're exactly right, and people, another reason why chat is faded is because they said Forbidden faster than Aquarius. That's crazy. I saw somebody in chat say that. Reveal yourself right now, because every time we've seen this game type on broadcast so far, it's been less than 7 minutes. We'll have to see if it's still the case here, but we have yet to see a game go longer than 7 minutes on this map. So will this be the difference? Not sure. It looks like Monster might be having some technical difficulties. He does often crash. So let's see if he's able to get that PC up and running before we can get into this. But I mean, one team just getting control of the snipers and getting onto that snipe bridge and spawn killing into that flag room is usually the recipe for a very fast game.
Hey, I like when I throw out a hot Halo take and then chat tells me I'm faded and then Eli says you're faded. It's like a faded competition here on Championship Sundays. We're having a little fun. Monster unable to get his PC right as he's been lagging out the last couple days. Been difficult to get the matches started, but we still have a pretty intense series here. 2-1 lead for SSG. But the last 2 games have been all SSG, and in all the eyes that we've had on Halo in the offseason and in the last couple days here to start off Season 3, this is the best anybody's looked. We saw Rebellion probably take that claim in the last 2 LVT 4v4 tournaments where they won back-to-back. I don't know, man. This SSG squad, sans legend, a top 5 player, looking like a top 5 team without him. So top 3, 2 even? I don't even know, man. They could win the tournament this weekend. Absolutely. So this is intriguing in the sense that SSG aren't at quote-unquote full strength, but it looks like they are.
I mean, now I got to call you out for being faded. Did you forget that FaZe existed? Like, we just watched them. They clearly look like the strongest team in the tournament to me. But I mean, I have to agree. SSG
I don't know. They weren't beating Rebellion. Like, SSG's whooping up on OpTic right now, though, right?
I mean, I guess in like the last 2 games, perhaps. But the thing about FaZe is they find a way to win, whether they're down. They don't care about the margin in which they win. They care about getting the W at the end, right? Like, it's a process. So the margin of victory doesn't matter that much.
Agree. It's always GG's go next, right? And I think that's important to bring up. You got to have a short memory, and that's for teams that lose and win, right? If you lose by 150 plus seconds like OpTic did, you can't get too lost in the sauce and lose confidence. If you just had the 250 to 90 win like SSG, you can't get ahead of yourself and start thinking, your S don't stink, because it does. And you start skipping process. You start skipping the steps when you start playing like that. So for SSG and OpTic, got to have a short memory and re-rack and regroup, as this will be an elongated reset. So we talked about this the other day. All that momentum that SSG has earned, it's cooled off now. It's not gonna, I don't think you take that necessarily like you normally would into a game 4 after these 2 games from SSG. Instead, this little reset is gonna reset things for both squads.
This is kind of what happened yesterday, right? Some technical difficulties slow it down. At that time, though, SSG had a lot of momentum and it slowed them down, if you recall. And that's kind of what could happen here. So when SSG have the momentum, suddenly some technical difficulties might, reduce the level of adrenaline in the bloodstream going into the next game. We'll have to see if that comes to bite them. But both these teams, I don't think they're the type that are going to be cold going into the next game. These guys always know how to play the game. Even at their worst, they're still making some of the most unbelievable plays we've ever seen. So I just can't wait to get into this next match. Monster, please fix your PC, bro. Like, what's going on?
Well, the action might have died in game, but my God, the chat is alive and well. We got a level 2 hype train, 50% to level 3. And we got 5,000 viewers hanging out watching some Halo on a lovely, lovely Sunday afternoon. Want to thank everybody for their support. LVT Halo is entirely self-funded by the community. Any support you guys show, whether it's through subscriptions, gifted subs, or even just hanging out watching ads. I know a lot of people complain about the ads. They're not the best, but they are the best in the sense that they get us to LAN. They get you to enjoy some LAN Grand Final free-for-all action. We casted the open bracket for the first time in Halo history last year, all because of you guys. I know it sounds kind of memey, trolly, but for watching ads, seriously, it really does make a big difference. Just for being here, showing your support, it allows us again to attend events and provide continuous coverage even on LAN. So big ups to LVT Halo for continually providing the content that the HCS community craves. As it looks like we get going again here on Forbidden. Third time's the charm, right, Eli?
Yeah, looks like we're finally loading in. Very curious to see who's going to grab this first set of snipers. This overshield, super important. I think this game type... Oh, we might have another delay here. So I'll save that thought for when the game's actually starting. I did want to just say thank you to everybody that's been watching the streams over the off season. This stream literally would not exist if not for the viewers and support from chat. This is all self-funded by LVT. And you guys have been absolutely amazing. The level of support that we received yesterday just had me blown away. After our cast was done, Nikowski, you saw me hanging out in chat, of course. And we started a hype train similar to the one we've had here, where it just seemed to keep going. So thank you to all of you guys that have been supporting the stream throughout the off season. If you've got that Prime sub and you haven't used it, please check to see if it's available. We would absolutely love your support.
Yeah, we got Anonymous gifting a sub. Some lucky viewer in the chat no longer has to deal with those ads. And now they can spam those lovely LVT emotes in chat. Love to see that, along with the copy pasta. Gun Ranger with a gifted sub to Halo Fan 10. We appreciate that. Level 3 Hype Train, 28%. Compu Turtle with the prime time. Stinsicles with the prime time. They're hearing your call out for the prime subs, Eli, as we get 2 back-to-back. And you're right, dude. Jeff Bezos, he's got enough money. Don't let him earn another 3 cents on the day, letting that sub go to waste. As Big Fella drops the prime sub as well. 3 months back-to-back-to-back. Love to see that. Appreciate you guys locking in those prime subs on the channel. It means a lot.
Absolutely. So we got a little bit more downtime here. See if maybe our desk wants to say something about this while we wait for the next game to come in. Look at this though. Johnny Fireball. We saw him in chat yesterday. Man, that gamer tag, do you not want to just go out and get a drink with a guy named Johnny Fireball? Like, I want to
I just assume he shows up at your house with those little mini fireballs you can buy at the gas station. Yeah. And he tosses one and it scoots across the living room in slow motion. And then you catch it and then cheers to that man, Johnny Fireball, and you drink up. Appreciate you, gamer. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs that we've reached a level 5 hype train. You got National Hustler dropping the LVT love as well. 16 months. Welcome back. Year plus with the stream. Love to see that. As we have a little bit, again, a delay in the action, but you guys aren't stopping at all. Anonymous with another 5 gifted. Artius with another 5 bomb. Kill-tacular. Back-to-back. Love to see that. Thank you guys so much. This is a level 6-7 hype trade at this point, the way you guys are working through the chat. Appreciate, again, all the support. You guys are the real MVP.
Absolutely. Huge Artius Legend fan, by the way. This guy is so supportive. And so many streams. Speaking of supportive, Via Meta dropping 10. He's now gifted. Should I even read that number out loud? This man is absolutely unreal with the support. Thank you so much, Via Meta, Artius, Anonymous, Iron Marshmallow now with the sub as well. Juice Box Rex. Amazing. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much.
I love gamer tags that contradict themselves. Iron Marshmallow, like what is that? How is it even possible? My brain is confused, but we've got Halo action on the screen as we see Sentinels taking on this business squad, which is essentially a Native Gaming Season 1 minus Soul Snipe plus Swish. A top 3 team. Expecting the same results here for them this year, and again, it just feels like there's not enough room for top 3 at this point. There's so many teams in contention, but I got to put business in the mix, Eli.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many amazing squads. Yeah, to say top 3 is what we expect. Like, how many teams do we expect to get top 3 this season? There's just not enough placements. There's what, 7 teams that are going to get top 3? Something in the math doesn't add up. But either way, these guys are certainly going to be in contention. We're still keeping an eye on that other lobby. In case that does refresh, we will go back to that lobby. But for now, take a look at Sentinels and Business. Also playing live fire. King of the Hill, Boo Doo has a very nice sniper rifle. By the way, guys, grab the thick sniper. This kind of reminds me of like a Destiny gun or something like that. I know you play a lot of Destiny. Does this not look like a Destiny sniper to you?
Yeah, join up for DPS on the Vex raid and you must have the stanchion on because it absolutely looks like a mystical fantasy snipe. I'm a big fan of it. Seems like everybody is as well. Available in the shop today as Boo Doo has it available in his hands. Doesn't have it out for now. Got another custom skin with that dragon-based Bandit Evo. Big fan of that. Seen a lot of pros using that throughout the last day of competition as Sentinels take a 1-0 lead here in this game 1. Boo Doo going down at the back of mud. He's going to give that sniper to Talik. And man, Talik, what a sneaky top 10-15 player. I can't wait to see this man play in Season 3.
Talik definitely been one of those guys that just has an overwhelming amount of talent. This guy is so difficult to play against. He hits insane snipes all the time. Has some of the cleanest movement we've ever seen. Somehow gets in and out of situations so fluidly. I mean, this guy, the talent on this player is unreal. He's putting it on display with the killing spree, which is actually crazy that he's 5-2, but Sentinels were able to secure that first zone. This must be the first time he's able to get control of the map and let his presence be felt. Still, once again, waiting for that other lobby to fill up. But in the meantime, let's watch a master at work here.
Talik, top player at the top of snipes, looking to put some shots across on Boo Boo Doo Boo, looking for camo. One of the best camo players in the league. So much star power on display here on Championship Sunday as you see Sparty flank up to snipes. He's going to claim that for himself now, as that territory now belongs to Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes the ninja! Oh my god, man, he's back belongs to Boo Boo Doo Boo as he lands the ninja. Don't out BR Drunk 2. Oh my god, Boo Boo Doo Boo with an incredible heads-up play. That's why he's one of the best camo players in the world.
First ninja we've gotten to see today. Love to see it. Definitely going to see it more often with camo. Maybe not quite as impressive as a non-camo ninja, but regardless, able to shut that down and give his team a ton of control for this hill. What looked to be a almost assured cap for business is suddenly now a 2-0 lead for Sentinels as they cap the second hill.
Sentinels looking really dominant to start that game, and we have the start of this game simply on Forbidden. It looks like we're good to go. Stellar opening up off the break with the snipe in his hand, looking to protect that OS top mid as he has Lucid sliding out on it. Might have mistimed that a little bit, as it looks like because of the slays, Eco and Bound go down. Stellar knows his head is next, so he disengages and allows Trippy to grab OS and that flag.
Like we said, whoever gets the early control often can get an early flag run as well, but the flag runner gets stopped short. At the same time, Stellar picks off Lucid, who we have to imagine had the sniper for OpTic, and we're not going to see an early cap this time. Maybe this will be the first time we see a bit longer match on this game type.
Yeah, this would be the first 6-minute match in CTF. Right now, that's the not even the record, Eli. It feels like a speed run record, but that's the average. We've casted 3 Forbidden CTF matches. All 3 have been sub 6 minutes. It seems like the pace is kind of slowing down a little bit. Stellar in the back of his flag defending his base, but Trippy is there once again off the respawn screen. Stellar with no more shots to work with in his snipe. Instead, gonna have to DMR melee. No, Trippy takes it instead with just 1 HP. Can't imagine the level of damage. Probably didn't get that third shot in, did Stellar. Instead, Trippy gonna get that flag out and take it. Is he gonna get past the SSG side of the map down to 1 HP? Goes down, and that flag will sit precariously there, available for the reset as SSG are able to claim 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Lucid, last player alive.
This flag definitely gonna go home. I'm not sure if they're gonna actually go down and try to return it or just play gatekeeper, as it looks like Stellar is doing. Goes down the sneaky hole there. They can lead into the tunnel on the other side. Formal still trying to secure his base. What makes this game type so fast that we've seen before is when teams just lose control of their base, it changes everything, right? It just makes it too easy for the other team to go in and run a flag. It doesn't have to go very far before the flag is essentially safe for the rest of the journey. So I'm seeing both these teams electing to really make sure their side is secure before they move forward on the map, and so far that's why either team has been able to get a significant flag run.
Yeah, everybody having a tough time moving up on the map, having a tough time just maintaining shields as Stellar finds another slay on his ex-teammate Dead Zone. As we see even more support, I can't believe usually the sub train might die during the game, but you guys continue on with the support. Thank you guys so much. Multiple 5 bombs and resubs, 10 gifted, 10 level 10 hype train. I don't normally stop the action to thank you guys in the mix, but this calls for it because the support has been absolutely unreal. As Trippy pushes up, he seems to be. I noticed last year, based on the Halo data hive, Formal was the top flag puller for OpTic Gaming, but that role seems to go to Trippy, at least in this one here, as Trippy's had 3 pulls, all 3 actually for OpTic Gaming, but 3 go down once again.
When you think about the composition of this roster, I mean, Trippy and Formal, typically the front line, if you will, they like to go in and make openings for the rest of the squad. Lucid usually playing behind them. They have confidence that he's going to hit whatever shots he can to protect them from Players killing them in the front line. Once again, Formal applying pressure in the space station base all the way behind enemy lines. They got to be careful with their positioning though, because there are some funky spawns on this game type. If you block the primary spawn zones in the flag room, if we're going to call it that, and the snipe hut, there are some spawn points pretty significantly far across the map, like in this room to the left of Lucid. The other team can actually spawn in that room. So it looks like OpTic unable to get much control. All the members that were previously in Space Station's base are now taken down, and it's going to kind of reset the situation. Now it's OpTic on defense trying to keep Space Station out of their base.
Yeah, SSG have won the 50-yard line battle. That mid-map control is in their favor. You can see 3 players occupying the mid-map space. Eco with the OS as well. And this spells trouble here for OpTic. SSG have a strong surge into the OpTic Gaming base. Not for a backsmack there from Lucid. Could have potentially taken down OS. Nonetheless, they do take down the OS's shields. Back to normal. 100% viability, though, as Stellar looks to put together 100% accuracy. Does so on Dead Zone. Can't clean up on Formal, as Dead Zone does earn that DMR trade. And it looks like, despite the strong presence here from SSG, OpTic, they're going to make him earn that flagpole.
All right, can Lucid make something happen here? This is now already going to be the longest game of this map that we have seen
Enemy flag returned.
as we cross the 7-minute mark. 5 minutes have elapsed, but doesn't look like this one's ending anytime soon. We do have a flag out though for OpTic. If they can just hold off this last push here, this flag should be able to make it home.
It's looking good. It would take some last-ditch heroics from SSG, but they're not going to get there in time, as OpTic Gaming, off a scrappy opening that almost lasted the mid-game of this match, find the 1-0 lead, and it feels like an Argyle CTF at this point, based on the pace of play. Used to see an Aquarius level action on Forbidden, but it's still a new map. I think teams are still feeling out a little bit.
I think in about 25 seconds here, when these snipers respawn, we might see a bit more action. You can delete a few members of the other team off the map in an instant. That frees up so much map space for a push, but OpTic doesn't care. They don't need the sniper rifle to push in. They've got 3 members in Space Station space. Space Station trying to get out. Now 4 dead for Space Station. Trippy's going to go in and get a flagpole as the snipers are respawning. This is actually great for OpTic. They might be able to secure both snipers. Looks like Formal is going to try to get his own sniper. Stellar going to try to stop OpTic from stealing his. But Formal sniping Stellar going to stop that sniper from doing anything for Space Station. And this could very well end up as another cap for OpTic.
Yeah, Formal takes down Stellar, who previously had the battle rifle in his hands. Probably the best counter to that snipe in Formal's hands. Instead, he's going to get a little bit cleaner looks. Not that clean, though, as the pressure is on. The attention is on his head. Oh, Stellar on the head of Lucid. Takes him down with a quick scope double after taking down Formal, but Dead Zone quickly cleans him up, not allowing much, or I should say as much, of that momentum to roll, as 3 do go down for OpTic Gaming. SSG are going to win the mid-map again, but Dead Zone with one hell of a last Spartan standing play. Love the positioning here, just holding a line.
Dead Zone seeing that there actually were no members of SSG trying to cross the line that he was watching. Instead, opts to just make a long flank through the tunnel. It's going to pay off. He gets a kill on the other side, but can he stay alive? He's now 1 shot. Eco now fighting this player top center. If he can stay alive, he hits the no scope on Lucid through just a few pixels of visibility. Very impressive stuff. We always talk about his teammates as great snipers. Don't forget, this man is absolutely insane with the sniper as well. Tries to throw it off the map, but dies too early to do so. That sniper could go into the hands of OpTic. Looks like it does. Trippy now with that sniper, and it's 4 dead for Space Station, and Trippy's close to pulling this flag.
Trippy with another flag out. That's his 4th or 5th of the match, as he's done a great job providing presence and pressure in the SSG side of the map for OpTic Gaming, as he looks to stay alive now. Flag sitting still as Trippy trades out with Monster. Dead Zone down to 1 HP. OS up in 5. Formal gets another slay. That's going to give numbers advantage here to OpTic Gaming. Is that flag just at about the quarter mark of resetting? Dead Zone picks it up quickly. Is he getting around the corner? Yes, he is. It looks like, as he's going to make it through. Instead, Trippy now with the flag in his hands. 3 go down for OpTic Gaming. Trippy, there's surely no way he scores the last player alive. Recognizing the process he needs to play here, goes for the slay. And talk about a hero moment here for Trippy. scores it with a 1v1 win. Now 2-0 lead here for OpTic Gaming, despite being the last Spartan standing. How many plays have we seen like that from multiple players today, clutching up when it matters most?
Trippy, the primary reason you could argue that OpTic is so far in the lead this game, they're trying to force this game 5. Space Station have to make a miraculous comeback with just 3 minutes on the clock. They've got to really start getting control and do it now. Get that first run home if they're going to try to tie this up and force an OT. But right now, OpTic could honestly just play defense if they wanted to, so long as they can keep Space Station from capping 1 flag, then Space Station doesn't even have the opportunity to activate overtime. Don't expect them to let up, though. This new sniper they know is one of the win conditions for Space Station to get back into this. And I think they're going to try to gatekeep Space Station from getting it as Formal once again with the sniper. He's been the primary sniper today. He's gotten a majority of the snipes, and for good reason. This guy is absolutely insane. Hits the body shot, and they're looking to close this game before regulation.
And this is big for OpTic, just in the sense that it gets their head back in a series where they had been dominated, to the likes of which, again, it's online. We haven't seen before online. OpTic, one of the best online teams, so I don't know if that you can discredit or credit that. Nonetheless, SSG dominating games 2 and 3, but OpTic feel it right back in game 4, setting us up for what would be a pivotal game 5 for the right to compete in the winter final, as Monster looks to potentially grab OS, looking at one final chance. This is probably it. 2 minutes left, down 2. Got to start the scoring here, but Monster goes down instead. So too does Eco, as OpTic Gaming retain numbers advantage and control of the map.
That was an insane win from Formal getting body shot by the sniper, but just re-scoping and 5-shotting Monster in that moment. That was absolutely disgusting. It's going to be good enough, I think, for OpTic to move forward, grab this OS, and really just shut down Space Station's chances to come back into this with just 1:45 on the clock. No, Space Station actually gets the OS, so Stellar sneaks his way in. He knows that they've got to start running this flag now. The only opportunity to get to overtime would be to run a flag now, get it home, and then also pull another flag before time expires. OpTic, though, playing phenomenal defense to stop that from happening.
Yeah, it takes, what, 45 seconds, probably? 30 to 45, probably, to score. So this is looking insurmountable at this point. OpTic Gaming do go 3 down. Dead zone, last player alive. And this is it. This is the final chance for SSG. It is not over just yet. If they can quickly regroup and capture the flag, make it a 2-1 game, and scoot their way back to OpTic Gaming's base, hold your breath, because this one's not over just yet.
Oh my God, Eco with the perfect positioning. Not only does he make sure his flag cap gets home, but he was gonna perhaps be the player on SSG to get the next flag pull, assuming this flag does go home. But it looks like dead zone maybe stops the flag. No, the flag goes home, and Stellar gets a kill. So does Monster. This is not over yet. They got another flag out already, and somehow Monster stays alive with the double melee. That's not a trade, and they could absolutely force overtime here.
It was 1 minute 30 seconds left when SSG pulled flag. They scored at the 45-second mark, meaning they have 45 seconds, just a few seconds of separation, but they're going to quickly score this instead. They put on the afterburners, and SSG, out of nowhere, have tied this game up. 15 seconds left as they've regained all of the momentum in this match. If they win this match, they take the series. Snipes up soon.
That was absolutely unreal. Somehow, several members of Space Station winning their fights without trading out was the difference maker. All of those fights were so pivotal, and suddenly they're in a sudden death overtime. Could this get more insane? I don't think so. Are they going to maintain the momentum into overtime, though? Could they close out the series right here, right now? OpTic have to secure a cap first if they're going to extend the series.
And did OpTic start playing not to lose? You know the saying, you start playing not to lose. Well, more often than not, you lose. Playing maybe a little too defensively. I don't know how SSG were able to tie it 2-0 with 1.5 minutes left. This is reminding me of that comeback they made on Aquarius where they're down 0-3, and they've got another flag out. Stellar with the final snipes in his scope, lands the no-scope on dead zone, and this could just spur the series win. If he lines this one up on Formal, it could be all but over! As Stellar lands the shot, opens up more space for SSG on the map, looking for a thrilling comeback.
OpTic have to be reeling to lose like that. Oh my God, the clutch with 1.5 minutes on the clock. They were down 2-0, Hunter. They didn't even have the flag out with 1.5 minutes, but they get the back-to-back caps, force the OT, and then hit every snipe in OT to win the game. Unreal play out of Space Station.
And Stellar, we called it in real time. He needed to no-scope formal, a medium range, and he does it after hitting the headshot, no less, on dead zone. No-scope cross-map variety, the first one, but it was the second one on formal that sealed the deal as SSG scored 3 caps in a matter of less than 3 minutes after being down 0-2, send it to sudden death, and cause the death of OpTic Gaming in the winner side of this bracket. What an insane series. My God.
Wow. I'm at a loss for words, man. I've already said what I need to say. I mean, let's throw it back. Well, no, we're not going to throw it back to the desk. We've got more action on your screen.
Let's throw it back to more Halo.
Yeah, let's throw it back to more Halo. As we saw, Sentinels took game 1. I think it was 4-2. Our producer did try to put that on the screen briefly just to keep you guys updated with what's going on with this series. I knew this was going to be a difficult one for both of these teams, but it's business with a 5-kill lead into the mid game of Aqua TS here.
All right. What a sequence, man. What a thrilling 5 minutes that was or so as SSG upset OpTic Gaming with their 4th substitute monster. There's no doubting the fact that he is the online killer, or the online OpTic killer monster. That OpTic just can't beat him, as they'll move on to your winner final to take on FaZe Clan for now, looking to see who survives in bracket play. This is a lower bracket matchup here between Sentinels and Business. Sentinels with the 1-0 lead in the series, but Business up 5 in this one, still 22-27.
We saw a massive win in the previous series on this game type, but that was with a 20-kill lead at one point. So we know 4-kill lead doesn't mean much. One overshield could swing the tide back into Sentinel's favor. Falcated going to try to just hold down positioning at the top of the map, make it a little bit more difficult for Business to get out, and all that damage pulls some attention off of Falcated's teammates, also forces Business to relocate. Looks like the pressure is on Falcated. So good with his positioning here, knows that there's not many options for Business to get out of that car side. Sparty hits the flank on the right side, and they've brought this game within 2.
Yeah, it was a difficult sequence there for Falcate. It looked like his aim assist had almost gotten pulled off of his intended target. Despite that, still able to earn the double, as that brings Sentinels right back down by 3. Druck with an important matchup here against Falcate, and Falcate comes off a spawn after that trade, continues to clutch up, and that keeps Sentinels here close, down only 3, as it's been Business up 5 or 6 for the most part of this match.
Looked like Falcated had a strafe that Druck just could not hit in that last fight. Goes to show why Falcated's so strong in his 1v1s. One of the best in the world. Just has a very steady shot, almost reminiscent of like a Defy from back in Halo 2, you know, just known for just hitting 4 shots constantly. When he's got the BR and the Bandit, we saw him with his combination yesterday, just being a force on the map. He's also just very good at this map in general. I mean, this map feels like his comfort zone. This is Falcated's playground. I've seen him absolutely pop off, and if Sentinels can come back into this as they've done so, it's now tied up. Have to imagine Falcated's going to be a big part of this win if they can pull it off.
36 all now, 36-37 as Sentinels are chipping away at this one, but Business are chipping away at Sentinels. 3 go down. Falcated, the last player alive, going to earn some fridge spawns for his crew, it looks like, but Falcated gets caught out and dies. That's going to force split spawns here for Sentinels, and with Druck at the mid-map, with mid-map control for Business, split spawns, potentially. You see 3 together on one side, looks like 1 right, outside right on the generator. That could force some troubles here for Sentinels as they look to push out of their back foot. You can see Sparty there quite literally at the back of the base. How do they play this?
I think both teams are going to slow down at least a little bit here. Druck going to need to clean up these shots. He is able to clean up Boo Boo Doo, but not before taking significant damage. That does make a difference. The efficiency at which you finish a kill matters. It means you're going to enter the next engagement with more shields. Druck unable to finish the kill as quickly as he would have preferred means that he's an easy kill for Sparty. Sparty and the boys are here in the util. This is not a great spot to push out of, though. Small doorways. It's going to be difficult, but they find a way to win. Baiting that doorway, get the melee. Falcated there to finish off the headshot. Lethal here going to try to follow up on damage, but Talik peak shooting with the heat wave and somehow turns 2. How does he get 2 in that situation? He's 1 shot, uses the cover perfectly with the peak shots. It's what makes this guy so dangerous to play against.
Pollock with the great shots, and Manny had his back, keeps both players alive, and that's the difference in the game right now. 43-46 endgame as Business looks to end this one, tie up the series at 1, looking for that game 2 Slayer win. Pollock with the heat wave in his hand, 1 shot left, could cause some crucial damage, and it banks. It ricochets off the wall, hits Falcated, and Tolic cleans it up. Unbelievable sequence there as the lead is now back to 4, 45-49. Business look to close this one out.
Unbelievable stuff here. Business close it out. Needed to tie up the series. They do so. Is looking a little worrisome for them in the mid game, but they ice up and clutch up against honestly a team that's known to be good at this game type. So Business looking strong early here.
Yeah, Business are a team to watch out for. Don't let them fool you. That's Native Gaming season 1. Sand Soul Snipe, and you add Swish, who I think adds a nice complement to that roster, especially in the sense that Swish is known for getting a lot of damage down on the map, causing a lot of chaos working through the middle of the map. That's going to spell trouble for the opposition, and that's going to spell greatness and glory for Tolic. I think Tolic is going to be the best benefactor of this swap Soul Snipe for Swish. Again, you have that Native Gaming Year 1 roster. Only question now is, can Druk compete on LAN? I've been hearing behind the scenes that he will be. So hoping for the best. Really hoping that Druk can come back in season 3. Halo is just it's less of a great product when you have less great players playing. I think that's fair to say. So hoping for the best for Druk. Hoping he gets a chance to compete on LAN in NA next year, and it's looking like it's the case. I'm told a few final decisions and paperwork need to be signed for that to happen, but it's looking about 95% of the way done.
Love to hear that. I mean, all these players, good friends with Druk. I mean, he's been a pillar of the scene for quite a while now through Halo 5 and the beginning of Halo Infinite. His absence has definitely been felt. I have to imagine, though, his competitors are not completely thrilled that he's going to come back, because he is a menace to play against. I mean, you got to be happy for the guy in general, but man, I do not want to find him on the other team in any situation, if I'm being completely honest. But we'll see how this roster fares going into this game 3 and also into the rest of the season. But early eye test says they're going to be a very powerful team to watch out for.
Yeah, big fan of Druk. He's up there with the movement goats, the likes of Descendant for complexity. I think of him probably as one of the slippiest, fastest players in HCS. I think Druk is right there with him, and I think of Druk especially with that grapple hook. One of my favorite players to watch with it. Plays so aggressively and in your face. He's like a bat out of hell without the grapple, but with it, he's like Batman. And I can't wait to see Druk back in the mix in HCS Season 3. Again, hoping for the best, hoping we get to see him live in Arlington here in just a couple weeks, Eli. The preseason's here, man. HCS Season 3 is here. Today and this weekend are the kickoff day. It's your first championship Sunday of 2024 for the HCS, and just very grateful to be by the channel with you guys. I think we saw a level 12 hype train. It didn't stop when the game got reset on Forbidden. The hype train continued on from level 10 to 12 throughout the game and match. I mean, usually you got to see Tool's beautiful face on stream to want to give subs and to support such a handsome, fine gentleman. But there we saw in game the action continuing in the chat, all the support and subs. I see Rowan to Boat with another 8 months, and again, just want to thank the community, because without you guys, we wouldn't be here doing this. No Halo would be broadcasted. Imagine what a dark Sunday it would be if we didn't get to enjoy and witness this Halo together, and that's what we get to do because of y'all support. So thank you to the chat, and thanks to you, Eli. I've had so much fun casting with you, brother.
Absolutely, man. If it wasn't for you, I don't think I would have been able to grow as a caster as much as I have. Finally a bit more comfortable thanks to you, but everybody else that's given me support along the way. But man, going into the in game of this tournament, it looked like our observer was in that lobby waiting for winners finals. But in the meantime, let's keep watching this Sentinels versus Business. Now we get to see this map again. Which one of these teams has a bit more practice? You got to give the edge to Sentinels, right? I mean, these guys have been playing more than any other team, seemingly. The guys on Business have been playing quite a bit as well, though. So which one of these teams is more comfortable on this map, played at a high level? We'll have to see.
Yeah, we're going to see if maybe that office buff comes into play here for Lethal, as he has the flag in his hand, and they are set up well for this run with numbers advantage. 2 down for Business. Falcated 2 times on the overshield. Look at the trickle out here for Business. Like fish in a barrel, all filtering out of the lobby as Swish finds a way out, but not without taking damage. Down to 1 HP is 2. Now 3 players for Business, as this flag will assuredly go in.
Wow.
1-0 Sentinels.
We're going to see this often, man. I'm telling you right now, this game type will have more first minute caps than any other, because if you can get a few dead early, you get that overshield, you get that flag out, it's so difficult to stop the flag. The spawns on this map are designed to be far away from the common routes that you take to run the flag, it doesn't take that long to be out of the sight line of any person coming off spawn, and that's why it seems to be so explosive off the start here.
Yeah, and look at the back of the flag. Off of the flag capture point, that's like 50 meters. Well, I guess 38 to be exact. 40 or so if you extend it out to the back wall. So plenty of opportunity and space to work with here on Forbidden throughout the entirety, wall to wall of the map as Tolic looks to push up off that back wall. Has some shots melee now onto Lethal as he takes him down. 2 down for Sentinels, only 1 for Business. That could change here with this 1v1. Sparty pushes in, takes down Tolic, and just like that, map possession has flipped. Sparty, though, with a chance to pull this flag out, needs to stay alive.
That was such an impressive win for Sparty in that moment. I mean, Tolic was honestly ready to fight him, but he still wins the piv regardless. I mean, that just goes to show the levels to this. I mean, Tolic on any other day could potentially win that, but several go down on the side of Business. They're going to get this flag run down this tunnel side. This has become kind of the safer way to run the flag. Typically, you want a player of your team on that snipe bridge above, which is going to encourage the spawns across the map. And once you get into this tunnel, it's basically a cap. I mean, it's going to be so difficult for members of the other team to extend on the opposite side to stop it. And honestly, the way this plays among the pros, it almost feels like this map should be played with 5 flags. I know people in chat are going to be like, no, that's going to ruin my matchmaking experience, but like it's
not my matchmaking.
It's definitely gonna, it just feels like it, right? Like more often than not, these games are very fast paced.
Very fast-paced indeed, as Sentinels take a quick 2-0 lead. Not even 3 minutes off the clock, so these guys are pacing for about 1.5 minutes per score. As it looks like another flag will go out, but Manny gonna get hands on it once again. This is a flag out for Business now as they look to make it a 1-score game. Still plenty of time left on the clock because of those quick scores from Sentinels, and if Business can get this one in, they're right back in it.
Absolutely right, but Sentinel's going to try to stop it. It's hard to see where that flag is, if there's any players in position to stop it. Looks like Sparty with the sniper. That's never good news for the other team. This man hits more insane snipes than just about anyone in recent memory. This guy's TikToks pop up on my phone all the time, and there's just always some madness going down. Looks like he does get a kill, but his teammates are the ones cleaning up. The rest of the team don't even need him, but they're leaving this spawn side open. Sparty going to try to find a spawn kill. Druck is aware of it, though. He's going to de-scope him, make that a little bit more difficult. And Sparty, with the awareness, knows this player leaks through on the other side. He knows if he takes care of this player, this flag could go all the way home, and they could win this game.
Business previously with their best run of the game, but it stopped short and now turns into a counter cap opportunity here for Sentinels as they look to shut the door on this game 3. Sparty shut the door on 2 members of Business, and that will secure it. Sentinels take the 2-1 series lead after a 3-0 victory on Forbidden.
Once again, add it to the list. Forbidden games ended in less than 7 minutes. Find ourselves another one. Not sure exactly what the timing was. That one felt a little bit longer, perhaps, but regardless, that's a very important match for them to win. Now just needing 1 to close out the series, but have to imagine Business isn't done yet. They absolutely could come back here.
It's about a 4:20 match because I think 10-14 seconds account for the spawn time. So
4.5 minutes. Yeah, never mind.
4.5 minutes or so. My God, sub 6 minutes, sub 5, Eli. Unbelievable. And we had a flag out for, it could have been a 2-1 game at one point. Not to say that it wasn't there wasn't action. There was plenty of it, actually. 4.5 minutes to be exact, as we saw a long Forbidden previously between OpTic and SSG. That one went the distance to overtime sudden death, no less. The longest game we've ever seen on Forbidden. But out of the 5 that we've seen now on stream and casted together, 4 out of those 5 have been less than 5 minutes. So I don't know. I think it leans towards a shorter match. But I don't know, if you get 2 teams that are deadlocked like we saw between SSG and OpTic, it can go the distance. Still early though. Only had a couple of games to cast. We'll get more eyes on it as we continue on here with the open series in the off season and teams get more experience with it.
Taking a look at the bracket here. So the winner of this will face off against OpTic, who just got sent to the lower bracket by Space Station. Team that wins this might have a bit more momentum going into that series. You know, a shaky looking OpTic, but they did lose to one of the best in the tournament, obviously in SSG. These teams definitely going to have to prove themselves if they're going to be a match for OpTic. On the other side of the bracket, I think it was TSS versus Stainers, the match, to see who's going to go against the other loser of the winter semis. But going into recharge here, This definitely going to be a very fast-paced game. I think that both these teams love to control the entire map as much as they can. We're going to see lots and lots of 1v1 fights across the map as they try to spread their resources and control the entire map at the same time.
Hopping on board here with Swish as he looks to push in through the elevator, takes it to the top floor. He looks to start flipping A. This could spell trouble here for Sentinels off the rip. They do get C flipping, so that trip cap not going to be a contention for Business. They will take A and B, though, to start off the scoring.
Early game so important. Who can get early time? So far, it's Business. Forcing the spawns on the C side, that means Sentinels have to know how to play out, but they've proven they know how to play out of that. They've got a process. They've talked about it. They know how to prioritize targets. Business is not making it easy. They're pushing right into C. Don't care if they spawn the opposition behind them. If they can shut these players down, they can capture C for themselves and stifle any momentum that Sentinels tries to build.
Swish and Sparty meeting there in the tower. They once met in the same apartment, living together previously in Tennessee, so you know that they know a thing or two about their tendencies. Is Talik continuing on with the action at top A. Looks to help defend that cap in control here for Business. And that's been their focal point, it looks like. We saw Space Station, play for A and C. Here we see more of that traditional setup from Business, A and B, but quickly flipping in Sentinel's favor, 1 HP, but that player gets taken down, and that should reset things. If not for Lethal, looking to secure it, but he goes down as well to Swish. And Talik now looking to clean up on Needles. Sentinels get wiped just about, and Business looks really strong, but despite almost getting wiped, that last player alive steals A underneath the nose of Business, and it looks like they're going to have to fight to earn it back.
Unbelievable resilience from Sentinels. What looked to be a situation heavily in Business favor, they're able to maintain control and stop the scoring, at least for now. Still fighting over here for the A stronghold. Finally, Business able to shut it down and start scoring some more points, but man, it feels like Business should have a much bigger lead than they have, only up by 30 when they've seemingly been in control of the slaves for the most part.
Yeah, I was shocked there seeing Sentinels get wiped, and then A's flipping. How is that happening? And it's not like they weren't close. They had just wiped in Needles, so you look up to the top and to the right. There's that last player alive, and it's no question as to where he is. You see that icon below your screen. It usually indicates when a player drops into the hill. So surprised as to how Sentinels were able to milk out those 12 seconds, but it's been mostly Business here with 75 and rolling. Control of B and C, but looks like they're not content. They're playing for trip caps here. They're going to push in strong here to A, looking for that opening slate break on Boo Boo Doo Boo.
Boo Boo knows how important it is that he stays alive. Gets some great grenades down, but 2 of his teammates go down, and not at the good time to be in the B stronghold. You definitely want some cover fire when you step into this stronghold. He does get out, stays alive. I think he must be camouflaged. We don't see him on the map here, but Business just going to try to lock this setup down. They know that Sentinels are likely to try to get control of gold so they can get control of B, but it looks like Sentinels, maybe one step ahead, sees how powerful the setup is for Business. Let's just go for C instead, and we'll see if it pays off.
Business are rolling here. 3 go down once again, and I don't think they're going to let Falcated steal anything from him this time, as Business have put together 2 minutes, just about uncontested on the clock, all outside of a almost fluky situation where Sentinels were able to secure scoring in those 12 seconds. It's been all Business. Talik stay alive with the use of that grapple. Critical that he stays alive. Still has 2 shots left in the shock, and for a player like Talik, that's two possible kills that you're working with. As A and B still in favor of Business. Eli, Sentinels have not found a way to push off their back foot from that C location, and they're suffering because of it in the scoreboard. 150 now to 12.
I said earlier that Sentinels knows how to play out of the situation, but Business seemingly just maybe predicting what they're going for and just shutting them down every single step of the way. Looks like Sentinels now losing control of C. Maybe Business opting to rotate, predicting the next movements of Sentinels, and it's really just been the counterplay. At this level, all these teams are pretty aware of the options of the other team, and they do their best to shut it down. Right now, A, the one in favor of Sentinels, and Business are going to hold BC. But if they can secure a couple slays, this B could go in favor of Sentinels, as it does. And how long can they hold on to this, though? It doesn't look like very long.
3 go down. Lethal's the last player alive. He's going to have to find quantum physics, time and space angles to take down the 2 players for Business in the hill, but that's not going to happen as B goes right back to Business. And I'm thinking This is it. This is it right here for Sentinels. And I know in Strongholds you can come right back, but they just haven't shown us enough in this game. They go 3 down once again, getting absolutely pulverized in the slaying department, and it's trickling down into the scoreboard as well. 190 and rolling to a 14, stagnant 14, and A starting to flip in their favor as well. But they finish this one off with a trip cap looking as strong as ever.
The pressure insurmountable. They actually intentionally split spawn. This is what we were used to seeing that native red roster do in Strongholds last season, right? Just playing so fast and aggressive. They let one person spawn on one part of the map, immediately push that player so that his teammates can't spawn with him. They've done that to Sentinels time and time again, and that's why it's been so difficult for Sentinels to get any control. Finally, looks like they're going to accumulate a little bit more time, but the damage has been done. They are down by 175 points. And Manny's looking to go ahead and shut that down early.
Business crossed that 200-point threshold. Sentinels 20-point threshold. It is a tough match here for Sentinels. This is tough to even explain as to how they're just getting absolutely dominated. This is not what we've seen. I feel like we've seen some surprising, uncharacteristic games from OpTic where SSG dominated them, and now Business dominating Sentinels, to which where it doesn't even feel competitive just yet. But for now, Sentinels do have a trip cap. And if they can maintain this would bring them right back. 3 go down for Business. There we go. We're trying to build a case for Sentinels as to how they can come back. A trip cap and 3 down is one recipe for success as Sentinels looks to cross into the 100-point threshold and cut this lead in half. But Business cutting off A and B. Crucial moment in the match right here. Falcon, it has to win this one. But Lethal cleans it up on Truck instead. 3 go down again for Business, and they're now in the blender.
Wow, these games are not over until they're over. Even 249 points, you cannot be comfortable. You can never get lazy in this game mode. Once a team starts rolling and puts you in the spawn blender, it is so hard to get out. At the beginning, it was Business putting Sentinels in the whirlwind, getting spawn killed, but now Sentinels fighting back with some spawn kills of their own, and they've brought themselves past the 100-point mark. And at the earlier stages of this game, it didn't look like they could even get there. Now it looks like it's Business that are 4 dead once again. Trip cap going in favor of Sentinels once again. Lethal also getting the shock rifle, and I think they're intentionally spawning the other team on the A side here. Oh, long haul, actually.
Fortunate long haul spawn. That's not often you hear that on recharges. Lethal earns the double kill to earn the shock and control of B, but that quickly flips after he goes down. Manny now with control of B. The grapple as well, taking a little cheeky positioning on the side here. But his opponent is all on the C side of the map. They have Sentinels pinched back there once again, but they're going off spawn. Where are they going to spawn? Probably on Needles, close to that A location. As they do spawn Needles, quickly rotate into B. Business need just 30 more seconds. But what we've seen from Sentinels makes us think that they could come back in this one. It's not over just yet.
Absolutely, and our picture-in-picture shows that winners finals match is getting close, so that will be our primary match. We'll likely swap over that perhaps after this game here, but we'll have to see. Can Business close this one out? Right now they've got significant control. Sentinels gets the reset on B, but it's A being converted, C being converted by Sentinels. Looks like 2 alive for each team.
Okay.
And Druck's gonna try to convert B here.
Oh, tough spot to stay alive, but he does have the camo to work with. His location not alerted just yet. They know he's in B, but where exactly? Not sure. As Truck is able to stay alive, maintain, and milk a little bit more camo as he gets some early cross shots on 2 players at the tower. That's going to give shield advantage to Business, despite it being even 3v3 in the feed. And Sentinels, they're looking to push through. But damage pre-existing from Druck is going to lead to Sentinels going 3 down. A nice assist pickup there for Druck, but Boo Boo Doo is the last player alive. Regains control of that gold side of the map, and he's now forcing long haul spawns for Sentinels.
The problem is Talik is playing Gatekeeper on B, and if they can stop this push, the game is over, and they do take down enough members. Finally, the game will be over, so Business tie it up. It's going to go to a game 5. What an insane series this is shaping up to be.
All right, here we go. Kicking off your winter finals. We are giving you guys a little LVT red zone today, making sure you guys don't miss any of the action. Getting 3 series in a row, I think, here. Love to see it. Great work by our production team, Louis, 99 Tools. As Renegade looking to put some great work in with that snipe, but goes down to Eco. Winners final is live with the oddball live fire to start things off. Get ready for a marathon.
Frosty with the QT knows it's important he stays alive with this sniper rifle. Gonna go back to safety, but blinks right back into the situation. Knows tower control so imperative. Neither team really getting any oddball control yet. Both teams just kind of fighting for objects on the map that'll help them get in a real setup. Snakebite's got the camouflage. Frosty has the sniper, but they've got 0 seconds to work with. We talk about this. Are these any of these kills mattered so far? I would argue no. You might as well have just started the game a little bit later. This sniper's also almost out of ammo. And it's actually Space Station. Look like they might be pulling the ball away, but no. The player also gets taken down, and neither team is getting anything out of these kills.
It looks like FaZe, they're really overemphasizing slays and map control here. They've got 3 down in back-to-back-to-back instances with no ball time until now. Now they feel like the coast is clear. They just need 3 team wipes on SSG to feel comfortable about it, but we're not going to question it. This is FaZe, the defending champs after all, as Royal 2 rotates it to the scoreboard. 2 go down for FaZe. A little bit of self-inflicted damage. It's just bait for Snakebite. Monster's like, oh, I can clean him up. Just kidding. Snakebite almost turns that unforced error into a positive sequence here for FaZe Clan. But Royal 2 eventually going to go down. Frosty does as well. Numbers edge for neither team. It's a 2v2 for now. 3 now go down for FaZe Clan, as it looks like Eco and SSG should be able to steal this oddball, but not for a pesky Snakebite. But he goes down shortly after.
This is the problem with taking the ball to the A side. I mean, that was probably FaZe's best option in that moment, but if the situation goes against your favor, you kind of give the other team a free hold in A. So looks like Space Station attempting to rotate this to the B side. I agree with this. This is a lot safer than A. They don't want to make the same mistake that FaZe just made, giving a free setup. If the setup is going to be broken, it's going to be with a play ball at the same time. So love to hold the ball at B. Very heads up rotation from Space Station.
Yeah, be almost like a Snipe Tower Jr., I guess, in terms of prioritization on holds for oddball. But with the nest just over here to the left, you can take some of that high ground control. Won't be for SSG taking it just yet. Instead, they're looking to defend the nest bridge from the back of B with Bound. Bound also protecting the push along the pillars, and FaZe are going to have to entirely regroup, rotate to the A side of the map, and go again.
Look at this. Bound knows the spawns are likely to come out on the dummy side. Sees 2 players, gets 1 weak, but he takes a ton of damage himself. These 2 players should be able to take him down, but he uses the repulse, wastes a little bit more of their time. That's going to free up some extra time for the ball carrier. Monster just been phenomenal with his positioning, knows that it's about time to throw the ball off. He sees his teammates facing pressure. He gets back on the map with the melee. It's actually a massive amount of damage right there. That's going to slow Royal 2 down. Royal 2, though, with the repulse, going to be as irritating of a kill as possible to waste the time of Space Station, but FaZe Clan go 3 dead, and Space Station might get some more time here.
Monster with that heads up melee before going down, made Royal 2 go down shortly after, and after all of that, Space Station take a 63-13 lead. Talk about objective efficiency. I believe they're like minus about 1 team wipe edge here for FaZe Clan, so +4, not much. But the efficiency all there for Space Station is they don't need the slays to earn the time, and Snakebite now looking to rotate that oddball. They're playing a little bit more quick to pick up now after SSG take a big lead to start.
Absolutely. Objective efficiency is the name of the game. It does seem like right now the slay disparity actually pretty even. FaZe only 16 seconds. Have to think the beginning of the game was their opportunity to get significant time. That's when they were kind of steamrolling in the kill department. But it's always one member of Space Station, the last one alive, that just makes a play to shut down the whole operation. As we see Stellar, only player over here, is going to get 1 kill and force the QT out of another player. Not sure where that QT went. That player then QT's off the map. It was Royal 2 just doing everything he could to possibly stay alive, but sometimes you forget that portal is hovering over the water. It's not a good time to go back.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players make that play this offseason. It's a smart play to jump off the map and then portal back onto it. But you got to remember that you set that portal point off the map. So that essentially rules the QT null and void at that point. Something to keep an eye on if you're the opposition and you see that portal off the map. Just know that the player no longer has the opportunity to do so, as 3 players go down in total, 2 for SSG, 1 for FaZe Clan. Royal 2 looking to maintain positioning at the back of B. Oddball looks like over there on the A side. Royal 2 looking to push out once again. Stellar, though, stops the push from Frosty. Oddball's actually at the reset point. As we start back over at 0, but the score is not. 89 and rolling. This could be this final stretch run for SSG. Frosty, last player alive, going to need a hero moment to prevent this 1-0 deficit in Game 1.
No, this round is over, and they just have to pick up the objective efficiency. They're not finishing those last kills that matter so much in situations. We're going to swap back over to this game 5 between Business and Sentinels. Ignore the top of the screen. Yeah, that's just a little look at it. Looks like a 1-kill game over there. We're going to try to keep an eye on that for you guys so we don't miss any of the action. Hopping back into the oddball game, though. Looks like Space Station winning the opening engagement and potentially get the first ball hold here.
You go down on each side. Renegade with a snipe.
Oh.
Renegade with a no-scope. Make it a double. Wow, that's a delayed double. Could have had a triple. Might still. Bound goes down to 1 HP. Doesn't get the triple, but does earn the team wipe on SSG. And where's the ball time? This is driving me nuts. This is just like the previous round where FaZe slay out like it's a montage, but they don't have the ball time. Now they play it a little bit quicker, though. We're seeing a little bit of an improvement in that efficiency here to start round 2, Eli.
You could almost see the frustration from Renegade's screen right there. He's like, I'm killing everything. Can one of you guys grab this? And he goes, picks up the ball himself.
I was frustrated.
Brings it to his team, but they get a whopping 8 seconds out of that. Now they're 3 dead, and they have to fight again for map control before they get any more time. It's the tale of the same. The objective efficiency has to step up for FaZe Clan here.
I feel like a matchmaking match where you're just wondering where's the ball time, right? Like, it kind of feels like that a little bit with FaZe's inability to pick up ball, despite the fact that they have the slays to do so. Now it's Monster. You're giving him opportunities in the back of A with the snipe. Doesn't put it to good use. Instead goes down. Whirl 2, Snakebite combined for the double. Make it a triple. 3 go down for SSG, and surely after 4 go down, we'll see some ball time here. Snakebite picks it up.
Don't call me Shirley. But I agree with you. It looks like it's finally time. We're going to get some ball time. Snakebite with the last bullet of the sniper. See if he can actually put it to work here. But yeah, he does. Gets a body shot and finishes the kill. The movement, honestly, from Snakebite is very impressive. The way that he used the slide off the edge of the ledge in the back of Garage to win that 1v1 fight. Continuing to use some slick movement here.
Ends up play there from Eco to rotate and reset that oddball. He was the last player alive for SSG. FaZe Clan had 2 players on B. They could have continued to set up with more time, but Eco with the well-timed play resets things. 18-0.
Snakebite just gonna stay here. Look at that. Uses the movement tech. Oh my god, the mix-up. Love to see this. So if you guys don't know, when you have the portal active, whatever momentum and angle that you're traveling at, when you activate the QT, you will continue that momentum. So he hits the curb slide, knows that the portal is behind that player, maintains the momentum through the portal to get the melee on a player that had repulse, mind you. So had he gone for a melee in a normal fashion, you have to imagine the repulse player would have knocked him back, but using a little bit of slick movement tech, able to come out on top against the repulsor player. Very cool stuff.
New season, new movement tech, and a new strategy here from FaZe Clan as they look much different in Game 2. More the same in the slays department, but the objective efficiency is now matching the slaying proficiency as FaZe starting to run away with it, looking for that 50-second checkpoint. Already crossed the 30 mark. Snakebite cleaning up top mid with the perfect 5 shots on Stellar, as it looks like FaZe Clan will in fact get to that 50-second mark, and they're looking for much more after 3 go down for SSG. Monster last player alive. It looks like he's content to hold top mid, but no, Royal 2 content to take him down instead. Staggered spawns now for SSG, and FaZe Clan reach the first minute uncontested. Frosty going to send more players back to the respawn screen. Back-to-back snipes here, making it double.
Double kill.
As that player has no option left but to disengage or die. They die. Bound goes down. Monster goes down again. This is an absolute blender here. SSG have had 3 opportunities to push off of A, and they haven't broken through. Now two go down for FaZe Clan, but Frosty with the snipe is stopping any potential pressure here from SSG as FaZe need just 15 seconds left to win this round.
Frosty has woken up, and that is bad news for everybody else still in the tournament, because when this man heats up with the sniper, he is unbelievable with it. Able to perfectly predict every single rotation of the other team. You notice how easy all those snipes look for him? Obviously, he's a talented sniper, but the reason they look so easy is because he's more than just a talented sniper. He's predicting exactly what routes his opponents are trying to take, and his reticle is already in position to rip their head off as soon as they round the corner. They are absolutely on fire, perfectly predicting and executing these slays time and time again.
Perfect centering from Frosty and a perfect game plan here in round 2 as FaZe Clan practically skunked SSG, only able to get a measly 5 seconds. And this is where the gears start to turn. FaZe so often pick things up and kick things up as we kick over to our other match here in the lower bracket. Business up 7 here in game 5. Looking to send Sentinels packing a little earlier than they might have anticipated.
Valkated sees this player moving to big door, rotates to try to cut him off, hits the body. He would have loved to hit that headshot though. If he's able to secure a kill, rest of this team could potentially collapse. And look at that, D-scopes at just the wrong time as that player exposed themselves. He knows that Talik is just trying to fish for information. Talik just kind of rotating back and forth, checking different angles, seeing what Sentinels is going for, and it's going to make their defensive effort a lot stronger if they have good information.
A 7-kill lead builds here for Business, but a stalemate ensues as Valkated and Sentinels have possession of what you'd want to come back. You slow the clock down, you have the snipe tower, you have the snipe, but you need to get this opening break slay, ideally in the hands of Valkated with that snipe. Has 3 shots left to work with, and the camo's up soon.
Valkid gonna use the camo as bait, but I think Business know that that is the play. They're not gonna just run straight for it. They're smarter than that. They know that Valkid top tower with the sniper. Huge kill though. Druk does get one before dying, but both teams now feeling like there's a bit more comfortability to move on the map, but still both teams deciding that it's too risky to fully expose themselves to that camo. The Bandit's so strong. If there's just 2 players looking at you when you try to grab it, you're going to die quick. And Swish taking down Sparty is massive. Swish with the flank here takes down 2. Talik's going to be able to grab the camo, and this looks like it's almost over for Business.
This spells trouble for Sentinels. They are down 10 now, 35-45. It was a 7-kill game, and we hopped on board with this match. Game 5 here. Business looking to stand tall on it as they need just 3 more kills. Talik could get it in the form of a triple. He goes down. 2 down here for Sentinels. Make it 3, and this would be it. Need just 1 more as Druk looks to finalize things. Has an opponent weak there on the cuts. Cuts him down for the win. Excuse me, that's 48-49. My screen looked like 48-49. I apologize. It was 46. As Business, though, it's all a technicality at this point. Need just 1 more to win the series.
The positioning not looking good for Sentinels. Lethal does get a kill, but finally, yes. Business gonna move on, and maybe an earlier exit than most would have predicted for Sentinels. I think that leaves them in top 6, if I'm not mistaken, but props to Business for continuing on in the tournament.
All right, here we go. Jumping back on board. We had an even matchup here. Round 1 going to SSG, round 2 going to FaZe convincingly, and in round 3 they start off with more of the same. 3 go down for SSG, a 40-5 lead here for FaZe. As I think that was absolutely, you talk about, well, was it a case of one team playing poorly or the other playing really well? I think that was just a case of FaZe playing poorly in that round 1, not necessarily that SSG had earned it outright, as we saw a lot of inefficiency from FaZe Clan, but they have picked that up in rounds 2 and 3, leading big.
I think you're exactly right, and I think they would say the same thing if you asked them. I can just imagine the comms on their side, because we've all heard their comms enough, but I can just imagine like, bro, we're trolling. What are we doing? Like, they're just gonna hold themselves accountable and fix the mistakes in the moment. So one of the best teams in the world to do that. I mean, it's very easy to get off sync in this game, but as long as your team is self-aware, keep the vibes up, able to hold themselves accountable, make the adjustments necessary, a team like FaZe will be able to bounce right back into it, and that's exactly what they've done.
And FaZe is like that friend you haven't seen for 5 years, and then you see him and pick right back up, right? It's better than ever. It's like no time has passed, as FaZe have plenty of time on the board here. 50-6 continued for them, but 3 go down for FaZe Clan. Now it's SSG's opportunity to strike, but Snakebite, last player alive, looking to make a difference and an impact, but Monster goes down to low HP. Clutches up, though, and takes down Snakebite, and now SSG have a chance with that oddball. Will they rotate it, though? Really precarious spot here on the screen door. You can really only play ball to the center field. Rotate it over here to the green side. You got much more opportunity. Let's see how SSG plays it.
Stellar actually going towards the A side, opened up that spawn point back green. I don't think he realized until now that player was there. That's Renegade. Renegade playing it very sneaky. Oh, sorry, Renegade's... Oh, that was Renegade, but he had the QT portal on the other side of the map. I don't even know how he got there and when he placed this portal, but regardless, he's making a massive impact on this play. Royal 2 wins a pivotal fight, and suddenly FaZe have the ball in this back green location. If they can get a couple more slays, they'll feel comfortable to rack up some more ball time.
Stellar, last player alive. Now Monster, everybody kind of one by one-ing this one. Is Royal 2 with the use of the repulsor, inches out that frag grenade just a little bit further, enough to take down Monster. What an endgame sequence this would be here for FaZe. Space Station just previously cut the lead in half, but FaZe looking to run away with it instead. Royal 2 with one more repulsor. Unable to take down Bound. Stellar on the ace sandbags, has camo, and has all 4 down for FaZe. This looks like SSG's opportunity to hold strong at the Snipe Tower.
Cannot afford to make any mistakes, though, and FaZe, if they know how to do one thing, it's how to close out games in their favor. But Stellar with the camo is going to catch Snakebite off guard here. Monster going to finish that kill with the beatdown. Monster goes down, though, and a great grenade from Royal 2 for the double kill. Bound going to shut him down as well. It's a 2v2 on the map. Bound goes for the sticky, just barely misses that, and all of a sudden this hold doesn't look like it's going to last very long.
SSG do cut that lead in half once again, though. Get even a little bit closer. Now 30 seconds, half a minute. That's all they need to come back in a crucial round 3. Oddball game 1, where you really take... It's not just a 1-0 series lead when Oddball's game 1. It feels like a 1.5 because of the fact that this match lasts, in totality, sometimes the total length of 3 matches. As this one has gone the distance, feels like that. As FaZe Clan Royal 2 hold possession of the Snipe Tower and the Snipe. And they're going to let that Oddball just sit out in center field, but it does reset. It might actually give an advantage to SSG, as it looks like Monster trying to sneak up on it bottom mid, but they don't have quite the slays to feel comfortable pushing that vulnerable spot on the map. Because of it, Monster elects to back up, and now they're working a little bait switch.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Royal 2 lining up the shot. Bound thinking the jump might help him spare his life, but no, the jump made it a little bit easier for Royal 2 to hit that headshot, but that was still a very difficult shot to hit. Nice stuff from Royal 2, but it's still Space Station. Monster, ton of ball time. He's got over 100 seconds this game, by the way. Recognizing his place on this squad right now, just let these guys slay out. They're some of the best slayers to ever do it. So props to Monster, just filling in the roles. Gets the beat down with the oddball as well. Renegade looking a little impatient in that play. Stellar hit the body shot. Still got 1 bullet to work with. If he can get another kill here, Space Station might be able to retake the lead.
SSG, the comeback kids of the Tournament Championship Sunday, clutching up as they take down 3 for FaZe. This reminds me of the Forbidden CTF match where OpTic had a 2-0 lead with 1.5 minutes, but SSG won it. More of the same here as SSG down 50-0 in round 3. Now have a 5-second lead heading into the end of this round and this game. Camo going to be a crucial component as SSG look to lock down the final 10 seconds. How is this happening?
Monster only just now has to drop the ball. He's going to reset it as well. Stellar, I think 1 step ahead, knew that was going to be the play, so he was trying to gatekeep the option to go for the ball. Looks like Snakebite, last player alive for FaZe, gets repulsed despite having camo, and this will probably do the game. Unless Renegade can stop it right here, but Monster says no, shuts him down, and this one's going to go to SSG.
Oh my god, some of the most ice I've ever seen from SSG and their team that usually has a lot of ice. My god, showing even more here today as they come back and steal game 1 from FaZe. Wow.
I had written... go ahead.
Eli, I have to take a quick break because we have not had one, so give me 30 seconds.
I need one too.
Carry this one, and then I'll carry
guys.
it the next 30 seconds. Yeah, give me a quick break, brother. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Yeah, production here, making sure you guys don't miss anything, but man, we need some water, bro. Lend me your energy, chat. But wow, can we talk about that win? What do you guys think about that? Who was the reason they won that game? It's got to be Monster, right? Monster with more than 2 minutes of ball time. Absolutely unreal stuff. We do see a 40 bomb coming out from Stellar and Renegade. Talk about these guys all the time. Zeus says he'll be my water boy. Say less. Going into Streets game 2 here. This is going to be extremely fast paced, guys. Are you guys ready for some insane action? It could slow down though. It could slow down if there's a close score line going into the end game. I expect it to be quite fast throughout this game. Wow, look at this. 3 pushing from Space Station towards the shotgun. Unorthodox opening, but it's going to pay off. Looks like they will win that shotgun control. Do not often see a push like that at the beginning of Streets. It's usually some more presence on the B side. Renegade, though, going to shut it down with the double kill. He's also trying to set up for this camo. Monster going to slow it down. Snakebite still playing for this camouflage. Thinks the player's lurking behind him though. Doesn't find anyone. Finds some shots on Monster, but Stellar sneaks away with the camo. This is looking good early for Space Station.
Ooh, SSG picking right up where they left off. Doubling up on FaZe. 4-8 to start here as Bound has another camo to work with. SSG's control of the camo has been so good throughout this series. Really strong on that live fire match, and they're picking up right where they left off here in game 2. Bound with the shoddy slay on Frosty. Frosty with no idea where Bound was, and it's looking like an efficient use of the camo here from Bound. Look at him rotating back to these PD spawns, but gets caught out by the player on the left. Snakebite going to clean him up with the grenade, and despite all that, still maintaining that 4-kill lead. Our SSG looking great. All right, I think that's Eli's chance to take a quick break as we'll pick things back up. We have been casting for it feels like I think 3 straight hours, so give us a little bit of time as Snakebite with the sticky grenade out. A good job to dish some damage, but he's solo in the red room. Gonna go down as Bound cleans him up. Bound at 6-2, a 3.0 KD to start things off, and they've now extended the lead to 6. Renegade in a crucial fight with Bound. A rivalry that stands the test of time, but Bound stands alive. Gets cleaned up shortly after there by Snakebite. You go down for FaZe Clan, only 1 for SSG, and the lead is still at 6, continuing to find ways to trade out our SSG as FaZe Clan have had no answer for SSG ever since that final round went up 50-0. Ever since, it's been all SSG since. Snakebite, though, earns that first camo for FaZe Clan. Can this tilt the tide in their favor? FaZe needing some part of the sandbox, something to come back in this series, as they're doing just that, not through use directly of the camo, but off screen. 3 players go down for SSG, and it's now a 3-kill lead once again. Snakebite with 5 seconds left on that camo. Does he overextend and rush, try to make value out of those last 5 seconds, or does he sit and wait for some action to come to him? He's going to play it smart, and he exactly plays it so smart. They're rotating around the commando, finds the back of an opponent, but he goes down. My God, Bound is a demon! Unbelievable plays here from Bound. The movement is on point. The shots are too. He was dead to rights, but Bound finds a way to earn the slay. A 4-kill game still. Now 5 as Monster finds the back smack. 20-24 in the mid moments of this match. Bound with the shroud screen, finding more trickery and chicanery to stay alive, but he goes down shortly after as FaZe have started to find their footing. Now down only 3.
I hear chicanery just get used in the broadcast as I put my headphones on. Is this a man Webster himself? Love the vocabulary I'm hearing from my co-caster here, and love what I'm seeing from Space Station to take this 3-kill lead. What I miss, Hunter? What's been going on?
Dude, SSG opened up a big lead. Looked like they carried the momentum over from the previous game, but FaZe Clan, after a camo use, a camo grab, were able to bring it back. Now down only 3, but it was once a 6-kill game. SSG and Eco looking to retain that control on the striker side of the map. Potential Ninja instead just turns into a trade-out scenario. 2 go down for each side, but Frosty goes down after. That's going to retain numbers advantage here for SSG. Royal 2. For the last focus is on the map. The last process to play out for SSG as they take him down, take the stalker rifle to work with as well. And now Stellar to put it to good use.
The survivability from Royal 2 there. He just made himself the most difficult kill. Tons of damage output before finally getting taken down. Stalker trading hands. Looks like it's going to trade once again. Camo not going to be able to be put to work by Bound. Huge pickup from Snakebite. And this is a massive swing position for FaZe Clan. They know the spawners are in PD. They've got great weapons. They're going to go ahead and collapse on both sides. We've got a shotgun repulsor stalker combination. You can't have more items in your pocket than that. Looks like FaZe looking to close out this play, but wow, Space Station playing off their back foot. Absolutely unreal for them to maintain the lead despite being in a very difficult situation.
SSG have found the trades when it matters most, but for now, Frosty finds that stalker rifle, and we know what he can do with it. 2 go down for SSG, 4 up for FaZe Clan. This is going to give them the freedom to move wherever they want on the map. As Bound goes down to low HP, bait and switch here with Monster. Bait and switch here with Royal 2. It's a back and forth bait and switch as 2 players trade out. Royal 2 goes down, so Stellar and SSG will win that trade sequence. No, just kidding. Snakebite comes in and makes sure it's a net even as the scoreboard reflects that. 39-38. FaZe Clan have done a great job to regain the lead, though, inching their way towards a Game 2 victory.
Normally we see this game mode slow down at some point, but it's been non-stop action. It's because every single player that comes off spawn is close enough to a fight to potentially help their teammates. So just feeling obligated to get out. Now finally, where all teams are respawning, we might see it slow down just a little bit, but no, Bound knows there's active damage on the map, finds an angle to shut him down with this camo coming up as well. Action should not slow down. Monster gonna try to make some space in front of the camo. Love this play. Bound somehow sneaking behind on the cafe side, gets that kill, and I think Monster got away with the camo here.
FaZe have the lead, but SSG have had the ice. Will this map flip on its head? World 2 looking to make sure that does not happen as 2 go down for Space Station. Renegade retaining control of that ever-important stalker rifle. Monster looking to push in to C, it looks like, to potentially take that from Renegade, but with support there from Frosty, elects to back up instead. Reset, re-rack. But he pushes down to the trash can. Unbelievable there. Renegade picks that out, reads it like a book, and that'll maintain the lead here by 3 for FaZe Clan, looking to tie this series up 1-1.
Love this process from Snakebite. He had extended to the other side to apply pressure, but as he sees his teammates die, goes back to Renegade just to possibly help him out, stay within his sight line, and wow, FaZe regroup, re-rack, and they get the W. And they really needed that one. After the game 1 loss, you have to imagine if Space Station go up in game 2, they got to win 3 straight, but FaZe icing up in the end, winning game 2, and we've got ourselves a series.
Feels like a heavyweight fight. I got to give credit to Monster playing his role as the substitute 4th. There in that oddball game 1, I don't even think they had a conversation. He's probably like, you know what, guys, I know I'm the 4th, I'm the substitute, I'll grab the ball. And he did so. Here in game 2, really playing his role as the glue support player. 11 assists, nearly double anybody else on his squad. Wasn't enough, though, as Royal 2 and the rest of FaZe Clan have a little bit more teamwork, a little bit more slays, as they take that game to 50-46 as we set our sights on Recharge once again.
Getting this fast-paced game type a lot today. Love to see it. Recharge Strongholds, one of those game types that teams can really run away with, but the momentum can shift in an instant, especially with players of this caliber. I think we might see some long stretches of time for both teams, but we haven't seen one of those blowout games that we're used to seeing on occasion on this map. Sometimes, like, we've seen a fair number of 250-0s in this game mode because that spawn blender is just so powerful. And once teams get better at it, they predict all of your spawn points. They force you to spawn away from your team consistently. That's what makes it those games run away. But between these two heavyweight teams, like you said, I don't know if we're going to see a blowout. I think this is probably going to be a close one, but we'll see long stretches of time for both teams.
All right, here we go. We've had plenty of chances to see Recharge Strongholds here on your stream today, as everybody's going to take a little bit of VOD review. This one's going to be King of the Hill instead, though, excuse me, as Frosty loads up with some frag grenades, looking to shoot down the sticky side of C, takes down Eco. Player on the stacks there, but based on the way he was moving, I almost wonder if we're going to have a reset. Yeah, we do. Okay. Going to have a reset. Looks like somebody lagged out there for SSG, as we do, in fact, see, I think it was Eco take a trip. No, Bound actually take a trip to PC Purgatory, as we'll have another reset here. A great series, though, so far. 1-1 in your winter final.
Just going to make it a little bit more dramatic for you guys, okay? I know you guys want to watch the game, but we got to build the suspension. I mean, that game just started too fast, you know? We got to slow it down a little bit. Keep you on the edge of your seats. This time it wasn't Monster crashing. That's good. It's Bound. Hopefully his PC gets back up and running, but yeah, we've been going non-stop for a bit now. Maybe we'll throw it to the desk here, see if they have anything to say about it.
All right, here we go for real this time. Recharge King of the Hill, your winner finals between FaZe and SSG. FaZe returning as the defending world champs. SSG, one of the top contenders in HCS, not able to play with their hotshot pickup in the offseason, though. That's Legend, a top 5 player in Halo. Got to make his trip across the pond to physically be in North America to compete in these open series, as they are region locked. And the reasons why, if you're tuning in today, I've seen a lot of questions in chat. Wait, where's Legend? He's still in EU for now. We'll be in NA next week, competing with a full team of 4 is SSG, but God, they look just as strong as if it was a full team of 4. They've had no deficiencies, Eli, despite the fact that they've got a substitute. We talked about it all the time. The Monster, one of the best online Halo players of all time, filling in quite well for SSG as 2 go down off the rip for each squad. Monster looking to stay alive, but he goes down to the hands of Frosty as Stellar gets possession of the snipe.
Monster, the hired gun, going to work right away, always able to just fill in what a team needs in the moment. Very high Halo IQ, absolutely. Stellar with the shock rifle, though. High talent. It's exactly what you want to see if you're a Space Station fan, is when Stellar gets the gun. But guess what? It's going to trade hands for the FaZe Clans fans to see Renegade, who we saw hit some unbelievable shots over the offseason. I mean, this guy in the 2v2s especially was just world starring people, let's be honest. So now he's going to try to put it to work against the likes of Space Station, and looks like that was the source of the reset, by the way. We were on the wrong game type, so glad to see we're on this new version of King of the Hill. When it's at the batteries here, this A side of the map so important, and it looks like FaZe Clan know that, and that's why Renegade is choosing to stay here.
FaZe Clan with the opening break win to the 75-80% mark now, and with 4 going down for SSG, they're going to GG, go next, as FaZe will actually get the early rotation to this next hill, most likely, because of the team wipe for SSG. A little bit more time left to secure, as FaZe do in fact get it. SSG fortunate to spawn on the C side with the hill over on the White Hall.
Monster going to try to play his life eco there to try to cover him. Looks like Monster is ultimately taken down by Snakebite. Frosty down to no shield. It's going to slow him down quite a bit. Unable to go try to win the fight at the C side. He's going to just try to hold down this part of the map, deny access to that next camo that's coming up. Knows a player is lurking underneath him thanks to the callouts from his teammates. After that player goes down, Frosty's going to check if the shock rifle's available. Probably disappointed that it's not. Saw this man doing unthinkable things with the shock on his stream just a couple nights ago, and wants to do more, but for now he's going to have to stick with the Bandit Evo and the grapple. He's going to use it to reposition, gets the killing spree. He's been a big reason why Space Station are struggling early here.
Yeah, always impressive when a team is able to score first in King of the Hill, and then they get that early scoring on the next. Usually that goes to the team that got scored again. Instead, SSG, despite the spawns on the C platform right next to this White Hall, FaZe have regained control of the map and this hill, but Frosty and Renegade go down for now. Royal 2 with a ninja double kill. I'm going to call it, despite the medal not going out across your screen. And he's the last player alive. Look at Stellar taking some pop shots at him, trying to potentially use the intel and the communication that Royal 2 is on the stacks. Fires a blind shot at it, and they are able to take down Royal 2. A pesky play there from Royal 2, but Space Station handle it and are now on the hill.
Oh my God, Stellar just sniping from the hill. The confidence on this man. He's like, yeah, I can multitask. I can be the sniper and the sniper and the hill guy at the same time, and we see why. This is actually a great gun to play defense with when you think about it. Just completely delete the first player that enters. And he's gonna get another as Renegade tries to go, and he's still got a shot to work with. Hits Snakebite with the body shot. Gun doesn't do as much damage with the body shot, but wow, Stellar has made a massive difference in his second hill, and they're gonna get this cap.
Yeah, you line up the reticle down the White Hall. There's not much variance in where the reticle's got to go, as Stellar puts that to good use with the shot. Gets SSG to the 99th percentile. But FaZe Clan are in the hill. Renegade's defending it now. Monster gets a slay, but Bound goes down too as well. Renegade does a good job to make sure he doesn't throw himself off the map, but in a 1v2, low ground. His toes dip into the water. Almost had one of those Uno reversal plays with the grapple hook. Instead, Renegade goes down, and SSG still here at hill number 2 and tie up this match.
For a moment, I thought I spoke too soon. I said they're going to get this point, but FaZe did not make it easy to secure in the long run. Frosty gets the next camo, and this is going to be a great tool for them to try to get control of A. It's so important to get the elevator control early. Guarantee your team those spawns, but right now it's Space Station spawning in the elevator. You're going to have to clear out that space. Eco Gonna take down Frosty. That's a big kill right now. Take down the Camo player, and he gets another one with the perfect shots on Royal 2 despite being weak. And that's a massive double kill right now. This is gonna bode very well for the rest of this hill since they have some early control of this A side.
Eco looking to lock down that A side of the map. Renegade gets the opening break slay though on bound, so that's going to give FaZe Clan the chance to push through. They do in fact to the A side of the map, but Eco with 3 shots out of that DMR and a melee takes down one. Thought he had a sticky there. It actually lands on the player's suit. There's the sticky grenades. He does in fact, despite the error in play, regroups, regains, gets the trade sticky, and things will stand even for now. 1-1 in the match, but SSG, after that great heads-up play, trade, squeak out the edge on hill number 3.
I mean, let's be honest. We've all been there, right? You think you got the stickies equipped, but you got the frags instead, and your heart sinks when the frag sticks to their suit a little bit. But how often do you actually get the stick afterwards, though? So props to Eco for keeping his composure and still landing the sticky after the frag goes out first. It's definitely massive, but not massive enough as Royal 2 has the sniper at the top of A. He's going to use the grapple to be tricky with his move and make himself such a difficult kill, using this cover almost perfectly. Tries to get another shot in Monster just to make the next fight easier for Renegade. Ultimately, it's Space Station that cleans things up, though. They're going to almost get more hill time, but wow, Snakebite coming out spawn with a perfect grenade, also shutting down Space Station. That's going to slow them down as well, and both these teams just masters of wasting the other team's time, and it's really made every single one of these hills so interesting.
SSG looking to secure the final seconds, but FaZe are pushing through, but FaZe go 3 down. And I believe one of the members of FaZe had camo, but it's not going to matter. Eco steals hill number 3 for a 2-1 lead for SSG, and the objective efficiency has just been all there for SSG. They seem to milk out the most time. They seem to reset hills that should go in FaZe's favor. Instead, Renegade is the last player alive. He's going to go back to the respawn screen, and after previously scoring on the Needle side, SSG are going to start the early scoring on the C platform as well, looking in the driver's seat for a Game 3 win.
If this hill goes in favor of Space Station, it's going to be a massive uphill battle for FaZe. FaZe is going to have to put everything into this next play to try to win control. They know the stakes that are at hand here. It's such a pivotal hill. When you go down by 2 on recharge, it's very easy for the other team to just play time, especially when the next hills are bottom, middle, and the batteries. With less than 2 minutes on the clock, you can almost guarantee Space Station will elect to play for time. But this fight is not yet over for the Seaside Hill.
And this 4th hill is the most pivotal one of the game. When it's 1-2 or 2-1, it's either going to be a tie game or a 2-hill separation game here for SSG. And that is quite the swing. And with a minute and a half left, Eli, this is looking like a must-win hill for FaZe as Eco looks to defend it on the sneaky side. Not very sneaky as the nades rolling out, take down some of his shields, but they take down 2 members of FaZe. And it looks like for now, Space Station are content to play for slays, play to dwindle down that regulation clock as it quickly approaches the 60-second mark.
Eco so disciplined, understanding how important it is for him to just survive on this part of the map. Tries to deny access to FaZe, but the sneaky play from Snakebite slithers his way through the blue pipes unseen, comes back to bite them in the back. And now this is looking pretty good for FaZe Clan. Spawners coming off in A. I think a member of FaZe might be at the glass here, which is going to make it even harder. Yes, Royal 2 with the triple kill from glass with the shock rifle. They're going to continually spawn Space Station bottom A, and one more round of slays, and this one goes to FaZe Clan.
Royal 2 with that centering lined up, making for easier headshots, but that player there, Stellar, does a good job to slide through, makes it a more difficult process for Royal 2 and the rest of FaZe, but Renegade cleans up on it, picks up 2. Frosty needs to pick up 2, though, as he goes down. Numbers here for SSG. FaZe need only a second to secure it. Snakebite looking to get back up to that C platform. SSG are in the hill. Snakebite could sneak it away, but Eco finds the slay. Cross map. Renegade now pushing up on the bridge. This one's close. Renegade for the win. No, he goes down to Eco. Eco with the piv win. Time after time, it feels like Eco's winning his pivs, and that's crucial here for SSG as they need just 45 seconds left to hold, or 5 seconds left to make it that 2-kill game. And that would about all be over for FaZe. Instead, they do. SSG does steal it, and they take the 3-1 lead. This is looking all but over, if not for the most objectively efficient game we've ever seen from FaZe here. 40 seconds left, down 2.
This is gonna be basically impossible. I will eat my microphone if FaZe find a way to win this game. It's just so hard to cap these next 2 hills. I mean, it's bottom mid and then batteries. So Space Station just gonna play defense here and try to move on to this game 4. And this will be, I mean, the last game that FaZe lost was the first game that they lost in this entire tournament. Space Station gonna win 2 now, and suddenly Goliath can actually bleed. Will they be able to take down FaZe even with a substitute? That would be absolutely unreasonable.
Well, we talked about Monster being the OpTic killer online, and I feel like the FaZe killer here as well. And again, I gotta point out the impressive performance from Monster as they take game 3, a 2-1 series lead. Look at the assist count. Once again, yeah, same page, Eli. 18 assists. That's 2 games back-to-back, 2 wins back-to-back for SSG, where Monster's had nearly double the assists of his teammates and certainly the opposition, as Monster has filled in that substitute role better than I imagine anybody else could.
Very impressive, man. He's just laying down damage. It also means that before he dies, he's able to get enough damage on the player that's either killing him or one of the other players. And he's calling them out, so giving good communication so his teammates know where to look to finish the kills that he starts. So massive game out of Monster, but man, Royal 2 really trying to change the tide with that shock rifle, ends up getting taken down because of a good push, but it was time and time again Eco in the perfect spot to shut down the play that FaZe was going for. Just holding down a part of the map that's so important, maybe encouraging the game to spawn his teammates near the hill. I honestly feel like the MVP of that game for sure was Eco.
Absolutely. I think the crucial battles that needed to be won were won by Eco, and now SSG are 1 game away from a grand finals appearance. FaZe in full form, OpTic in full form, SSG with a substitute, but they're looking like the main character in this tournament, as that would be one hell of a run to the grand finals from the winner's side, no less. So you take that token in your back pocket in case the bracket does get reset later tonight. With Active and Why Not on the mic. Can't wait for that grand finals, but first we got to see who's going to make it there from the winner's side. Can FaZe come back in this series, or will SSG secure it with the ice like we've seen all day from them? As we kick things off, hopping on board here with Monster.
The beginning of this is going to be so important. Who's going to come out on top? It's FaZe with a clean 4 dead. Instantly, they get rewarded with the shock rifle, the camouflage, and the heads up to predict and force the spawns on the blue side. This was the recipe for disaster when it came to FaZe versus OpTic. FaZe absolutely ran away with it in this exact situation. Will they be able to hold on, or will Space Station find a way out of the blender early? And they do. They get the shut down on the most important player on the map, guy with camo and sniper rifle. And with that more freedom to move on the map, they could absolutely play back and get control for themselves.
Monster with the prediction of the day as he predicts where Frosty, the camo player no less, had disengaged to, and that opening break slay fragged from Monster ends up in an all-four down here for FaZe Clan. They start off 50-0 with the trip cap, but again, that opening break, smart heads-up play there from Monster, has SSG right back in it with a trip cap of their own.
This is going to be the tale of who can hold on to the trip cap better. Right now, both teams playing out of spawn extremely impressively, to be honest. I mean, this is one of the hardest game modes to come off spawn and get back control of the map, but both teams showing a lot of fight and actually swapping control back and forth despite what looked like strong setup potential for the other team.
Absolutely, but FaZe have done enough to regain control of A and C, and now Snakebite with 1 HP and 1 additional teammate there, Renegade, to help support that B capture. Will do just that, and they're going to give Space Station A, but oh my god, they're flipping B and C. They're not going to get A. Royal 2 takes down that opponent at A. And things are a little all over the place here. You can see Snakebite going into A, but realizes he's got to turn back and look left to C, and now C spawns here for SSG. They did a great job to work themselves out of that back A wall spawn.
Frosty with this camo so imperative on this map in general. There's just so many sneaky routes you can take. As you can see, Frosty catching Stellar off guard, but Stellar able to escape with his life, at least for now. He's going to actually come back and shut that player down. And Stellar's continuing to roll with a double kill. And look at him. He's just trying to move around the map, hold these high ground positions, get some early information. Here's this player's one shot. That's why he's chasing him down a little bit here. He says, you know what, I'm actually pretty close to A, might as well grab it. Gonna go try to fight. Royal 2 wins the pivotal fight against Royal 2. If Royal 2 wins that fight, this next play, this whole game could have turned on its head, but that win keeps Space Station firmly in control.
Stellar wins that 1v1, and despite capturing A previously, FaZe are going to get those A spawns. Frosty in the rear, looking to push up and support Snakebite in the hill. As they do capture A, now looking for B, looking to play their process and push on through off their back foot now. Almost feels a little unforced, though, because of, again, giving the C flip to SSG, but now Royal 2 occupies that same space with the snipe in his hands. Perfect shots. And that's going to give that capture control point back to FaZe. B and C in their favor. So too is the lead. Doubled up here on SSG. 110 and rolling to 49.
Look at this. They're going to try to force the blue spawns. Maybe not enough map presence to fully predict the exact location of spawns. When there's only 2 players on your team still alive, it's a little bit harder to predict spawns. These guys still able to hold the right parts of the map to move the spawns where they want them to be. Royal 2 is just going to play gatekeeper over here. This C side, kind of the most important hold in my opinion. If you can lock down this half of the map, it's very difficult for the other team to play out and get control of B or C. But right now, it looks like Space Station did find an opening through the middle of the map, but it's not a big enough opening. Royal 2 is going to stop that short, also reset the stronghold. Now a few kills go in the favor of Space Station, but they really want to get control of the C side after they get the next round of slays.
Been Frosty with the camo, but now it's Eco instead. And can he make another clutch play to swing the tides in SSG's favor? As the capture points are A, B, and C going in their control. FaZe loses Royal 2, and SSG do in fact capture all 3, and gonna give FaZe Clan those back A spawns once again. Bound at the back of A, looking to just stay alive. And Monster, he's content. He's got a lawn chair out and a drink in under the other hand, as he's just hanging out at the top of tower. Bound with a slay on Royal 2, Stellar with a slay on Snakebite, and now SSG are starting to roll, coming right back in this one. They might even just regain the lead. A staggered spawn out for Renegade there as he spawns way outside of where Royal 2 and Snakebite are, even Frosty to a degree. And then Royal 2 gets back in the blender. He goes down. SSG could very well regain the lead right here.
Look at this. Snakebite knows that he can't move yet. Wow, I'm actually a little surprised to see him reveal his location there. Thought he might have waited a little bit longer before going for the lift. Lift makes a lot of noise, but he's hitting some fantastic shots on Monster, making his life very difficult. Monster going to have to find a way to survive here. Does a good job to dodge these grenades, but pressure is mounting. He's really just, as long as he stays alive, it's very difficult for FaZe to do much about it. They cannot comfortably move around the map until he's taken down, and he's not taken down at all. It's going to help Bound get this kill, and the trip cap is still rolling for Space Station.
Monster, previously the support player in the OBJ on SSG, is the fill-in fourth, but now he's the main slayer, the main character. 13, 4, and 7, locking down this ever-important C side of the map. This has been a couple minutes of continuous life force here from Monster, where he has just dominated the tower. Now he's looking to push out and clean up a few weak members for FaZe. Gets the melee on Frosty. 3 go down for FaZe, and SSG with 225 on the board aren't going to extend into A. Instead, they're going to force that spawn trap for FaZe Clan. Monster with a chance to spawn snipe these opponents. Gets the perfect shot there on Snakebite, and this could shut the door on FaZe as Monster lands the double kill. Camo's up, but it's not even going to matter. This should do it for SSG. Monster locking down the series potentially as he does with another snipe. In the waning moments, HUD disappears, and so too does FaZe Clan from the winner's bracket as SSG will move on to your grand final.
What an impressive sequence out of Chance Monster Duncan at the end of that game. And then the nail in the coffin, like, yeah, the game over screen, but I'm going to snipe you again, just so you have that in your head once we get into grand finals later. But congrats to SSG for winning the winner's bracket. They take that token with them into the grand finals, meaning that whoever faces off against them have to win 2 series to stop them from winning this tournament. But man, they are looking so powerful to take down the world champions in dominant fashion. They're looking very strong.
There has been so much anticipation to see the big 3 play here in HCS competition. We haven't had a chance to see OpTic, FaZe, or SSG since October. That's a long time. That's like half a year. I feel like where's my big 3 been? Well, they have returned with quite a vengeance and a lot of glory, as they have looked incredibly strong here. FaZe, SSG, and OpTic all providing some incredible content and series, but SSG get the better of OpTic, get the better of FaZe Clan. As we send things back to the desk, that'll do it for Eli and us. You got Active and Why Not on the other side, as we send it back to the desk with Aliak and Tools.
What an incredible few series. We watched a few games in the last like an hour. That was a lot to take in. That was a lot. SSG, incredible games coming from them, and just sending both OpTic and both former world champions to the lower bracket.
Yeah, honestly, phenomenal performances from Space Station thus far. To come back in that flag game against OpTic to start this whole train that they've been on was something special to witness, right? Only a minute and 30 seconds left, down 0-2 in a game of Forbidden Flag. I think they almost made every single person watching a Forbidden Flag fan. You know what I'm saying? They were like, all of a sudden, it's been... Everyone's like, that. Did you see that Forbidden game? Did you see that? Did you see that? The discourse has been insane. Space Station's been playing extremely well, and I think they solidify themselves as the best team here today in that last game against FaZe Clan. I mean, that Strongholds where they just were relentless, never giving up. Monster's been filling in quite well for the roster. Honestly, this Space Station team, they're being disruptive, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. That's why they went and made the changes that they did this season. And already, before Legends even on the roster, they've disrupted what everyone thought was going to happen in this tournament.
I'm just recalling that live fire King of the Hill match in round 1, SSG versus OpTic, where it was a pretty neck-to-neck match, but then that last hill at the end that SSG lost, first of all, I still need to go back and see how that even happened. A lot of us were just like, what? How was that possible? I feel like SSG after that kind of like got angry. They woke up and they just took everybody by storm.
It's fun. It's crazy to think about how close Space Station was to winning that first game, right? On paper, like when you looked at the stats and how close they were, you would think that was going to be a 3-0 in Space Station. It very much could have been, but OpTic Gaming put together a great effort to come back and win that game 1, and you thought that was going to change the entire tide of the series, but like you said, it almost feels like you anger Space Station Gaming when you win a game that you're not supposed to. A lot of teams get frustrated, they start playing worse after that first game. But Aliak, remember like what happened at the start of that game too? It was like the angriest I've ever seen Space Station Gaming.
That was a super strong start. It was a 9-0 start in the first few seconds of the game. They were definitely angry, and then after that we had a little bit of a technical difficulties. They did not lose. I don't know. I was worried that they would lose that momentum, and they were able to stay resilient and that was an amazing series.
Well, look at this already. We're into our next series. OpTic Gaming going up against Business right now. You can see OpTic won the first game in the series. On to the Slayer, and Formal is popping heads off. 2 more coming into frame. You better not push. That's right. Give them the respect. Exactly what those headshots do. Business had no business pushing Formal, and Formal is still finding kill after kill. A great start for the GOAT of console FPS.
I mean, we're talking about the world champions, and they want to go back to the grand final. They don't want to be in bottom bracket. They want to make it to the grand finals to go rematch SSG. I'm sure that's what they're looking for right now. So OpTic's probably very they're looking for that rematch. Maybe they're angry, a little angry too.
Honestly, he's just not missing. He's just not missing, Aliak.
All right, guys, we're gonna say hello to Tony, and who do we have as second caster? We got Tony and Active. Active, I did not forget about you. I promise I did not. They're gonna take over this game, so enjoy.
Dude, what is going on here, Active? First, Ali won't talk to me yesterday. Now she's forgetting who you are.
Dude, I don't know.
I am hurt right now. I thought we were cool, Ali. We had the whole moment, Boricua and everything, fresh out of Port. You know what? Enough of that.
It is what it is.
It's time for business here. It's time for business going up against OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming up 1-0 in the series here in your elimination quarterfinals. One of these two juggernauts, looking forward to that native roster plus Swish, and OpTic Gaming runner-up at your World Championships will be going home a bit earlier than expected.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, it's going to be an interesting one because I feel like OpTic really hasn't gotten into their flow yet. You know, with Penguin being added, even as the third or fourth player, just a one player removed, it's still going to be a bit difficult to get that chemistry right for Penguin to find his spot on this team. And you know what? There's still a championship roster, regardless of the adaptation that they have to have in this game, in this tournament. That as we start HCS Season 3, it might take some time, but we know OpTic is capable of it.
And on the other side of things, you gotta understand that business have been flying a bit under the radar, and really nobody's doubting the skill that business come with. I mean, we know what Swish brings to the table, captain of that G1 roster, and has been for a little while now, including last year. We know what 3/4 of Native Red have done, especially in the clutch time in these world championships. But I feel like they've been flying under the radar, less about their skill and more about we need to know if Druck is gonna make it to land. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I've been hearing some good things, Tim. I'm not gonna talk now. I'm not gonna talk.
Yeah, honestly, that was kind of my question when we saw this business roster is, you know, is Druck all set? Is he going to be able to compete next season? Obviously, you know, having a season off, and I'm sure it definitely affected his mental, but I mean, this squad of business is incredible. With the addition of Swish, I feel like they could be a contending squad for that top 6, and honestly, maybe even further. But you know, Swish as an addition, I've been watching this squad since I started casting. I talk about that all the time. They're definitely really solid, and you can see right here, only within 5 of this world championship OpTic Gaming roster, of course, with the addition of Dead Zone, 27-22.
As right now, Talek with that sniper and over toward the strong side of the map. He wants to get it up toward the top tower, but it looks like OpTic are building a wall, trying to block this line of sight and trying to keep him out, but nothing apparently can deny Talek from bringing that sniper toward the tower side and getting value out of it. The quick scope connects already. Meanwhile, off the screen, Lucy gets himself a kill. Druck answers with a double kill of his own, and with that business, bring them within 1. 4 down, go OpTic wall. The green wall, it might be a little weak, a little shaky at the moment.
Yeah, that 4 down was only traded for 1 death on the side of business at the time as well. So 29-31, OpTic Gaming still barely hold on to this lead, but a massive job by business again to make sure to get those very clean kills. Very important in a Slayer, and also very important when you're down 1-0 in the series.
Talek still having a standout game though. 8 kills for his name already, 2 assists. However, you're dealing with Dead Zone. It's gonna get the best of you every single time. Swish comes in quick with the cleanup, and Trippy camouflage gets the perfect kill, but goes down himself. It is back and forth action here over towards the mid map, and somehow throughout all the chaos, Lucid emerges with the sniper.
Yeah, Lucy with a sniper is a dangerous thing, right? We've seen what he's capable of with this snipe, and you know, something with Lucid is, you know, he will take a full advantage of any thing he gets on the map, you know, repulse, equipment, weapons, anything like that. You will see that he will take full advantage of it and get the full value out of it. And you can see that value has now turned into 3 kills for the side of OpTic Gaming, a 3-kill lead.
Doesn't matter what part of the sandbox Lucid has, he is dangerous. I think I saw him throwing rocks at the enemy at some point when he runs out of ammo. As we see back-to-back kills now in go in favor of OpTic Gaming. Trippy coming out of nowhere, getting himself the kill. Looks like a 40-36 run here for OpTic, as Lucid looking for the spawners.
Absolutely incredible job by OpTic here. They bring it within 2 now, though, does the business. So they're obviously doing a good job of keeping this game very close. And that's all you have to do. With Druck being top tower with a snipe, he can do a ton of damage right now. They just got to slow down the game.
Sniper in the hands of Druck. Just barely missing on the first 2 shots. Just a warning shot being fired to OpTic, letting him know that the 50 is being held here by business. And Formal gets into the line of sight of Druck, but Druck not able to find the angle he's looking for. Shoulder shot puts him down to 1 shot. Teammate coming in quick with the cleanup. Business, they're simply not out of it just yet. They are fighting tooth and nail to take this game 2.
Yeah, Tony, the game is in Druck's hands right now. He has the opportunity to bring this back and, of course, tie this series up. He's going to push up aggressively here. You know that when you don't get that value on the top of tower, you're not able to do any damage, you're not able to get any kills. You have to reroute with this power weapon so you can try and catch someone off guard. That first kill matters so much.
2 more members of OpTic Gaming over toward the camouflage side. We're seeing both teams start to rotate there, and the first kill favors OpTic Gaming as Dead Zone takes down Manny, but Druck does answer back. Lucy gets a kill of his own. 3 members of OpTic start to push forward, but Druck hits a clutch snipe to shut them down. Formal gets lined up and tapered, faded out as he goes for the active camouflage, but ends up going down. No burn. OpTic get the kill that matters most, and now the camouflage is just there, and double kill by Dead Zone. It looks like OpTic have an opportunity to close it out, even behind the triple from Druck.
Yeah, that triple from Druck looked like a nail in the coffin, but OpTic Gaming bring it back and do an incredible job of that. It's going to be 49-45, but there it is. OpTic Gaming take game number 2 and now lead the series 2-0.
Oh. Active, I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought that triple was about to lead to something special with Druck. Not only getting the triple kill, but also diving right on that active camouflage. And who knows if he was able to get away with it, what chaos he would have been able to cause there. Welcome back, Druck. Let me tell you, the HCS missed you kindly, and your 13 kills going along with 10 assists, and a great accuracy being fired by everybody across the board. Formal almost shooting in the 80 percentile. And 4 Ks for not only 3 members of business, but also 2 of the winning team, OpTic Gaming, up 2-0 in the series.
All right, so let's watch this play real quick, right? He gets that first kill on the Dead Zone. Obviously, he's got position on that camo, gets the beautiful quick scope on Elusive, and you can see he wants to push up and get this, and he does. He gets the triple kill. When you're in the moment like this, you want to hit this next shot, right? It's not about getting a clip. It's about carrying the game. Right now, 1 of your teammates are dead. The other 2 just came off a spawn. You don't really have the numbers on the 50% portion of the map, so you have to go for that. But obviously, in hindsight, we say, okay, maybe you should sit back a bit. He goes for that. He takes the chance. He takes the risk. It doesn't pay off this time.
Double kill.
Speaking of hindsight, what was Formal trying to go in for like the repost jump to go forward and accidentally like went up in the sky? Like, I'm starting to wonder now that we watched that like in slow-mo, watch that in reverse. What possessed Formal to just like shoot up into the sky with the repost? We're about to see it right now. So the double was, oh, that was beautiful. That double kill was nasty. And then I'm over here like, okay, so Formal goes in and, hey buddy, what's up? What you doing up there? What goes up must come down, I guess. Like, what was the game plan there? Was he trying to just get closer to the camouflage by using the repulse, or was he just trying to style on them a little bit? Maybe wanted a better angle on live fire?
I mean, for me, he might have missed the repulse a little bit, but what I was thinking he was going to do is repulse on top of the camo, grab it, and then quick drop off the camo platform. That's what maybe that's what I thought he was doing. Obviously, we don't know. We're not in his head, but that's what I would assume, right? You repulse from the air. You kind of block that line of sight from, you know, if the players on back C tower or on C plat, and then you land on camo, and then you quick drop off of it. Obviously, for those of you guys that know the movement mechanics, quick dropping is when you hold crouch as you're falling off a ledge and you fall a lot quicker. So that could potentially be it, but I'm not exactly sure. At the end of the day, you never go airborne versus a sniper, whether it's a sniper on controller or mouse and keyboard. You never go airborne like that because your trajectory is just very easy to predict. So unfortunately, it ends up working out anyway. OpTic take game 2. Tony, now we go to the game 3.
You never go airborne against a sniper unless your name is Formal and unless you have a teammate like Dead Zone that's willing to pick up on the damage and make a play to close it out. A little lengthy, but that's the rule. That's the title to this tweet. Going into Solitude, potentially the final game that we're going to see of this series, OpTic looking to close it out with a 3-0 sweep of business, have shown us time and time again that they are willing to go toe-to-toe with OpTic. They've had plenty of battles in their day, especially the threesome of Taulik, Druck, and Manny. This is just one more battle, and we're taking one game at a time.
Yeah, honestly, I really like, that OpTic is getting more time together. Like I said, it's going to be a little bit of a work in progress. This team will end up in that top 3 conversation, of course, I would say even after the first event. They just need those reps together. You talked about it yesterday, Trippy and Dead Zone being best friends. A lot of these players playing together in the past, so it's not going to take a lot of time, but every match they get in this tournament is just another rep, and reps are what's going to get you better.
Trippy's best friend here, and you know, my best friend is here as well. You know who that is?
Who is it?
Master Chief. Camouflage in the hands of Trippy at the moment. Already starting the game 2-1. That's an assist for him. Working onto Druck with the thrust, but Druck apparently refuses to go down. So do two members of business. OpTic wasting no time whatsoever to get some progression on this hill that business already had a slight advantage on.
Yeah, that 2 dead is going to give OpTic a little bit more time here as well. A massive win by Swish, and you know, that's something we see often by him. He has a great shot, but winning a lot of individual pivs. That piv is going to give him that LR control, but unfortunately, it's not going to give him any time on this hill as OpTic continue to milk just a bit. Taking off Manny from that top snipe is going to allow a little bit of an opening here, and you see right away, 3 dead for business.
Desmond doing a great job of angling out the opposition. The moment that business go 3 down is the moment he hops right in that hill. The pings are going down. He knows where business are coming from. The problem is there's 2 members over toward the long haul side, and now 2 spawning players towards Nest. Dead Zone finds himself in a bit of a business sandwich, and it looks like Manny's going to fly out and deal with him immediately. The one-shot Manny now chucking denial grenades, but you can only deny access for Formal for so long. Double kill out of him. OpTic looked to make this a 1-0, but business coming in out of nowhere.
Yeah, you see a lot of scrappiness coming out of the spawns of business and OpTic, literally just trying to get control of that bottom center. This bottom center hill is so difficult to hold just because of the cross angles from truck and driveway, of course, as well. But Manny's gonna get that essential kill. I like that he sits in there for a second, gets his shields back, then comes back in again, just trying to scrap as much time as possible as Manny, and a beautiful reversal, perfect on a Trippy, secures a bit more time here for business.
Hits him with the fadeaway, ends up leading to OpTic going 3 down, and they find the 4th as well. Now Formal, the final player, or really the first player up for the team, has to try to buy some time, get business out of this hill by the spawners, come up and try to finish it, but business are here. They're here to stay. Lucid and Trippy somehow catch the flank though out of nowhere. Once again, OpTic find himself 3 down, and it looks like business stealed himself the first cap. That's a 1-0 lead for them.
Yeah, that was a big cap, and it was all Talik, right? He positions himself carefully on the left back corner of the hill, knows the spawns are coming out on the snipe. He's got the crossfire from his teammates. Hill secured, 1-0 lead.
Druck is able to sneak away with the shot. You see 2 members of OpTic Gaming over toward the yard side immediately. Business fighting for the strong side here. Lucid puts a wall between Druck and that yard play, but the shock, the ultimate equalizer, they had to get out of his hands and they're able to do so. That leads to another 3 down for business. So what does that mean? More time on the board. 10 seconds off of respawn here for business. That's at least 15 to 20 seconds worth of uncontested time for OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, this setup is locked in right now, Tony, and what business need to do is get this kill onto Lucid, but look how difficult he makes himself. The target is so tiny and business cannot hit it, but finally, it's going to be a couple of dead here for business. OpTic will get hill control once again as the spawns potentially come out on that blue side. Talik playing patiently, though. He's going to wait for them to jump right in, and the bait works.
Excellent shot from Talik with the shock, lining up the second. Wow. Dead Zone. We'll see you in 10 seconds. 3 down once again, go business. But Talik is putting damage on the map. Somehow, that damage not enough. OpTic, they come off a spawn, they get the kills, and they're closing this one out.
Yeah, unfortunately, Talik got those couple of kills. They were clutch, but they were also when his teammates were dead. So just trying to do everything he can to stop the push from OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming, though, pushing anyway off a spawn, and now tied 1-1. OpTic have the shock inside of Formal's hands right now, and he's also got the camo to work with as well.
Lining it up. He knows where Formal's at. He's getting a few shots in, and now he's completely revealed. And Talik snatching back that shock that he's done work with so far and has the opportunity to do work again. Looks like Lucid, though, off the screen, serving up some pancakes over toward the hotel side. Continental breakfast is included if you're early enough. And Talik going in for the early challenge to put OpTic 4 down. Once again, business already have 20% of this hill at the moment. By the time this play is done, will it be 50? Will it be 60? Are they closing it out?
We know how aggressive business is, right? Their movement is really solid. They always push in together, and honestly, OpTic Gaming is getting caught off guard multiple times here by the aggression of business. It's when you start to understand what their pacing is and where their pacing is at, that then you learn to stop that pacing. And right now, it looks like business is able to run free as they get cap number 2.
2-1. Game lead in favor of business at the moment here. 2 minutes and 27 seconds worth of time, so plenty in regulation for OpTic to answer back. OpTic still have the opportunity to 3-0 sweep here, but it starts on the backs of the Slays. It starts on the backs of active camouflage. It might start with getting Druck off of this gold side, because this man is winning pivotal battles that he has no business doing. And it's just not fair.
It's just beautiful, right? It's just beautiful. The mechanics in Halo Infinite are growing as we see them, right? And we're starting to see these pros utilize all these mechanics. Right there, you saw a drop jump. You can drop off of a ledge, and that ledge can be at eye level, and you can jump back up. That's exactly what Druck did in that situation. That's why he won that pit versus Trippy, and that's why they get a bit of hill time. But as I say that, 3 go down for business. OpTic take control again.
That objective efficiency continues to come in. OpTic always keeping their eyes on the prize. Business are making plays, but OpTic somehow have the lead in this hill and looking to tie things up. Shock in the hands of Lucid at the moment here. Swish off a screen. Double kill to start this push. Swish actually able to take down the third one, systematically breaking down OpTic Gaming's defenses by himself as Swish goes in for the 4th kill. But this one's Lucid. It might just go a bit different. Shock for the double kill for Lucid. OpTic close out their 2nd hill. 2 minutes on the clock. These next 2 hills, they're gonna end it.
Lucid is absolutely on fire right now. 23 kills and only 10 deaths. This is what we're used to seeing out of this man, popping off when it matters the most. And of course, you saw that first kill that he got. It was a kill where he was low shields, but when you're low shields and you're still able to do that much damage, you are a scary target on the map. And that's exactly what Lucid's being right now as he challenges Druck, but Druck shuts him down.
23 kills for Lucid, showing why he's an MVP here in this game. And OpTic Gaming showing why they're one of the best in the league. The defensive sets are so tough to break, as about 25% of this hill is already done. And look at 3 members of OpTic now funneling towards this nest side, right up the lift, feeling confident enough to go toe-to-toe with business, who are trying to zone them out, trying to create some space. But Trippy and Dead Zone are there. Druck has a nice little view from the window here, but now that the nades are going down, now he wants to get involved. This is the collapse for business, and they need it to execute.
Yeah, great job by Druck there waiting, right? 2 of his teammates go down. He's still got an angle to put that damage in. Finally, they capitalize off the damage. Look at that. A camo as a reward. OpTic off a spawn. They're looking to break this setup that business has just locked in.
3 members of OpTic here, over towards the LR side. It looks like Swish, he's having a tough time dealing with the one-shot Trippy. A tricky kill, he is. Finally, they take down Trippy, but look how much time they spend doing it. Now 2 members of business are down. Now OpTic are trying to move in, but they're 2 down themselves. They need to get business out of this hill, and they need it right now. This is it. The kills are going out. Lucid with a clutch double. Business was just a couple seconds away from taking the 3rd hill and the lead, but a triple kill out of Lucid shuts things down.
Time and time again, Lucid's there, right? They're constantly behind in hills. They're constantly at a point where their back's up against the wall, but Lucid comes in, cleans things up, hits some nice shots, and now OpTic's in control once again.
How many times when you back up a wild animal against a wall, sometimes they try to flee, but sometimes the claws simply come out. They get even more dangerous, and apparently that's the same for OpTic here. 3-2 lead. Lucid still hitting shot after shot. 29 kills right now. The game's not even over.
Yeah, an absolutely incredible KD by Lucid, 29 and 14. And like you said, the game's not even over yet. He's looking for more as he watches and understands the spawners and their location. This is what makes Lucid so good. He understands where to position to be ready for these spawns and these pushes that business keep putting out.
Tommy freaking Wilson with this shock, with this 30 bomb, and even say, you know what? I'll get the hill too. I'll just do it all right now. A minute left in regulation, but something tells me that time will not be a factor in this one as OpTic continue to get kill after kill. Business going half down there, make it 3-4. There's only one more player that's currently waiting for his teammates to come off his spawn. It may just be too little too late, and with Lucid still having the shot, he's by himself, but he's a one-man army at this point, spinning in circles. Forget the strong side. We're gonna call that the Lucid. We're gonna call that the TW, where you just put your head down and start spinning in circles.
How do you hit that? How do you hit a top like that? It's a Spartan topper. Like, that's insane. Oh my goodness. Just styling on him at that point, right? OpTic Gaming 3-0. They take out Business, of course, and what a beautiful job. And you know what? We saw a couple of players on OpTic had a couple, a little bit of a rough game. And like I said, that's that growing pain that you have to go through. You got to get that chemistry right. Put that work in. Once you got it, you're good to go.
What a series we saw right there. I think Business did a phenomenal job at that game number 2. In fact, at certain points, it looked like they were going to steal it away. Going into that game 3, that was literally decided by just a few plays, maybe 2, to end up giving that 3rd and eventually their 4th hill. OpTic come out on top, and I told you before, it ain't personal. It's strictly business. We're gonna pass it over to Ali and Garrett, break down what we just saw and what are we gonna see in the future.
Amazing performance from OpTic and both Business really, like that last match, I almost thought they were going to take it there for a moment. They were just all tied up. I blinked and I feel like I missed the last 2 holds. They went by so quickly. Amazing job from OpTic. They're really hungry to get to grand finals against SSG, but before they even get the revenge on SSG, they still have to go through the lower bracket and go up against Shopify Rebellion, and then if they win, they face off against FaZe Clan, waiting for them in elimination finals. How are you feeling about all this, Tools?
OpTic has a tough road ahead of them, but they look phenomenal. Honestly, just some of the best Halo I've seen. Business being able to put up that sort of fight while OpTic is playing at that level, I think is commendable to them. But it's been a while since we've seen a player take over a game the way that Lucid did. 32 kills in that game. Honestly, one of the best individual performances we've ever seen. I'd say that we've seen probably yet in this year of HCS. It's the beginning of the year, but we'll still take it.
Day two.
See, look at this. How does Lucid win this? And then wait.
Incredible.
Roll it back. Ali, look at this.
Watching.
Just a little bit. So we're going to see this fight, right? Talik, he's got a great position. He's going to take on this fight. Lucid's doing Lucid things. Takes some heavy damages right there. Doesn't care. Challenges out, but take a look. Get ready to freeze. Look. Did you see that?
It's insane.
No. Go, Louis. Back it up just a little bit more. Get ready for a freeze frame. Ready?
Okay. I feel like
we're gonna catch it. We're gonna catch it right here. Get ready to freeze it. Okay, not yet. Just a little bit more. We're gonna get there. Right here.
No.
Where does that come from?
No.
But this is what kills Talik in this situation.
No.
Boom!
Did he? Wait. Did he? He blew that trigger. He just killed himself.
Where did the name come from?
Where did it come from? Dude, the eye to see that was crazy.
Oh, so Lucid did a great job getting those shots. I don't know where that name came from. It popped out of nowhere, but he shot it and it killed him.
That was. I mean, I was just looking at Lucid the entire time. He just got a shot, a really cool one right after this. Is it here on the lift?
Oh,
it's really clean, really pretty right here. I think somebody comes.
Yeah,
out.
I think Switch is gonna come up and Switch is gonna get deleted.
There it is. But easy.
That's all down to reticle placement, right? So, there's a player at lift. it's not about being a good sniper. It's more about positioning your reticle in the right spot and understanding that someone's going to come there. Keeps it a little bit high, knows where that elevation is. That's why so often you'll see players when they're going to go up that lift, they'll go get the repulse and they'll use it to come up the side of the lift or try to get a clamber. In Halo 5, you'd see clambers all the time when you went up that lift, because if you don't and you go airborne, you know it's going to be a kill. We saw a Druck, right? Druck with that crazy triple kill. You can't go airborne against a sniper. It's just too easy to knock you down.
Yeah, I mean, in these games, you cannot let your guard down, especially when you're playing against a team like OpTic, who've done amazing things throughout the series. I do want to quickly, I know we're looking right now at OpTic versus Shopify, but I wanted to talk about just quickly on why am I spacing out on the name of the team that we just watched? Tools.
Business.
Shopify versus business.
Stand on business.
I was thinking native red. They're almost that native red team that I quickly became a fan of on year 2, and I just love seeing them in right now reaching, going up against OpTic again. I just want to see them get better and reach those top 6. Is this top 6 right now? Where are we at?
Yeah, top 6. They got
We're
top 6 this
okay.
tournament. Honestly, that's the biggest problem that they had with native red, though, is right. It was taking down OpTic. It was taking down FaZe. They still have to figure that out, and it's never going to be a simple or easy solution to overcome teams like OpTic, like Space Station Gaming, like FaZe. It's going to be a very tough road for them.
Agreed. We have up next, we have OpTic going up against Shopify Rebellion. How do you feel about this one?
This is a big test for Shopify Rebellion. They need to come out strong. They got 3-0'd by FaZe earlier in the winners bracket. They have the same problem like Soul Snipe. He dealt with it over at Native Red. All these players are young and trying to break in and show that they are a team that belongs. The best way to prove it is by beating this OpTic Gaming roster, because there's no holes in this roster. Like, OpTic's gonna play a clean game. They're gonna do whatever it takes to win. You're gonna have to outskill them. You're gonna have to outplay them. They're not gonna open up opportunities for you to cheese out a victory in a game. They're icy. They consistently win tournaments, and they're world champions for a reason. Every single player here has some sort of championship underneath their belt.
Just looking at the squad right now, just thinking suppressed. They need to take that sniper away from him. They need to not let him get it. We're starting on Solitude, it looks like. So if there's a way to quickly shut down the other team, it would be Suppress has been such an incredible player. We started watching him yesterday, and also during the off season, amazing plays coming from him. I also want to know a little bit about Soul Snipe. We haven't talked much about him. He did some fun plays earlier today. What can you tell me about Soul Snipe?
Soul Snipe did the unbelievable this offseason, right? He left the team that he'd been on for so long. That trio of Talik, Manny, and Soul Snipe was essentially the second longest trio in maybe Halo's history. The only one that's been around longer is Frosty, Royal 2, and Snakebite. They stuck together since the end of Halo 5, stuck it out all through the beginning of Halo Infinite. They were really growing as a team. It was one of the first times that we'd ever seen a team come together from amateur status to break into a top 3 finish, and it was phenomenal to see. It was honestly special, but at some point you have to realize, am I growing? Am I going to get better? And sometimes change is needed. He was the first one to say, I have an opportunity here. I need to take this. I'm going to go play with some younger players. I'm going to play with someone that is going to give me a new spark. And that's not necessarily a commendation or a condemnation of his old teammates. I think he loves those guys and would love to keep playing with them. I think he just realized that if my goal is to win championships, it's to make a change. And this change, I think, has been working wonders for him and this team. Shopify Rebellion is exciting. They explode out of the gate with some of these plays. They're constantly applying pressure. One of the most exciting teams that we've been able to witness in this offseason, and now they have a true test ahead of them.
I agree. I think it's definitely a tough road ahead of them for them right now. They have to go up against OpTic. If they win against FaZe and then SSG, they're in a good place right now. They've been on a great streak so far. I was a fan of the Native Red squad, and they're almost all here. So I'm always rooting for for the upsets, even though some of the top teams might be my favorite. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for them, but hey, we root for them anyway.
Aliak, one of the best things I've seen in today's tournament, the competition rate's been great. The plays have been awesome, but the viewership, the support that we've seen today has been incredible. So we have 5,000 people watching on Twitch. I think we got up to like around 6K during one of the matches, but I have to give a little shout out to the people watching on some of the other platforms. Our YouTube has been phenomenal today. We've had 15 to 1,600 people watching on YouTube. I can't believe that I just said that. Last week, it was like 200 people on YouTube. Now, it seems like the people are loving on YouTube. So if you want to watch on YouTube, you've been watching on YouTube, like, thank you so much. If you've been supporting us on Twitch, it's been insane over here. The chat has been just blowing up. I think we went on a level 11 hype train earlier.
I was going to say.
It just insane support.
Yeah, it's been really incredible. That level 11 hype train, we were trying to get to level 15. Active said he was gonna cast without pants on, so I'm not sure if he's still wanting to do that, but if we get to level 15, we could maybe be like, yo, Active, you said you were gonna so ooh, let's go. Looks like the game is ready to go. OpTic versus Shopify Rebellion.
Well, guys, hope you guys are ready for this one, because let me tell you, we're wearing pants on, but I promise you, this matchup's gonna be so good, it's gonna knock your socks off. It may just knock your shirt off. It may just knock your pants off. People thought I was faded for a bit when I was saying that the Shopify Rebellion team is going to be a legitimate top 4 team in the league going into the second event. They're already top 4 in this tournament. They have an opportunity to upset, and mind you, one of the biggest upsets that we see, the runner-up of your World Championship OpTic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion are here, and if you're sleeping on them, it might just be dead after long.
We've got that, of course, top 3, right? Space Station in the grand finals waiting. We've got FaZe in the losers finals, and OpTic Gaming looking to make their spot. But like you said, Rebellion has a chance for this upset to happen. Formal's gonna go down instantly here. It's gonna be a 3 dead for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion showing right off the bat that aggression is working.
I got the chance to sit down with Coach Best Man, and we talked about how this team came together. He talked about wanting to poach Soul Snipe away from those Native Red boys and challenge him in a new way. Let me tell you, he's accepted that challenge. 4-0 start here for Soul Snipe, and really has been the driving force of this Rebellion roster, at least when it comes to the offense, as you're seeing right now. A double kill out of him, courtesy of a crazy Hail Mary grenade. A perfect kill on Deformo, and almost stays alive. That's so trippy. He has something to say about that.
Yeah, when you get some kills like that, I mean, normally cutting the center of the map is not the greatest, but you're, feeling good. You want to just do as much damage as possible, and that's exactly what he does. OpTic Gaming, though, gonna make them pay here off those couple of deaths. It's a double cap locked in, and now they're starting to get some points, 16 to 25 now.
Excellent kill come out of Trippy. Trades out his life there, but still with the 3v3 scenario, Rebellion may have the lead. But as of right now, OpTic have the double cap. That's until Rebellion are working on Charlie. OpTic going to try to out-rotate him and work towards Alpha. Now Bravo is starting to change hands as well. You're seeing the objective efficiency coming out of both of these squads, but once the slays start coming in, that's really going to determine map control.
100%. Stronghold is definitely a rotation game. You got to get those slays first, right? Then you can start to plan your rotation. That's exactly what Rebellion does in this situation. They're going to secure B. They've locked the spawns onto blue. Now they go into slay mode. As you can see in the kill feed already, Lucid goes down first, and Formal's going to share with him.
Psycho's impressed everybody with his ability to pick and choose his gunfights. He finds the right angle and just makes the right play, makes the game look simple as he affects 3 of the 4 deaths for OpTic Gaming, and now Formal just coming off a spawn. He's in Psycho's sights as well. They're attacking Charlie as Formal was able to take down Suppress. That is the first domino to fall that OpTic want to take advantage of.
Yeah, Cycle, one of the youngest players in the HCS right now, and I've talked about him before. His growth has been phenomenal from last season into the offseason, now into day 2 of season 3. I can't wait to see where this player goes. I think he's got a huge future ahead of him.
Switching gears over towards Formal, over to towards the low ground. Dead Zone did hit the black screen, but luckily Formal stays alive, gets a huge melee kill, and now an important 2v2 pivotal battle. And OpTic not only working on the damage, but also working on taking Bravo at the same time. Rebellion, an unorthodox Alpha and Charlie setup out of them. Are they going to be able to hold it?
Probably not, right? What you do with an AC setup is you essentially try and rotate out, but it looks like OpTic Gaming, they spread the resources on both sides. They're going to lose that C side, but they still end up getting an AB cap. So it all works out in the end for OpTic Gaming. They have a lot of damage in this bottom center hill. They're not able to capitalize on that damage, though. Dead Zone's going to be in a 2v1 here. This is not good. Cycle with a massive kill. OpTic falling, but Lucid comes in with the broom to sweep him up.
Rebellion coming right off a spawn toward that snipe side and driving straight through the mid, focusing on taking Bravo, which they did, but sadly they gave their lives to do so. Eventually 3 down go Rebellion once again, and you know that happens against OpTic Gaming. They're gonna make it pay every time.
That's right, they're locked into a setup with 3 dead, Tony. You're absolutely correct, and you can see a setup has been locked in here. Dead Zone at the top of gold, player on that C side. That's gonna be Formal on top center, I apologize, going for that camo. And now, even though Rebellion has that 112 to 44 lead, it's OpTic who are looking to lock in this triple cap, and it'll start with that kill from Dead Zone.
And this is where OpTic gets you. You may be able to get the scrappy time against you, but when it comes to getting a full setup and getting value out of it, they're one of, if not the best in the league, as you see them continue to hold on to the double cap, draw you into the defenses, into their trap, get the slays out of that. Another triple cap comes out of nowhere. You come off a spawn and you attack Charlie, well, guess who's waiting for you? Lucid, Dead Zone, and the rest of the team. If you want a beast, you'll have to earn it. You'll have to fight your way off a spawn. Looks like that's exactly what Rebellion are doing.
Yeah, Rebellion got really fortunate there. They got the left spawn, the triple kill on a triple. A beautiful triple kill out of him will secure this double cap, but Rebellion were in the driver's seat right there. They got split spawns. OpTic, though, make lemonade out of lemons. A beautiful job by them. They continue to get points.
I'm sorry, did you say trippy or drippy? Because plays are looking too good right now, just like that young man, Joey. Making plays on the board. A double kill out of Formal ends up putting Rebellion 3 down once again, making a full squad wipe as OpTic continues to move into their offensive set. Rebellion had so much control. They scrapped away so much time, but now OpTic, they take the energy right out of the room. Rebellion, you need to respond.
A triple cap is locked in, and the player we were just watching, Formal, off season, I was like, oh man, he's playing Apex, he's playing a lot of games as OpTic Gaming go 4 dead, but he still comes back into Halo, refreshed for the new season, and ready to play. But here we go, Rebellion answer back, a triple cap is locked in for them, the push comes through to blue, and now OpTic looking for a fight.
Souls Life continues to be where their offense gets started from and continues to be one of the main reasons why Rebellion hold on to the lead. Loving the plays out of OpTic, but when you get answered back at every single turn, Rebellion not only have had the lead, but they've hold on to it, and they're going toe-to-toe with one of the best in the world. Another 3 down go OpTic Gaming. A triple cap now seemingly coming out of nowhere for Shopify. Rebellion, Dead Zone does a great job of putting down damage on the map, but you lost camouflage. And Rebellion, they still have eyes on every part of it.
And Rebellion still has eyes, and they still have a triple cap locked in until right now. It's B now being capped, but like you said, Cycle picked up the camo. They locked the triple cap in once again. OpTic are staggering just a little too much here, and it's allowing Rebellion to get full control. Now they've got that. The camo was dissipated, but the damage has been done.
And we talked about this young man being able to pick and choose his angles and his battles so well, and a camouflage in his hand just seems a little bit unfair. Another 3 down go OpTic Gaming. Rebellion, they're so close to closing it out. It's a triple cap. OpTic have to attack 2 bases at the same time, and they're 2 down. They go after Bravo, but nobody's there for Alpha or Charlie. Rebellion upset the green wall.
That is actually incredible, right? I understand it's online play, but you can't take it away. OpTic are one of the most disciplined teams in the HCS. They've been working on discipline since Halo Infinite came out. But in that second half of the game, I did not see any discipline out of OpTic Gaming. I saw a lot of staggered pushes. I saw a lot of isolation. But honestly, you got to give it to Rebellion. They were the ones that were causing that those isolated players. They were the ones that were pushing those two-man spawns and forcing the teammates to spawn across the map. Great job by Rebellion, 250 to 117, and now they lead the series.
When going into this matchup, you know, going to game number 1, obviously always an objective in a best-of-5 series. I gave OpTic the advantage going into any game 1. If it's an oddball, I think I have the advantage. If it's King of the Hill, the same thing. The only game type I really didn't like, as far as from objective efficiency wise, for OpTic Gaming against this Rebellion roster was Strongholds. When I think of Shopify Rebellion, I think of them always actively moving their feet, always actively making decisions. If it comes to the fact that they have to headbutt you, they got the skill in order to do it. If they need to give up because they don't have the timing and need to out-rotate on you, they will do just that. There were so many times in that game where OpTic Gaming had control, had a clear setup, and were looking very good, but Rebellion, they're so quick on their feet, they're so active on the map.
Yep, and that's what caused them to innately get that victory. And now OpTic Gaming play from their back foot, but this man on your screen is the one that's capable of bringing the series back, especially in a Slayer here. We've seen OpTic on Street Slayer so many times, so many incredible matches. And it all came from them just playing beautiful, solidified Halo, not taking any risks. You can see right there, they pick up the camo. No risk taken for that, no damage taken as well.
The mental may have been shaken a bit here for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion need to take advantage of that. You need to ride that momentum train, and giving away active camouflage and giving an early lead, early control to OpTic isn't what the doctor ordered. Somehow Rebellion able to strike back off a spawn. Trippy looking to strike with this camouflage and Bulldog combination. There it is. Taking down Suppress. Now the rest of OpTic focusing on the 3 players left of Rebellion that are trapped over towards the back A side. Now you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen.
That's what we're used to seeing out of OpTic. You saw the isolation right there, right? One player on that tram side being the anchor. They take him out first, then they go for the other 3 in a 3v4 situation. That's how you got to work it. You got to work those numbers, get that control. OpTic Gaming doing a great job of that.
Trippy doing a great job of keeping his teammate alive over toward the arcade side. The subway so hard to infiltrate, but it's not fully set up for Rebellion. There's holes within the defenses and holes that OpTic look to exploit. Rebellion go half the members down. It's a 14-9 lead here for OpTic Gaming, and active camouflage is coming up again.
Yeah, the best place to be when active camo is coming up is on the C side, but it's going to be Trippy alone trying to do all he can against 3 players on this side of the map. Suppress going to pick that one up and punch it into his chest, and this is where they get their lead back. Or they bring this closer, I should say, 17-10. Make that 17-11. Suppress doing work with a camo. A triple kill comes out of him. Bringing this game closer now. It's within 5.
Suppressing the offense of OpTic Gaming, and they desperately need it because things were in danger of simply getting out of hand. Excellent job by Suppress on his way to 8 kills at the moment. Still has the active camo, but as he goes for the repulse while one-shot OpTic, they eagle eye him.
Taking him out is very important. He only had about 5 to 7 seconds left on that camo, but regardless, the damage was done. OpTic, though, picking up the pieces. Once again, that disciplined play starting to come back here now. I called it out in game number 1, but you can see not taking risky gunfights, only taking those 100% fights, and Trippy gets that kill because of it. 24-15 now. A massive lead for OpTic here. This is exactly what they wanted.
A 3v2 scenario, that's until Lucid ends up going down. Now with half the members of OpTic down, Rebellion have the opportunity to try to break out of the spawn. Looks like they're sending 2 members towards the, actually making 3 members towards the Neon side. Mental having a lot of responsibility here at Arcade. Suppress tries to cover his back, but all of the damage that Trippy's putting down comes right back at him here. And finally, Trippy gets what ends up being a reversal kill out of him. 11-3 start here out of Trippy.
Yeah, great teamwork right there, too. You see Trippy kind of going into a 2v1, but the cross map was happening from the other side. Because of that, he was able to get a little bit of damage into those 2 players. stays alive this entire time as well. This is a big live by Trippy, and look at him already running towards his teammate Formal. But again, in another 2v1, great job by Rebellion right there to stay together and make sure to have each other's backs in that bait and switch.
Looks like a 29-22 lead here for OpTic Gaming. The first kill also favors them, and even Lucid willing to trade out his life. He knows the active camouflage is coming up, and the rest of OpTic had eyes on it. But Rebellion are really doing a great job of zoning them out. Formal might have to give up his life in order to create the burn, and I'm not sure he was able to do that. He dies over towards Laundry. What happened to Camo? Is it down or is it burnt? I'm going to assume it was burnt.
We will see, but no, it's Lucid that picks it up. And that's insane, right? Because Rebellion had the strong side of the map for that camouflage. There was a big tussle in the middle of the map, and Lucid somehow comes away with it. This is a big camo here. We'll see what he's able to do with it. Already gets an assist and a kill as well, and he's looking for more. Lucid popping off once again. 4 dead for Rebellion, 11-7 for Lucid.
Great double kill out of Lucid there. He's not done yet. Looks like a 38-28 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming at the moment. And look at how they gain space immediately from the spawn. They attack the 50% portion of the map. And you have Formal, Matt in your base. You have Lucid that clears out the PD side. No snitching around here as they go right back to attacking these spawns. Rebellion at the moment are getting cycled as OpTic look to answer back in the series.
So many of these teams just started scrimming, but OpTic Gaming, even with a new member, doesn't look to have missed a beat. A beautiful cycle of kills here brings them within 5 of tying this series up.
Tripping with the shotty. Puts it to the body of the opposition for Rebellion. Dead Zone wants to push over towards Subway with Lucid, but a nade holds him out, and luckily Lucid on his own is able to create trades, and honestly, trades are all you're looking to get right now. You've been dominating Rebellion literally all game long, especially when going into the mid game, where you continue to cycle them from the C side to the A side. OpTic were everywhere on the map. I bet sometimes it probably felt like a 4v5 if you were Rebellion.
We got to talk about Trippy right there. 19 kills, 8 assists, and only 7 deaths. What a massive game out of him. And sometimes you got to will your team forward. It was him and Lucid and, of course, Formal, who all had double-digit kills. 50-33. That is a massive Slayer game for OpTic Gaming and a statement made as well.
Take a look at some of the highlights here. Loving what we saw from the objective efficiency side out of Rebellion, especially within that Strongholds. A very good Strongholds team Rebellion going to be, not only this event, not only the first tournament, but all year long. I'm telling you right now, they're gonna be rivaling Quadrant with the way that they play Strongholds. Maybe not exactly with an undefeated record going through to the final tournament of the year, but still, I think Rebellion gonna be that good at Strongholds. Even going into the beginning of this game too, we saw some fight out of Rebellion here, but just I want to see them more in the objective side. I think that's really where they shine as Rebellion. Slayers are tough for both of these teams, but especially with Rebellion going up against the likes of Lucid, Dead Zone, and some of the best players in the game.
Here we go, Tony. It's game number 3. You call this the swing game. Very important game for both sides here. OpTic Gaming obviously in the momentum side of things with that massive win. We'll see if they can continue that momentum forward, but Cycle on your screen, the youngest player in the HCS, looking to stop that.
Early kill here for Cycle. Does the damage to force the early port back with the Quantum Translocate. I believe that's Lucid that has a hold of it, and Formal that has the sniper. So all of the sandbox was favoring OpTic at one point, but somehow it was Rebellion were the first ones to grab a hold of that ball. Scrappy time out of them, but what they need is those slays. What they need is an early setup.
Yeah, that pressure from Rebellion on the Brute side of the map is what allowed them to rotate this ball over. It's still going to be a little bit of resistance here from OpTic Gaming, but Soul Snipe, he has the snipe in hands to stop that from happening. He's going to whiff a shot, though. 3 of his teammates go down. Soul Snipe's the last player alive.
Already taking a couple of souls with them. The Reaper right now looking like Soul Snipe with the sniper in hands. Finally, the only thing that can stop him is the ammo count on it. The S7 running out of that ammo, but Soul Snipe currently running at OpTic. He has the teammate with him, almost runs off the map. Clambers right back on to end up going right back down. Mental wants to try to get value out of his life here. He has suppressed behind him, but those first 2 kills go to OpTic Gaming, and that's really tough on the push of Rebellion.
Yeah, Rebellion, I mean, they're trying to break this setup from all angles here. You see a lot of players sent from Nest, but you can see 4 dead again for Rebellion. OpTic Gaming, they've got every angle covered. This is going to be devastating if they can continue to hold this setup for any longer.
Rebellion immediately coming off a spawn. We see 3 members over toward the Camo side, but they have to break out because the moment the OpTic recognize where you're at, they trap you immediately. The same thing they did on the streets, they can do on Livefire 2 out of 3 of the most punishing maps that we have in the game.
Rebellion have tried to send a couple towards Nest and a couple top center, but you can see now the triple push comes from the top center of the map. Still Lucid's not going down. They want this initial kill onto Lucid, but they just cannot get it. And because of that, it's going to be more time for the side of OpTic Gaming. Look how long he has to live, Tony. This is amazing.
Simply using the environment to play his life, trusting his teammates, drops the ball and continues to put down damage, making MVP plays. It is a Lucid at the moment here, but eventually Rebellion continue to send wave after wave towards that tower side. Great job suppressing OpTic. Not a great job letting that final player get away with Camo. It's Formal, and Formal doing some damage with it.
Yeah, Lucid did all he could to stay alive in that situation, but, you know, Rebellion were getting brute spawns. They're, you know, very close to where Lucid was with that ball, so they were able to kind of, like you said, funnel in over and over and over again. But look at the score here at the bottom center of the screen. It's still 25-68. Rebellion have a long way to go.
Ball makes it towards tower. Suppressed. Getting into a bit of a, what did you call that, tussle with Formal. Ends up going down. Formal. He's the one player I just wouldn't challenge, man. That reticle is always centered. He simply never misses. At one point he shot almost 80%, and I wasn't even surprised.
80% is absolutely insane, Tony. Never in my life. And OpTic Gaming with that 80% from Formal are going to get some more ball time here. Lucid having a phenomenal game. Look at him getting all of this ball time. Of course, Dead Zone does have 61 seconds, but Lucid going 9-3, rotating the ball cleanly towards the B side. A beautiful rotate here by OpTic Gaming, but now they got a slay.
It was like 87-30 lead in favor of OpTic Gaming at the moment here. Mental was able to pick off one more player of OpTic that ends up leading to 3 out of 4 members going down. Dead Zone, the final player, has to wait for his teammates to come off a spawn, and watching Rebellion get time after time because of it must be so tough. But now that the spawners are here, Trippy, he finds himself a kill. That ball's been rotated towards the green side. Soulsnipe comes right back in to deal with Trippy and then focuses over towards the green side of the map where he knows OpTic are continuing to push forward. Portal's right back in, gets himself a double kill. Who is this man? Soulsnipe is here.
The Quantum Translocator is in such a beautiful spot. Another, shout out to the Insights team. Absolutely perfect spot for this QT. It is so beautiful to watch this QT be put to work on this map. Finally, we get to see the skill ceiling of this equipment, and you saw it showcased right there.
Still on board with Soulsnipe right now. Who else will we be on when he's shooting like this? But finally, they slow him down. He check him just a bit. Multiple members of OpTic are still up, and Lucid wants to get this ball out of the hands of Psycho. It's not played, but he's still being pushed right now over toward the tower side. This is a power position, but as long as nades don't come your way.
Yeah, Rebellion got Camo for that, Tony, but I mean, look at that. It's 8 seconds left for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion did so much work to try and bring this game back. That Camo was picked up, but not able to be utilized. In OpTic, they'll take round number 1.
Win round come out of OpTic in a swing. Game number 3. As of right now, the series tied up at 1 apiece, and oftentimes the team that wins that 3rd game ends up winning the series. OpTic put themselves in a great position to close out on a very scrappy Rebellion roster. But if Soulsnipe keep making plays like that, watch out OpTic Gaming. He's currently 14-9, leading slays in the entire lobby.
Yeah, the QT just makes things really interesting, right? It's on the back of green, Camo's on the other side of the map, so you got to decide where you're going to throw your resources. What are you going to play for? Because they're both powerful in their own right. You see OpTic Gaming, though, even once again, when Rebellion came back, they still come out swinging in this round number 2, and with 3 dead for Rebellion, they look to take control and force spawns on the B side.
Nice 15-0 run as Rebellion having to come off a respawn Trippy not hitting the first shot, so that's going to allow Rebellion to break out towards Nest, which is exactly what they're doing. Lucid with the early rotation, but not able to get it back towards the A side. Setting up for that rotate might end up costing OpTic some valuable time here, especially as Trippy can't find a sniper shot.
Yeah, I mean, look at Rebellion. Look how fast they are on their feet, right? Even though they have to play through Nest side all the way to C plat, all the way back through Brutes to Camo, they're still able to get there very quickly. They don't allow the rotation from OpTic to happen. Pancakes are served. Welcome to breakfast time for Trippy, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day because Suppressed is still alive. And look at him play his life so well with this snipe.
Shopify serving breakfast all day, looking like an IHOP in here. As Suppressed continues to put down damage, and again, Formal gets the best of it. Suppressed not afraid to challenge anybody, but again, if you see Formal, maybe just duck for cover a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's a good tip, Tony. Just hide your head. Shoots really well, also has communication like a UAV. It's one of the couple of attributes that Formal brings to the roster here, but now we're on board with Dead Zone, one of the new members of this OpTic Gaming roster. I talked about how much work he's going to have to put in to get that chemistry with OpTic to be solid. See if he's able to continue to get comfortable with this roster, though. But as we say that, 44 seconds added up for OpTic Gaming already.
The most dangerous game of Ring Around the Rosie, and it ends with Trippy falling off the map. I'm not gonna lie, I was confused by that battle here, but Soul Snipe, not confused whatsoever, keeps his eyes on the prize, putting down damage, ends up stopping the ball carrier from rotating toward the tower side, and now look at the rest of Rebellion start to move in. Look at Mental still away Camo, and now Cycle angle him out perfectly. Formal wanted to get that Camo burnt, and although he was able to get the kill on Cycle, Mental gets away with camouflage.
Yeah, and that's all due to Mental's beautiful movement. Gets the second kill onto Lucid, but a great job by OpTic Gaming right there to make sure to shut down the Camo player. If there was one catalyst to get Rebellion back into this game and get them this round win, it was that Camo. Now it looks nearly impossible, very difficult, at least for Rebellion to bring this back. They've got to get that setup locked in. OpTic Gaming, though, very solid at breaking those setups.
Looks like about a 62-12 lead here still for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion have done a great job slaying on the map. As far as their slays, they're looking good, but the objective efficiency, not quite there. Now a full setup here for Rebellion. Broken as quick as it came. The play ball is forced off, and somehow Rebellion are still 3 down. If they can get the kill onto Suppress, they'll move this ball forward, or they'll do both at the same time. Draw Suppress back and rotate that ball to tower.
Yeah, great job leaving Suppressed right there. He's out of the play. He doesn't matter. We want the rotation towards tower. They end up getting it. Suppressed turns away too early. He ends up going down. This is going to be 3 dead for Rebellion. This could be the nail in the coffin here for the side of Rebellion for this game.
75 points and counting. OpTic still have that ball in hands. Somehow Rebellion have to drive it off the map here, but it starts with the pressure, and so far they haven't been able to get just that, especially with Formal holding them out and putting slays on the map. Look at all the damage, and finally Formal said, you know what, fine, I'll play a bit of ball time. His first 5 seconds of the game so far, but when you're putting down damage like he is, and you're a well-oiled machine like OpTic is, eventually you take those swing games.
Yeah, they rotated to B, and they will close out this round and also this game. OpTic Gaming are going to lead your series versus Rebellion 2-1.
Still a great fight for Rebellion. Like some way, somehow, you have to give Rebellion a bit of a shout out based on their ability to slay and go toe to toe with OpTic Gaming. Like, I'm looking at that game, and obviously series not over, but I'm like, well, you know what? That round number 1 could have gone either way, and the way they played in round number 2, at least in the slays department, you're almost right there. I'm thinking you fix a few things, especially when it comes to holding the setup after you get the break. And Rebellion continue to get better and better. This is a new squad. In fact, half of the rosters were half a native red towards the end season, and half of the Shopify Rebellion going into last season. It's a totally new team. I've never seen them play together before. It's gonna take some time to get acclimated, and so far, they're even top 4 in this tournament.
Yeah, 100% agree, Tony. I mean, we talked about OpTic Gaming having to work really hard to get that chemistry down, and I think they're getting more and more comfortable every series we see them, with the addition of Dead Zone, of course, and APG not being a part of the roster anymore. But Rebellion, like you said, had to switch out 2 players, so it's even more work that you have to do. But, you know, what's great about these players and both of these rosters is that work will be put in, and they will flourish over time because they want it that bad.
Going into another objective game type, and this is where OpTic make their bread and butter. You saw the likes of Dead Zone getting 90 seconds worth of ball time. You saw Lucid getting 90 seconds worth of ball time as well. Going into King of the Hill, it's kind of the same thing. They get into their setups, they hold it, and then when they're done, they rotate quickly. Rebellion gonna have their work cut out for it, but they're a pretty objective, efficient team themselves. Hopefully they can send us to a game 5.
Yeah, if there's one thing that OpTic Gaming's really good at, it is locking in those setups once they have a bit of an advantage and holding on to them. And, you know, obviously, like you said, King of the Hill is a little bit of that. So we'll see. One of my favorite game type map combinations in the game right here, just due to the cross angles that you can get. And just, again, it just makes it's so difficult to break. But look at that. OpTic Gaming go 3 down. Rebellion have now a chance for control. But Trippy stays alive in pipes, which is going to be massive for the side of OpTic.
I love you always talk about cross angles when talking about recharge. That's just a fancy way to say that you're a camper. You're a Call of Duty camper. You go yourself top glass and you sit there, s'mores and all. But don't try to spice it up, okay?
Love my campfires. And I would love a s'more right now. But I meant some more gameplay, because these two are neck and neck. The fact that Rebellion were able to get 1 game on this series is impressive to me, but they've got to find that flow. They've got to find that divot in the flow state to try and bring this back, to try and tie this series up and bring us to a game 5. And it starts right here. Cycle, he's in the hill. 2 players from Rebellion have the cross angle, and I believe Cycle's pipes are covered as well. So they're in a good spot to get some time.
Cycle's only died 1 time so far, and putting some valuable hill time here. 2 members of OpTic Gaming end up going down. The other 2 trying to find an avenue from the A side over towards Whirlpool. Mind you though, Formal got away with camouflage, so they're not too far behind as far as this hill, and now they have a very important resource on the map that they're going to use against Rebellion to put them 3 down and potentially steal this hill right back in their favor.
Yeah, Formal having this camo is really just what caused this to happen, right? He's able to be so elusive, and again, taking these 1v1s and also staying alive. The fact that he's not cleaned up right now is so bad for Rebellion, and it's going to allow OpTic to get that first cap, and 1 player right there that Formal just killed is going to be on the death screen and an off timing. So 3 down. Mental's going to be the first one to spawn as the rest come up, and Cycle's going to be a bit late, so they have to wait to push.
And what impresses me is that they're fresh off of taking the hill on one side of the map, and look where OpTic are now. They're already in the second hill, Tim. They're already about halfway done with this hill before Rebellion even know what hit them. Finally, Rebellion put them 3 down, but an excellent job of moving from 1 hill to another, 1 setup to another, and getting the objective time with it.
Yeah, objective efficiency has, you know, so many different tentacles to it. There's so many things you need to do to have that, and that quick rotation is one of them. OpTic Gaming so solid at that. You see, they're kind of locked in on a setup. Formal overextends just a bit on the long haul side, so he'll go down, and that's going to mean Trippy has to win a really low percentage fight here. This shroud screen will help, though, and so will his teammate on the back of Hydro. A beautiful job by Trippy staying alive right there.
Love that you use the word tentacles, almost like an octopus. OpTic are able to multitask so well. They're able to slay you, hold you, and put objective time, and by the time you get involved, it's simply too little too late. 2-0 for OpTic Gaming.
It's a great start, of course, to the game that will win them this series. They look really upset, Tony, after they lost that first game, and they haven't stopped since, honestly. It's been a very even distribution of kills on the side of OpTic. Trippy's the one that stands out for me, 9 and 5 already. But Dead Zone on your screen, once again, the newer member to the team, has 8 assists to his name, so putting in that work.
The artist formerly known as Penguin from SSG last season, Dead Zone, going into OpTic Gaming, 6 kills, 8 assists to his name, and a great job of putting down shots, staying alive, and being a nuisance, a thorn in the side of Rebellion. Rebellion end up going 3 down. You have to deal with players that are so good at staying alive, so good at getting triple kills like this. How do you get them out of their setup? How do you get them out of the hill, Tim?
Yeah, that's the thing. OpTic is so good at this setup. Look at this. So you have Formal on the top of that ledge. You've got Trippy alongside him as well on that pipe side watching the cross. And then you've got a lot of players from Rebellion trying to push in. And once they think they have a little bit of an opening, here comes Lucid cleaning them up. Hill number 3 locked in. OpTic Gaming one more, and they will win this series.
Luckily for Rebellion, there's 3 minutes and 28 seconds of regulation. So the fact that you're getting steamrolled this quickly at least leaves you time to be able to respond and maybe tie things up here at a little bit more than a minute per hill, and you just managed to put OpTic Gaming 2 down. But Formal, one of the most deadly players in the game, especially with the shock in his hands. Reticle placement on point, but can't quite find the head of Cycle. 3 members of Rebellion should be able to drive him out. I don't care how good you are with the shock. There's no way you can stop 3 players. There's no...
You're lying, Tony. There is a way. It's that chain link damage that's so very possible. And one of the things with the shock is you have to have that steady aim, right? It's a 3-bullet burst in the shock rifle. You have to hit all 3 bullets to get that perfect. They are very quick in succession, but at the same time, if you don't have a steady reticle like we see on a Formal here, those shots are not going to hit. And he hits a couple bodies, and his teammates are there to help him clean it up. And look at him, playing very, very passive here. Wants to make sure he keeps control of tower, and he does until he gets taken out by Dead Zone.
Formal, I would like to personally apologize. Apparently, I wasn't familiar with your game. I thought if you're in a 1v3, even with the shock rifle, that you come out, that you end up coming out dead. But eventually, a little bit of teamwork, some lucky spawns, and you with your amazing shot and your ability to stay alive. Either way, I'm making excuses. I'm making a proper. I apologize. That's on me. My bad.
That's right. You buy him dinner next time you see him. He deserves it. A beautiful showcase out of him. 10-9 in this game. Dead Zone, 10-10, and I'm sorry, 10-11 and 9. Again, just a great amount of assists for him. And a beautiful job by OpTic Gaming. That'll be all 4 dead for Rebellion. They're looking to close this out, Tony, halfway there.
Rebellion did a good job of taking the lead as far as this hill, but you have to be able to hold on to that setup until the end of the hill. When Rebellion find themselves spawning towards the opposite side of the map, now it's about winning pivotal battles, and Cycle does end up winning his as Soul Snipe grapples all the way in front of his teammate to get his back. That's what I call teamwork. I wish my matchmaking players would have my back like Soul Snipe.
Tony, I play with you. That's not cool, man. I give you all the assistance in the world.
I said what I said.
Okay, well, we'll have to work on that. As you see, Rebellion works on their first cap of the game. Is this comeback possible, Tony? There's only 2 minutes and 23 seconds left, but I just feel like they've got a little bit more gas in the tank. As I say that, Soul Snipe goes down.
Double counted them as Rebellion put their first hill on the board. 2 minutes and 16 seconds on the clock, and Lucid
Reversal.
somehow able to stay alive using the environment almost like a prime 2008 snipe down-esque, with the way he's able to use that environment, stay alive, and turn it into kills that he has no business doing. However, Rebellion still put OpTic 3 down. Rebellion still find himself over toward this hill, which is exactly what they need. You have 2 minutes and 10 seconds in order to capture this hill and move on to the next one. You don't want to get caught between the scoreboard and the shot clock.
Here's the quick drop I talked about. It's really interesting, but it lowers your head just enough to force the headshot to be missed. Soul Snipe utilizing those mechanics once again, and you see Rebellion almost about to get their second cap in the game. Still 2 minutes left. The timer hasn't moved. When you're sitting in that hill, the timer stops, and Rebellion is utilizing that. Now this game seems more possible than it did before. Rebellion still have it in them.
As the lights get brighter, Rebellion simply have gotten better and better throughout this game. The first week at Hills went handsomely in favor of OpTic Gaming. Since then, Rebellion have responded and have responded so well, and like you said, things are looking very possible, because I said 2 minutes and 11 seconds to take 2 hills. You got 2 minutes and 10 seconds now. Only 1 second worth of neutral time passed between the last hill and this hill, and now OpTic find himself 4 down, although getting some great progression in this hill. Rebellion, you hold on to the setup and you can make things happen.
I'm really impressed by the side of OpTic on the side of Dead Zone, right? 15 assists. Look at everyone else's assists in the game. No one even close to that. A beautiful job by him being involved in those kills, and you can see OpTic Gaming, they're pushing through on this hill here. They're about 80% of the way through, Tony. They're looking to close this, but Rebellion on the push.
Wilson might be able to sneak away the last few seconds. Rebellion have to dive in. They have to neutral this hill. You don't even need to kill. You just need to get in the hill and stop the timer. And sadly, you're not able to do it. You simply let OpTic in that hill. You simply let them too much map control for simply too long. Shopify Rebellion, you fought so well. That game number 1 was incredible. Going into that game 3, I thought even though it was a 2-0, you were very much in it, especially in that round number 2, and you were clutch in that game 4. Going out in 4th place, you have no business hanging your heads low. You hang your heads high, because as of right now, Shopify Rebellion have a bright future in year 3.
Congratulations to OpTic right there. They're going to go on to play FaZe Clan in the losers finals, which is going to be a massive game. And again, I said it before, this team in OpTic Gaming is going to get better as this tournament goes on. They're just constantly improving. It's just fitting that puzzle piece into the puzzle, and it seems to be fitting pretty well if you ask me. 15 assists on a Penguin, a beautiful showcase by him, Tony.
Excellent job to Shopify Rebellion again, but even better job to OpTic Gaming on their way to the top 3 and 1 win away from the grand finals. Ali and Garrett, how did you feel about that match?
OpTic Gaming moving forward towards their rematch against SSG, but first they have to face off against FaZe, who they've been waiting hungry at elimination finals. I mean, we're going to be watching 2 world champions facing off in eliminations finals in just a moment. Shopify Rebellion, the potential that they have, that last match for a moment, again, it feels like they just wake up and then they just can't. What is it, Tools? What is it?
I think it's just a little bit more time is needed, right? I think Tony said it just right. They can hold their head up high. You do not feel ashamed about how you performed right there. There was some great moments. They're explosive when they need to be. They're all putting in that. Look at that damage shot. Look, they're all like putting in that same sort of work in the game. It doesn't really feel like there's one player that's just explosive all the time. Obviously, like we're talking about Suppress and how great he's been playing, but everyone is right there with him. It really feels like a team effort at all points in time. I think they just need a little bit more reps against the best of the best, being in these tournament experiences and being able to overcome some of the best teams to ever play Halo.
That's exactly who they are playing against one of the best teams right now in Halo Infinite. And FaZe coming up next, OpTic versus FaZe. It's going to be an explosive match, that one. I'm really looking forward to it. I wouldn't even know how to begin predicting that one even.
I think we have a thrilling game 1 on our hands. I'm very excited for this. FaZe versus OpTic, and game 1 is going to be Empyrean Flag. Take it back, the classic game type snipers on both sides. I think we're gonna see an absolute classic in this series. So I have one thing to say to everyone that's watching: get on Twitter, get on Facebook if you're 60 years old, Instagram, whatever it is. Go let everyone know. OpTic versus FaZe, the Classico. It's happening here on LVT Halo. And Aliak, there's something that I want to talk about too. We've had a record of subs before. Mm-hmm. I think it's in the 1700s range. I'm gonna say we're pretty damn close to breaking that record today. We're at 1529, and this is special to me because this is the only time that we've ever been this high on subs without going to a LAN event. So often when we go to LAN events, we get great support. It's awesome. We love you guys. But 1529 on online only, the support that we've received this month has been phenomenal. It's honestly blowing my mind that we have this many subs right now. I want to try to get as close to our record as possible. So our record, I got word, is 1791. So hey, if you guys want to help, you want to increase it. Look, every sub we get, wherever we finish today, that's where you're going to finish in your matchmaking, right? That's going to be your CSR. So right now you're at 1529. You just hit on it. How high can you go? Can you get to that lucid status?
That's exactly how that works. You hear that, chat? Exactly how that
That's
works.
1-to-1.
No, everybody who has been supporting the stream, in case you guys are new here, LVT is funded by the community. So everything, all of the support that you guys give us enable us to bring this show every time there's an HCS event, and also for us to go and bring the show in person over there at the championships. We have Arlington in just like a few weeks, 3 weeks, is it? 4? What day?
It's shockingly close.
What day is it?
It's shockingly close. It's way too soon. It's in March, mid-March. We have to get ourselves ready for it. The tournaments have started. We're gonna get ourselves ready. But I want to give a shout out to what is it, Violation with the cup. Ooh, Violation 4 ends. I like that gamer tag. I like it. Red Panda gave a sub. Appreciate you. Michael Ficara gave a Prime sub. So hey, look, the Prime's absolutely free. K Wheels 1918 with the Prime sub. You guys can see we're waiting for just one player. Who are we waiting on now? Yeah, it's what we got. Frosty. The Canadian. I'll tell you what.
The Canadian.
If there's ever a player that's late, it's the same player every time. Royal 2 might be the most notorious player for being late.
Time to roast Royal 2.
Yeah, he's got to wake. I think it's because he plays matchmaking at like 4 a.m. every day. I think there's just something about it. Look, we got another one. Ogre Whelming with a tier 1. Ogre Whelming. That might be one of the best tags I've seen yet. Ogre Whelming.
Ogre Whelming. That's a 10. Yesterday we were rating gamer tags when you guys subbed, and I give that one a 10. I'm happy to keep giving you guys ratings on or roasts on names.
Yeah, if you want to hear what Aliak has to think about your gamer tag, go post it. Go sub to the channel. We'll get you covered. One thing that we also did add, thank you to Aliak, is that we added a teabag emote. You guys can see it. I want to see a wall of teabag emotes. Okay, we got 2 for you right here, Aliak. So we got Nuva Kaida. I like it. It looks Nuva Kaida, but what does Kaida mean? Like new Kaida? A new version of themselves. I'm not sure. I like the way it looks. Papito. Okay. Papito.
That's. I'm giving that like a 3. That's a 3 out of 10. It's just the word. I'm like, no. But thank you so much for the tier 1. You're welcome for the roast. Prime from Nuva Kaida. Thank you so much. And Talent coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Ryan Noob just got one too. Ice Vein, Natty, is it Lickers? And Greg with the gifted subs. Enjoy no ads on the LVT broadcast for a month. Thank you so much, Talent, for the 5 gifted subs. Amazing support. Thank you. Where are we at? HCS Pro Talk coming in with 20 gifted subs. Everybody who's not a sub in the chat. Sad face.
Who's dodging?
Who's dodging?
Dodging at this point.
Who's not a sub right now in the chat? Thank you so much, ACS Pro Talk, for the 20 gifted subs. Amazing. Thank you so much for the support. I'm not sure what number are we at. Our record is 1791 is our record that we are trying to beat. We're at 15. We were at 1529. We have 1570, closing in on 1600. And Moogie Boogie coming in with an extra 5. Okay, I like that one. Moogie Boogie. That one's fun to say. I'll give that one an easy 8. Easy 8. Powerful Snail coming in with 5 gifted subs. Okay, I'm not 1v1ing a Powerful Snail. That sounds scary. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Baggy. Is it Baggy? Am I saying? Okay,
I say Baggy, but it might be Baggy.
It could be Baggy. You tell us in the chat how to say your name. I've been saying names wrong left and right all day.
Calling subs.
That's amazing. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. And is it Yuck? EOC Karma PR. Hello. If you're from
wow, yeah, I can't believe you deciphered that. That's crazy.
EOC. Is it? It was almost like Echo Karma. PR at the end. You from Puerto Rico or something? Let me know in the chat.
Puerto Rico. Johnny Fireball. That's one of my favorites so far. Johnny Fireball.
Let's go.
Denim Chicken with a primer. Denim Chicken. That's a great one. I think we also got Lied to the FBI. That's a great tag. I like that one.
We got Anomaly gifting us up to Adderall. Thank you so much. Yo.
Cannot say that. That's crazy. Dinosaur. Shout out to the Sentinels brother over there, VP of content over at Sentinels. Love what he's been doing over there. If you enjoy those Sentinels content, he's the one that's behind it. He gave 10 to the channel. Appreciate that. I play Halo with him every once in a while. He's pretty good at Halo. And then what else we got?
We got
Red
OpTic
King,
Thumpy.
the God.
Oh wait, did you just say that one?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I am DJ D with 2 gifted subs. Let's go,
Sam
everybody.
Pixel?
Level 10 hype train complete. Let's go. Wait, are we beating our previous record for level hype train?
We got a level 11 last time.
Earlier today.
We are going crazy fast. So the lazy hippie
Man.
with 1. I Feast on
I can't
Glue
read this
is a
fast.
great tag. I Feast on Glue might be my favorite. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Legend C4.
That one's top 3 for sure.
Shout out to Legend C4. Go check out on YouTube. We got some biddies from Hops. Love Hops. He used to cast us way back in H5.
Didn't I call Legend C4 a bot yesterday? I'm pretty sure it was. I'm pretty sure it was.
I think we're about to break our level 11 hype train, by the way, Alec.
We are. We're 93% with 4 minutes left. Let's go, everybody. Mr. Tactical Fox with the tier 1. Thank you so much. My dog
Ultras,
reminds me of
look
a
at that.
fox.
Pure Delight breaks the record for us. Level 11, where our new record for today is now level 12. Pure Delight with 5 gifted subs. This is awesome. Like, first HCS tournament. Been having so much great support on the Twitch. The YouTube's been popping off as well. We got 1,700 people watching over there right now, but we broke 2K
New
on
records.
the YouTube last series. We're just breaking records today. HCS season 3, it's going strong. Love to see that. Everyone's excited for the next season. Athropex with the gifted sub as well to Nooned. Thank you.
Tools,
my.
new records being broken left and right. What did I? Which one? Did my
It's a
chat
little
is going?
sandal. Someone has Azra smack.
Post
I don't
it
know
again.
whose channel is that, but it's a sandal that is smacking the screen.
Una
It's an insane
chancla.
emote.
To call it chancla.
Oh my god, dude, this is insane. HCS Pro Talk. Alec, I think we're loading in, but
Yeah, we
HCS
are.
Pro Talk. Marks, guys, thank you so much for the subs. Thank you, level 12. Maybe we get to level 13. This is insane.
FaZe versus OpTic begins now.
The support has been absolutely unreal, and it's not even done just yet. Level 12 hype train. I'm getting hyped for this matchup. You got a rematch of Worlds. FaZe going up against OpTic Gaming. This is what we're here for, ladies and gentlemen. Your first tournament here in the HCS season, and this is your losers bracket finals. The winner of this makes it into that grand finals. Make some noise if you're with me.
Oh my word, like you said, the rematch from Worlds, I have chills, and we're starting off with Lucid. He's gonna pick up the snipe. The push comes from the bridge. Great job by Lucid to stay alive there, but immediately it's gonna be 3 dead for OpTic Gaming. Lucid, the last one, has to play his life.
2 world championship teams so far here in Halo Infinite. Year 1 belonged to OpTic. Year 2 belonged to FaZe, and as of right now, Tower 2 belong to World 2 for just a bit. Luckily for OpTic, they get that sniper out of the hands of World 2, and Frosty, he wants it back.
Yeah, he's got OS as well, so he's gonna sit comfortably here on the top of OpTic Gaming's tower, but Formal doing a ton of damage. Dead Zone's gonna get the back smack. That'll be now a sniper in the hands of Dead Zone, formerly known as Penguin, as they look to lock down their defenses here, get control back of their base, get a slay, and push up.
Both members of OpTic Gaming now focusing on the long haul side. Looks like we have a bit of a sniper battle. Snakepipe might have the sniper for FaZe, and I know Dead Zone has a sniper here for OpTic Gaming. The first 2 kills go towards FaZe. Make it 3. Now Dead Zone with the sniper is the final player alive. He's trying to fight off multiple members of FaZe and doing a damn good job of it.
And if you're an 07 kid, you remember all too well the snipe battles on the pit. We get to see him once again. Dead Zone gonna get a double there. But still, FaZe Clan on the aggressive push. OpTic Gaming stopping in its tracks, and now they've got control of the 50% portion of the map.
I want to know how you sound to say, if you're an 07 kid like I am. Oh, God. Still in the hands of Dead Zone at the moment. 3-1 start. Make it the 4th. That's a counter snipe for him. 3 down for FaZe, a double for Dead Zone, and an opening to push up into FaZe's base. 1 more round of slays, and this flag will be moving, but Frosty up high He has another sniper.
Yeah, Frosty plays that so well, Tony, right? He's the last player alive, sits on the top of Snipe, sits on the box so he can play his life as good as possible. He knows how important of a kill he is for OpTic Gaming. Still on his sword side now, still maintaining that pressure. We'll see what he's able to do with this Snipe.
There it is. No scope onto Lucid, finishes him off quick. Still not a single cap on the board right now, but the Slayers are going down for each of these teams, and Rockets and Overshield are coming up. As I say that, OpTic find himself 3 down, and the final player, Trippy, getting caught out a bit in no man's land. FaZe are starting to infiltrate the base of OpTic Gaming. Frosty is now working on the spawning players, and although he runs out of sniper, maybe he can get himself an OS.
FaZe are definitely doing a great job here of swarming the base of OpTic Gaming. They don't even need Frosty. He's going to get the overshield. The overshield is going to be thrown off the map, I'm sorry, with the repulse, but regardless, not needed. A couple of kills go on the side of OpTic, though. Snakebite's going to be the first one to fall, so Frosty has to double back here, and he's got a push from OpTic coming down the long haul.
That was a full-on and well-executed trap by Frosty there as he relays that flag forward and over toward the needle pit. Didn't go after the overshield first, drawing OpTic into a false sense of security, setting him up to send him right off the map. He could have grabbed that overshield, but instead he used the overshield in an interesting way to still get the first cap for FaZe.
FaZe get the first cap like you mentioned, up 1-0, and Royal 2 in a position to get this first pick. First cap, first pick, there it is. Royal 2 still shooting, still getting shots in, but he ends up falling, and this will be the break that OpTic Gaming needed. FaZe go 3 down.
3 down for FaZe, and OpTic already in the base of them. They're trying to get the counter pull. It's already out, but one shot Trippy ends up being stopped short. Snakebite comes in out of nowhere with the double kill, now working for the return, but also working on trying to locate the final 2 players of OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, a great job not desperating right there by FaZe. They make sure to get the slays, the couple of slays that they need on their side, and they get that return as well. But you see, Renegade being annoying in the base of OpTic, he's going to end up falling. So now OpTic probably going to push up through the map, and World 2 is in a prime position to stop that push.
World 2 stuck over toward the tower side while one shot and OpTic starting to rain down the grenades, but looks like they haven't found the target just yet. Still a 1-0 lead for FaZe. And excellent shots from World 2, finishing off Lucid. Now, as we down go FaZe, now actually World 2, he can't get aggressive. He has to get OpTic out of his base. He has to stay alive.
Yeah, he was trying to finesse a little bit there, but they caught him out with a beautifully placed nade. Now it's Snakebite left to do the work here on this shotgun side of the map, but Trippy comes through with the AR, cleans him up quickly. You can see a lot of just discipline out of this FaZe roster, making sure to get their shields back so they can fight an advantageous fight, but OpTic make it through.
Turning the corner, turning and burning with the flag, but they're not able to grab a hold of the Rockets. Maybe Renegade can get there in time as 2 slays favor FaZe, but it's not enough. That flag gets pushed in, tied up in one apiece, but we're not done yet. 3 down go OpTic Gaming, and Renegade saves the Rocket. Now works on the spawning players with it. A double kill out of him. Trippy has tower. Snakebite has the flag. A couple of shots could allow him to push up. Frosty takes down Trippy, and Snakebite, he's gonna curb slide his flag right to Needles. No, he's gonna get the kill first, then curb slide it right to Needles.
It's a step-by-step foundational process. You get the kills, then you move the objective. That's exactly what's done there. And a great job by FaZe, but they still have to fight on their back foot. They're in the base of OpTic Gaming. OpTic Gaming have the favorable spawns, and they will continue to pressure, but FaZe find a way through. This flag's on their side of the map. They're gonna put this in.
As 2 down go OpTic Gaming, as this flag makes it towards the base, it looks like FaZe take a 2-1 lead, and Snakebite now can push up as he ends up getting taken down. So far, back and forth we go. Nades out here as 2 members of FaZe try to make it toward the tower side, and Trippy has to make sure he gets these kills before he can go after the flag, and ends up getting them. Lucid clears out the tower side. OpTic now have 2 members pushing up towards training side, and they have a member on the tower. Now OpTic might be able to tie things up. They have to pull this flag, but eventually FaZe come off a spawn.
Yeah, FaZe come off a spawn, and Frosty is the first one to spawn, makes it through the enemy side, and trades out a kill. So OpTic have to wait for numbers advantage once again, and it's FaZe on that defensive hold. once again, it's going to work, right? They're waiting for OpTic to be aggressive. They're looking for angles, and that's exactly what they will try to find here. But Renegade going down and Royal 2 following up around side him, they're going to have a difficult time making sure this flag doesn't get taken.
Sniper in the hands of Lucid. Banning the banana as 3 down. Go FaZe once again. Renegade, the final player alive, and it looks like a flag is being pulled, but a new challenger appears. All
right, we got to put Luigi on the other side then. That's not fair whatsoever. Like, you got Mario on one side. Where's Luigi? Luigi's green, so it works out perfectly. I'm assuming they're just going to end this up. I'm not sure. Rockets are coming up. That flag is pretty far here for the side of FaZe. Looks like the game will end, unfortunately. Player did leave, but he was in there long enough to influence the spawns, so we'll get a reset.
I love how Mario was just probably in the custom browser, just searching. He's like, oh man, I'm looking for a fun little custom game. What are these guys playing? Are they playing a clan battle? Are they playing hide and seek? I think I recognize some of these names. Just jumps in and ends up in the middle. Mario, what are you doing? It's elimination bracket finals, brother. They did not recognize the names. If you see FaZe and OpTic in a lobby, you leave right away. This is Mario. Oh man, it's okay. He just wants to play some Duck Hunt. What the hell?
Oh, that's unfortunate, right? And Lucid's asking what's the call, and the reason he's asking that is because they had the flag all the way through the 50% portion of the map. They had FaZe's flag through the 50% portion. Yes, FaZe was contesting, so it's really hard, even with hindsight, to see who would have capped that flag. But regardless, 4 minutes, we're up by 1. That's the call. We'll see if OpTic Gaming does agree to that. And a shout out to the professional players, not having to go to the admins. They can figure this out themselves. They're grown adults, and they will figure it out. But Tony, I got to talk about this. What a massive, energetic start this was for the side of FaZe and OpTic Gaming, and we wouldn't expect anything less. Do you remember the grand finals at Worlds? Absolutely phenomenal. And guess what? We haven't missed a beat. Ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet. It is HCS Season 3, and we're starting it off with a banger.
I'm already struggling right now. I'm struggling just to talk. My mouth is dry. My neighbors are banging on the walls right now. It's only game number 1, and I am struggling here, but I'm also excited here. FaZe going up against OpTic Gaming. This is what us Halo fans wanted to see. We wanted to see in the offseason. Sadly, we didn't get it, but we get it in the first tournament going in on our way to our first LAN.
Tony, I'm a really good friend of yours, right? So I'm gonna help you out. If your mouth is dry, drink some H2O.
I don't
Put
have
some water
any
in there, Tony. Oh my goodness gracious.
I ran out of it in game 1.
Well, what's not run out in game 1 is a lot of great plays. It's Trippy with the Rockets to start this off. Control of these Rockets could be massive, but he misses the first one. Dead Zone's gonna go down. He ends up wasting both, gets 1 kill, but will that be enough for them to push in? No, they've got to back up and wait for Dead Zone to spawn.
World 2 bringing that sniper over toward the tower side. This has to be frightening if you're on the other side of it. OpTic needs to prioritize getting involved, and Lucid does chase him down with a pointing shot, but that just gives a new angle for Royal 2 to thread the needle from sword to sword, as he's not done holding forward while Reticle is down and trained on the opposition, just barely missing the body shot, but still finishes him off with the bandit. FaZe are now in the sword, now in the base of OpTic Gaming. They have passed the 50. Oh,
yeah, and sword, oh my goodness gracious, a killing spree for Royal 2. Sword has become so strong, Tony, and it's this right here, the bulldog control in Sword makes Sword such a massive place to stand and a massive place to control, and it's going to be Royal 2 in a crucial battle versus Dead Zone. Dead Zone has the repulse and takes him out. It'll be OpTic Gaming with control of the bulldog.
How many times have we seen Royal 2 barking? Well, that bite with that bulldog has to be a bit louder than the bark. As multiple going down for FaZe, Frosty putting that sidekick to work, takes down 1, puts Formal down to 1 shot. Snakebite is able to clean up those kills, making it look easy on his way toward the long haul side.
No damage wasted here for FaZe, and that's what makes them so good, right? They put that damage in, it's going to get cleaned up every single time, and you see right there, Snakebite's gonna push a bit aggressive. He does put the damage in. Unfortunately goes down. It'll be 3 down for FaZe now as Frosty tries to find this kill inside a sword on Trippy.
FaZe have been trying to start their pushes from the training and the sword side of the map, but somehow OpTic have been able to anticipate it, and they get a momentary advantage on their way to infiltrating the side of FaZe. Now you have Snakebite sitting towards the Mauler side of the map, getting nades from the front, back, side to side, making them dance, but eventually Snakebite goes down. OpTic get the pull. Formal not able to defend dead zone for long. World 2 with one of the best mid-range to long-range shots in the game is manning the tower side and keeping OpTic away from the flag.
Yeah, as FaZe clear their base, it has to be said, ladies and gentlemen, FaZe need 2 here. OpTic need 3. There was a bit of a reset here, so that's the standing that's going to happen. Only 2 needed for FaZe, 3 needed for OpTic. Formal with the Rockets once again. OpTic doing a great job controlling the sandbox, but haven't really gotten the value they want out of it just yet.
A minute and 11 seconds worth of regulation. There is advantage on one side, so we still have to continue to grind forward. That's exactly what FaZe do. Overshield is out. Shots are going in onto Trippy. Both Lucid and Trippy end up going down. That's half the members of OpTic. The other half luckily have the sniper in the form of Dead Zone. No scope and quick scope is going to connect, but Dead Zone's not able to hold that angle for long, and Frosty has already gotten the flag towards the needle side. Momentary lapse in timing, still not going to be enough to stop him from getting it through long haul. FaZe are grinding this flag forward. It's over towards the plat, and it's almost home.
Oh my goodness gracious. I don't know what just happened, Tony. I'm gonna be honest with you. It was ended in a tie. I'm not exactly sure. It was that, so FaZe only needed 1 there, I guess, and I guess that's gonna be it. So FaZe ended up winning that one. So they didn't do differential. Instead, they played first cap, which is really interesting. I didn't expect them to do something like that.
Well, they already had the lead and going, and as time winding down, FaZe are the ones who had the flag out. If OpTic had the flag out, you technically have sudden death because you're within 1 of the opposition. So
you're absolutely right. They played 4 minutes. That's correct. You saw Royal 2 in the chat earlier say 4 minutes. You're right. They were up 1 anyway. They were gonna get that second cap. 100%, Tony. I apologize. Now we move on to game number 2. It's gonna be Ranked Slayer. Will this one be as close? We won't have any breaks in this one, I guarantee that. I can't guarantee that. Hopefully I didn't jinx it, but regardless, a lot of energy arises here with these two. A little bit of a rematch, continuation from Season 2. We go into Game 2, Tony. OpTic need to answer back, FaZe up 1-0.
And I know things were a little bit confusing, guys. Just want to keep in mind, reminder, FaZe had the lead going into that version 2. And when time was winding down to 0 seconds, if OpTic had the flag out, we see sudden death because you're within 1 of the opposition. If FaZe had the flag out because they have a 1 cap advantage, OpTic still had to have the flag out in order to force that sudden death. So just want to make sure that we're clear. FaZe had technically a 1 cap lead going into that, and as time wound down, OpTic couldn't force the sudden death. FaZe could have pulled that flag 9 times out of 10 and ran it in circles. It would not have started sudden death if the game was continued from round 1. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that everybody at home understood. Sorry.
100%. Yep, 100%. It's that time differential that we're talking about, the 4 minutes. We wound down to 0, but now we go into Game 2. 5-4 is the lead for FaZe. They're up 1-0 in the series. They're looking to get more here. Renegade is going to fall, though. Trippy falls on the other side of things as well. But it's going to be FaZe in control of the shock and in control of pipes.
1-0 lead in favor of FaZe at the moment here. Frosty with the shock. And I swear on everything I love, if Mario joined this game, I'm gonna freak out. But 6-5 lead. You see 2 members of OpTic Gaming over toward the tower side. 2 more members pushing the gold and glass side quickly. OpTic look to surround FaZe, look to gather space via the map control, but you have to get the kills in order to make that work. And I see on the feed, Renegade was able to take down Dead Zone. Frosty can just line up the shot. 1 more kill can give him a huge advantage, but can't quite find the pick onto 4 more. Now OpTic are in gold.
Yeah, 3 more shots here for Frosty. 9 bullets to work with. He's got to hit every single one. You see right there, a lot of body damage on both players. He cleans up the first one. So again, this is huge, right? They're trading out kills, but it's FaZe who are on the positive side of this, of course, as the shields were not there for Dead Zone. A beautiful job by Frosty once again. As that shock rifle gets out of ammo, takes the pipe control. Now in 1 minute, he'll get the new shock.
Looks like a 12-9 lead in favor of FaZe at the moment here, as Frosty wants to use this grapple to not only get toward the opposite side of the map, but maybe to snatch up the camouflage. But Lucid making that high-risk, high-reward play, giving up his life to deny access to the former MVP. It's MVP on MVP crime right there. Are we allowed to have that on screen?
Oh, we love it. We love to see it here. Halo fans, this is a show for you. This is just beautiful. This is Halo. Honestly, what we're seeing here, two teams, two of the very best teams in the league, toe-to-toe in a Slayer match in Game 2. See, only down by 1 kill. It's the push by FaZe. It's about to commence. OpTic Gaming have to stop it, but they go 2 down.
It was a 2v2 scenario, FaZe versus OpTic toward the C side, and both Trippy and Formal weren't able to hold off FaZe from pushing them out. That leaves Lucid by himself, who's doing a great job of navigating the chaos away from bottom A over towards the Mauler side, and now he's in a bit of advantage here. Somehow gets himself the assist, stays alive. Now this turns into a flank. Lucid, you have no business doing this.
Yes, he does. Perfectly played there by Lucid. Very disciplined to stay alive on a very just difficult part of the map, the elevator. It's so tough to get a kill on elevator. Lucid knows that. He uses the terrain to his advantage, and he uses that advantage to get multiple kills, and now he's using the shock as well, but he ends up falling.
That chain damage, oh my gosh, so annoying to deal with. It doesn't put you one shot off in a second, but it's enough to like, what the heck did that come from? It pecks you, it peppers you. It's annoying to deal with, and eventually it really starts to weigh down on the opposition as right now, OpTic with the 1 kill lead, weighing down that pressure onto FaZe, holding Snakebite back towards gold. He's trying to find the angle, but that nade put him right back in. He double takes and nobody home. Lucid and Dead Zone, they're already attacking the C side. They've already got themselves a kill and they're controlling the strong side of the map as active camouflage is coming up. But Frosty this time goes after Lucid and gets himself the kill, the denial sticky grenades to make sure he is not pushed. FaZe put OpTic 2 down, and because of that, they get camo.
Yeah, you see FaZe play that really well. They were down in numbers at one point. No one from FaZe ended up peeking, and because of that, they get their numbers back. They're able to recollect, get a kill, and get the camo. And now, guess what? They also get the lead. That's a lot of wins for the side of FaZe Clan.
FaZe wants to take this camouflage over toward the glass side. Dead Zone seems isolated. I don't think he has any help with FaZe recognized that was a 3-1 split, and they recognized Dead Zone by himself. Now, the rest of OpTic, they have to work together, but it's a 4v3. Royalty has Trippy down to 1 shot. The nades eventually take him down. Now the tower side is practically clear. There is an avenue for them to break through, or they could just back down and reset.
Yeah, you can see FaZe is doing a really good job of isolating. They isolate Penguin. Of course, they isolate the guy on top tower, and they're able to do just this stranglehold that OpTic is not able to get out of. Finally, you see OpTic on that aggression, a little bit of confidence in this push, and because of that, look at that. 2 down for FaZe Clan. OpTic aggress, and they become victorious in that scenario. 28-27, though, FaZe still lead.
Since like season 1, season 2, I've been begging for a shroud for that exact reason. Crossing tower across the catwalk is so tough to do. The shroud makes it possible, and you saw them be able to infiltrate and at least have a fighting chance to block out the cross mappers. But now, OpTic, you have members on tower side, you member on the gold side. Renegade has found a flank through, and so has World 2. A perfectly timed flank out of both Renegade and World 2 leads to a 3 down. Excuse me, make it 4 for OpTic Gaming. 34-29. FaZe have passed that 30 kill mark.
Yeah, you saw Frosty right in a vulnerable position on that battery side, but it was all just a distraction. Sometimes dying is okay if you got a team like FaZe around you. That's exactly what happened. World 2 and Renegade with a perfect flank, and now they have a little bit of a lead as well. Camo was up. This is a very important camo here. It's the 6-minute one, only a few more camos in this game, but FaZe is already at 38 points. I don't know if we have much time left.
If you're an OpTic fan, you're looking at the duo, Trippy and Dead Zone. 4 kills and double-digit deaths is not enough, and I love the 10 assists between the two, but something has to change. Lucid has done everything he can to keep his team with it, at least in the kills department. 17 kills, Trippy and Dead Zone, if they can wake up, if they can bounce back. This is still not out of reach here for OpTic Gaming. It is tough, though, when Renegade has active camo.
Yeah, they have his location, too. You can see Formal right there in the bottom tower, Tony, just sitting still, waiting. Unfortunately, Renegade didn't have any stickies. I'm sure he would have utilized one right there. Informal picks apart. Once again, one isolated player from FaZe. Frosty goes down, and this lead, it's starting to go away here, Tony. OpTic Gaming making a comeback.
Remaining.
Renegade, he's been trying to find some kind of easy avenue in, but now he's gonna find himself into a double push from Lucid and Formal. They knew that Renegade was on the low ground. They got that information. They trusted each other, and they flew at him. And that might be an opening that OpTic Gaming needed in order to get aggressive. Frosty trying to slow things down with the shot, doesn't connect with the Trippy, has him down to one shot, but he also has reinforcements. Double push on the OpTic. Long haul is practically cleared out. That's until Trippy catches a stray grenade to the knee. 1 kill game right now. Every bit of life, every bit of damage matters from this point forward.
Yeah, what was once a 9-kill game, like you said, within 2 here for FaZe, and it has to be Lucid. 18 and 12 in this game. Formal with 13 and 7 as well. You can see Trippy starting to pick it up. Has 9 assists to his name. Starting to heat up just a bit, maybe starting to find his flow. But FaZe still lead by 1.
Long-range shots out of Frosty is going to keep Trippy at bay, while he also changes attention to the rest of OpTic Gaming that are trying to double push their way into long haul. They've already dealt with dead zone, but Formal refuses to go down, puts that man on a stretcher as Raw 2 has to chase him out. Back to a 1-kill game once again. Active camouflage is up, but right now it is just bait for both of these teams. If you go for it at the wrong time, it will cost you this game and potentially this tournament.
Yeah, and that's why it's been up for 30 seconds so far. No one wants to overextend. Trippy looks like he's going to. He's looking for the opportunity to get this camo, but look how much damage he takes because of it. They clean him up because of that. 48 to 45. Renegade looking for another, gets the stick. 49 to 45. FaZe looking to win this.
Renegade making a play there with that sticky grenade, and now with the cross-map shots from the Commando, it's enough to create a bit of chaos, create a bit of a distraction for Raw 2-2. It ended. FaZe are up 2-0 in the series. FaZe are now 1 game away from making it to the grand finals.
Space Station waiting, sitting just patiently for this match to end here. Like you said, FaZe on the precipice of closing this series out. OpTic not able to find an answer as close as these games have been. It is FaZe who have unchanged roster on their side. No changes to their roster, whereas OpTic Gaming, of course, going to switch out APG for Dead Zone. I talked about the growing pains with this team, and when you face a squad like FaZe, who were the previous world champions, it's going to be difficult. But I will say, OpTic is putting up a phenomenal fight, and I don't think that fight's over.
I saw the stats briefly on the screen as we take a look at the replays, and I just, I'm often the time to tell that, the game is won by plays and execution. Stats are not what win games, but going into that Slayer, you have to realize Lucid with 20 kills. That is such an impressive stat line. And with what 6 assists to go along with by the time he ends it. And you have to look towards, Trippy and Dead Zone. 11 kills between the two. Obviously a dangerous amount of deaths, putting you in that position. I love the assist, I really do, but somehow we have to get those deaths down. Somehow we have to find a way to push forward, and maybe 1 or 2 plays go their way and we see a different outcome, we see a different stat line for them. But I think in that Slayer, you got to be honest with yourself. You got to look at that and say that you want to see more out of Trippy and Dead Zone. And going into this game number 3, I have my eyes on them. I expect nothing less than a bounce back game for them to stay alive in the series and stay alive in the tournament.
Trippy has a nickname, and it's Drippy for a reason. This man knows how to show up when he's needed the most. We'll see if he's able to do it here. FaZe Clan, they're going to have A, but have to work really hard for B as 2 of them go down.
And with that, FaZe, a well-deserved double cap to start off our game, taking the lead early. OpTic put the first scrappy 4 points on the board, but, in Strongholds, what's 4 points? It might as well be nothing.
That's true. Not a lot. A nice little 3 down for FaZe, though. It's that top tower snipe control that's so very important on the side of live fire, especially on Strongholds. And you can see Dead Zone, great job taking advantage of the isolated player on the bottom center of the map. And now you can see they push on the spawns of FaZe. But look, FaZe make a play. They're on the outside towards Brutes. They're going to try and get C and break this.
Deadzone looking a lot more comfortable here on live fire, getting very aggressive, and it's showing the stat sheet. 5 kills before going down for just a second time. We see OpTic trading out Charlie for Alpha. What's most important is that Bravo, Trippy recognizes that. What does he do? Puts himself in a position to angle it out, put down some damage, and now stay alive. OpTic needs to build a green wall around Bravo, because as of right now, Renegade is in there, finding a home. They take down Renegade, but one more player leaks through. Not for long. Deadzone takes him down. Frosty by himself. 3 down, go FaZe. OpTic moving for the trip cap.
You talked about Trippy and Deadzone stepping up. That's exactly what they're doing here, and the trip cap about to be locked in with that kill. It is. Spawns come out on the camo side. FaZe are in trouble. They're 2 down.
37-25 lead here. OpTic take back control. FaZe find himself 4 down. Once again, this is where things get really dangerous here on live fire, where you're able to cycle your opponents from one spot to another. You identify them, you get those nades down, you do the initial damage, and you get aggressive. Most importantly, you do it together. FaZe try to make a play for Charlie. Not gonna happen. Lucid and the rest of OpTic are on them once again. FaZe end up going 2 down, and Frosty does make a play over toward the low ground side, but it is not showing in the scoreboard. Bravo and Charlie still belong to OpTic Gaming, and although they might have slowed OpTic Gaming down, Deadzone gets away with camouflage. They still have map control, and FaZe are still not putting points on the board.
Yeah, they're just getting outslayed. FaZe with only 12 kills, OpTic with over 20. This is exactly what OpTic needed. They needed to outslay FaZe, be on the up end of these slays, and control these power weapons, which they've done so very well. They look very comfortable right now on live fire. Hasn't changed since season 1. It looks like they continue on that pressure, and FaZe are caught out here. They don't know what to do. Still a triple cap locked in.
FaZe may be up 2-0 in the series at the moment here, but it's just one game at a time, and that's exactly how OpTic are playing it. Look at this lead. Over 130 points for them, just 25 for FaZe, and Bravo and Charlie still belong to OpTic Gaming, which is the more favorable side on the map for OpTic. They are holding it down perfectly. Formo is able to take down Renegade. Frosty ends up hitting the black screen as well. A one-shot snake bite. What do? There's only so much you can do by yourself. Give your teammates spawns, but time continues to add on for OG.
It's really tough, right? There's not much you can do. You're constantly down in numbers. They have the cross on that B side. It's just, they've got Sniper on top tower once again. FaZe just finding themselves in a position where they can't find an opening here, and it just comes down to the fact that OpTic are on their P's and Q's. They're doing a great job outslaying the side of FaZe. A killing frenzy for Trippy. You asked him to wake up, Tony. He's awake.
I called out Trippy and Deadzone in that last game, and I was honest with you. I was respectful, but I was honest. That game wasn't the best for Trippy and Deadzone. This time we're seeing Deadzone being a lot more aggressive, especially with the objective efficiency. We're seeing Trippy just drop a frenzy. The man has only died 2 times. They are bouncing back, and a large reason why OpTic have a dominant lead right now, and FaZe have to literally dig themselves out of a crazy hole. A double cap finally for FaZe, but they don't have Bravo. That's until Renegade puts down Lucid.
Honestly, we've seen this game type before. It is no secret that this can get out of hand on both sides. I don't care if it's 249-2. A comeback is 100% possible, and if there's one team to do it, it's the former world champs FaZe.
I don't want to call you out, but if it's 249-2, I'm betting my new house that team don't win. I'm gonna take that bet every time. But you are right. Strongholds is snowballing. The same way we saw OpTic snowball against FaZe in their direction is the same way that momentum can swing back in favor of FaZe as OpTic find themselves 4 down and FaZe find themselves in yet another triple cap here. Off screen, we see Frosty open up with another kill. Formo has to answer back, and it takes down Renegade, but you still have 3 members of OpTic here toward the seaside, clearing it out, trying to make sure that they get the final player who's being such a nuisance in Snakebite, the do-it-all, the general, being a thorn in the side of OpTic. They had 3 players towards C. They couldn't finish the kills, and that means they don't get any objective time.
You're going to constantly see Snakebite showing up again, back against the wall. Those are the type of players you need to get you and will you back into a game. OpTic have taken control though, but Renegade finds his way behind the enemy team. He takes out a couple. Because of that, he'll get the snipe. And it'll be, of course, FaZe getting B. Now they solidify this control with 4 dead of OpTic right now, Tony. This is the chance for Renegade to be aggressive and get tower.
Once upon a time, this was a 234 lead, or maybe 38, excuse me, in favor of OpTic Gaming. From 4 down to 3 down to slays across the board to sandbox control to Renegade being a nuisance. Look at what has happened. This lead dwindled down to just about nothing. OpTic having to struggle, having to empty the tank just to take Alpha. Meanwhile, FaZe still have Bravo and Charlie. They're running dangerously close to tying things up and maybe, just maybe, taking the lead as OpTic fall 3 down once again. Tim, what's happening?
A lot of slays are happening on the side of FaZe, and of course, Renegade holding down these angles. They don't want to peek because that's exactly what happens. Formal gets his head taken off. A 2-cap still solidified here. And consistently, the danger of C and this top tower that OpTic have to deal with, they can't get to B. The cross is too heavy. Then the pressure comes in. 3 dead once again. Another triple cap for FaZe.
FaZe are absolutely running through OpTic again. Mind you, 200 to 38 was the score line. And at this point, FaZe are about to take the lead. No scope out of Renegade, the main slayer, taking down Formal. And with that, FaZe continue to punish OpTic at every given turn. A clean sweep. It's official. FaZe have taken the lead going into the end game. This might be one of the craziest comebacks that we have seen in Stronghold's history.
It's so important to understand when you're dealing with Strongholds on live fire, they can be massive comebacks, especially when you've got Renegade, who just doesn't miss a shot. Another double kill out of him. They're getting B, but C will be traded. 232 and counting. The triple cap locked in. The spawns are trapped. Oh my word, FaZe is gonna win this.
Nothing's going right for OpTic, and they find themselves 3 down as the final seconds come in. FaZe have done the impossible on Stronghold, but it just merely looks improbable for them as they come off with the 3-0 sweep on their way to the grand finals. OpTic go down.
I told you. I said it. The comeback is possible, and if there was one team to do it, it was our world champions in FaZe, and they do it right there. OpTic looks so strong, but FaZe close out and sweep the series 3-0, but they have one more opponent to come up against, and it's an opponent with a sub on the team. It is not Legend, it is Monster and Space Station Gaming. It'll now be FaZe versus Space Station Tony.
That was almost perfect execution that we saw from OpTic versus FaZe, going all the way toward that 200-point mark, but something changed. The light switch was turned on. FaZe simply flipped that switch and literally took back what was rightfully theirs. A clean sweep on OpTic Gaming, going back to the drawing board to figure things out. Meanwhile, FaZe are going to the grand finals. Want to send it over to Ali and Garrett. Prepare us for that grand finals.
Oh man, that was an intense, very, very intense game. Tools was on the edge of his seat. He was just telling me everything. Tools, share with us your thoughts on this last game and the entire series. OpTic, I feel like a little bit of PTSD from Worlds. I'm getting it right now. Growing pains for OpTic, do you think? Or how? Just tell me your thoughts.
I think growing pains is probably a good way to put it. Sometimes you're in a game and you can just see the comeback happening. And I think it happened right when that trip cap came into effect. We're in the green room, and I just said, "Oh, this is going to be a really bad way to lose," and that's exactly what it was. Just a dominant trip cap. Really, it was Renegade's. Renegade became a demon. He willed it back, got some big kills, huge flanks over by that cut area, but you just hate to see it, especially after such a strong performance like Lucid Tribute. They're doing everything they could in those games. Tribute with that killing frenzy, honestly, just brutal. It's this play right here that where Renegade stays alive, and look, there's no one to follow up on the damage. He's just able to get behind 2 players that are weak, and guess what? Rewarded with the sniper. At this point, you know that you've made a huge mistake in the game. That was their opportunity to get back, but they had to find Renegade and put him down. They just never looked back. They never looked for him, and well, their heads were continually getting peeled because of it.
They did such an amazing job at the beginning of the game. I mean, Trippy even got a killing frenzy at the first half of the game. It's definitely a heartbreaking loss here for them. But now FaZe does move on to go up against SSG in just a moment for grand finals. It's gonna be an amazing match.
Honestly, I don't know how FaZe is going to lose. Is kind of where my mindset is right now with how they just played in that last game in that series. But SSG seems to be on another level today. This is the grand finals we've all been waiting for. I'd say buckle in, get whatever you need to get, because I think this one is probably going to get reset. But you never know. I'll say that the top 4 teams that we've seen today have been playing extremely well. I think OpTic still, even though it's a 3-0, I still think they had great moments within those games. Every game was winnable, right? And when you're a new team, new player on the roster, figuring out how to win those winnable games is just something that you have to talk to each other about. Get back in the lab, see what the mistakes were, and make sure that you just don't let those dark moments lurk behind you.
Well, we know that FaZe will be the team to just completely come from lower bracket and just completely reset. That this is the team to do it. SSG, can they stand up against that? Can they secure this win on today's Sunday? We're gonna find out. Our first match will be in Argyle CT at FaZe Clan versus Space Station Gaming. FaZe Clan. We were talking earlier about how about FaZe Clan's objective efficiency. How would you consider them in this map?
I think this map is perfectly tailored to them. Space Station, frankly, has a monstrous task ahead of them. Snipers all over this map. You have to trust Stellar to get those snipers and hit some big shots and keep them away from the basically stacked FaZe Clan roster. When you have 2 snipers on the map, the first thing you have to prioritize is making sure they either get off the map or you stay in your team's hands. Royal 2, Frosty, Renegade, those are probably 3 of the best 5 snipers in the game. That's how incredibly stacked this team is on these long range maps. Put that on top of the fact that on Argyle you have these really long sight lines, and you have a player like Royal 2 who is literally the turret. You give him a BR that spawns in that back base, set him up at lights, let him look through the map. He's not going to miss many of those long range shots. Space Station is truly going to have to work together as a unit, find those picks, break on through, and really get some efficient runs out here. I think this is going to be a tough task for them, but they have a huge advantage coming into this series, right? You have 2 best of 5s to get the job done.
Can't wait to see it. I feel like these teams are really excited to play on Argyle, unlike you this last week, who was upset about playing Argyle. Can you tell us a little bit about how much you hate Argyle?
Hey, my aim, formal, jealous. My brain, eco, wishes he had it. My movement, bound, learned from me. My teammates, gold 3. That's all I gotta say about Argyle. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. Every loss I get on Argyle, it ain't my fault.
Hold up.
It ain't my fault.
Hold up. I'm your teammate sometimes. What's going on here?
It ain't my fault.
You blaming me? You blaming me?
Hey, I ain't gonna say it, but it ain't my fault.
This is gonna be an exciting match for sure. Argyle. We can talk a little bit about Argyle. I feel like it's one of those maps that you either love or you hate. You blame your teammates for not hitting those sniper shots. It's a very unique map to play, and I feel like everybody struggles learning it. I am on the, if I have to play, I will, but I'm not going to choose that map. But I do enjoy when I do pick up the sniper.
Yeah, I think the map has a lot going for it. Honestly, with the changes, I do like it. Sometimes I get frustrated with it when the game is 0-0, 12 minutes in, and that still happens occasionally. But the updates to the map, I think, make it play a lot more clean than it was in the past. In particular, it's the placement of that flag. When you have those 2 grapples coming up as fast as they are, and you're able to grapple out flags into the midway point, it really pushes forward that flag past the point where you have a little bit more freedom. So when we're talking about Forbidden, right? Forbidden is a flag map that continually spawns players out of sight lines where they can't contest flag right away. That's why you're seeing a lot of games end in score. Argyle has the opposite problem, where if you pull the flag, the first spawners often have immediate sightlines onto you. It's not unusual to pull a flag and immediately get perfected by a player coming off a spawn. How do you solve those problems, right? Well, the grapple is a great solution to it, because if you grapple the flag out of platform and slide your way through the midpoint, you're essentially skipping that first spawn wave, and it allows these flags to run a little bit faster and for the scoring to be a little bit easier for these teams. And I think it's made the map much better. I honestly, the more I see Forbidden, the more I'm like, okay, Argyle has some problems, but we're getting to better solutions for it. I still think it's a good map. I just think that that Forbidden might take a claim above it. Still, I think there's going to be certain teams that play really well on this map because of their play style, and FaZe is one of those, right? They love long open sight lines. They love being able to just outgun and outskill opponents. They're going to be effective at it time in and time out, which is why I think this is going to be a pretty tough matchup for Space Station.
Agreed. I think we had a match earlier today where Forbidden was one of the quickest matches we've had today. Was it today? I'm not sure who got to play it, but it was the quickest 3 flags I've ever seen in that map.
Yeah, it was so fast.
It was incredibly fast, so I think it's going to become a favorite. I know a lot of people are growing, learning into it. I still need to work on my callouts as well. I want to take a moment to call out that we were at 1672 subscribers 3 minutes ago, and we've gotten a few more subs. We're just getting so close to our subscription, our sub goal, or what was our highest sub count?
1791. So we're like around 117 subs away right now, I think. And Space Station, hey, we don't get to play the game for you, but any sort of advantage we can give you, Space Station, a couple subs here and there, it definitely helps go a long way. Thank you so much. They do so much for these players. Love that they're supporting the scene as much as they are. I mean, I literally cannot wait for the Space Station Major later this year. Inky Fresh with their 8 months. I believe we saw one of the Complexity players, Descendant, renewed with his Prime sub. So thank you so much. And how do you say this one? Cyru with the Prime sub as well.
I'm scrolling. This chat is going by fast. Do you have an activity feed on your side? Because I got to scroll. That probably helps
I have
a lot.
Everything right in front of me, so it's much
Syru, I would say
this chat is crazy.
Syru, thank you so much for that Prime. I'd love to know where we are right now, because we are closing in on that 1700. You guys have been so amazing today, supporting the stream, just hanging out with us, chatting with us, subscribing, and we just got another sub bomb from Wave Burn, and they're burning the chat right now with all these subs. Short Basin, Carson Lutz, and everybody else, congrats on those subs. Now you guys get no ads in the channel. Thank you so much. That's another 10. That's another 10 tools. We're closing in. And Leprechaun AF, 11 months. Thank you so much.
And guys, you can see we're still waiting for the players to log in, so it's going to take a second for the game to get in. So just stick with us, have fun. I'll say that thank you. I saw just now that Lucid actually rated us with over 700 viewers. So thank you, Lucid. Honestly, sorry that the tournament didn't go your way. I think Lucid played one of his best tournaments yet. It's unfortunate that he wasn't able to get to grand finals, but that game that he had on Solitude King of the Hill against Business was one of the best I've seen from him. It was just phenomenal plays throughout. I believe we got another sub from In My Bag. I like that. In his era, baby. In My Bag 3583 with a gifted sub as well.
Thank you so much for that gifted. Keep it going, guys. Keep it going. Yeah, that match, that Lucid match was that OpTic match was incredible, for sure.
They're saying he had internet issues, Ali. I feel like now there's like an asterisk. That's unfortunate. The chat, the Lucid viewers, they came in. They're saying that his internet was having some problems during the last series.
That's unfortunate. You never know when internet's gonna be found. Ampra, thank you so much for the tier 1. Thank you. I had earlier, I've been picking up some nicknames for players. We have Stellar is SSG, Renegade, right. Tasmanian Devil, Bound. Is it Demon? Wait,
Renegade's the demon, right? It's definitely not Tasmanian Devil. That's really funny.
Who is a Tasmanian Devil? Somebody. No, I swear somebody said Tasmanian Devil. I wrote it down. Bound. Just devil, not Tasmanian. Not sure what kind of devil that would be. But I wonder if everybody is Bound the demon? Bound's the
chosen one, right?
The chosen
Bound is
one?
him. Bound is him. I gotta say, there are some players that don't have nicknames. I feel like we gotta come up with their
I
nicknames.
agree.
Renegade is also Renegade, right? Renegade, very good one. I feel like we don't have like nicknames. So like, what's some player? Eco doesn't have a nickname. Like what? Or I guess Snakebite's the general, right? Eco, like what's it, guys? Someone give me an eco tag right now.
Boo-Boo's got a lot. Boo-Boo's got a lot of plays with his name. Boo-Boo the Doo-Boo.
Eco the dolphin.
Where does?
Just insane. Oh, Eco Kevin Smith. Yeah, Eco Kevin Smith is actually yeah. Eco Kevin Smith is definitely
Lucid is John Halo.
Perfect. I feel like Lucid is like the Superman of Halo, right? He's like a superhero.
Yeah, he is.
With the hair, he's like a Clark Kent.
The Clark Kent of Halo. Boo Boo. But I'm checking to see if I can read them before I say them out loud. Legend. Well, Lethal. He's like, that's his name.
You gotta have something that's like that comes back like a little France. You know, gotta be able to.
Legend's nickname today is Lethal. Apparently, that's my bad. Stellar's SSG's.
SSG's.
LeBound. Wait, I like that one. LeBound.
LeBound is pretty sick. That's a good duo name. Like Legend and Bound. LeBound is gonna be a good one.
Legendary
Frosty.
Croissant.
Does Frosty have one? Frosty has like stuff named after him in the game, right? It's like
the Iceman.
Frosty the Snipe. The Iceman.
Frosty the Iceman.
You're asking for the monster cam right now?
Wait, hold up. Isn't there a? Is it Iceman from Batman? It's not Iceman.
Iceman is from God, the flying movie, Top Gun.
Top Gun. And which one's the one? There's an ice guy in Batman. Sorry guys, I didn't read the comics.
Penguin?
No, not Penguin. You're thinking about that movie.
Mr. Freeze?
Mr. Freeze. So we got Lucid as Halo Batman and Frosty as Mr. Freeze.
Frozone from Incredibles. Mr. Freeze. I think Frozone from Incredibles. Who could be the Frozone of Halo? It'd have to be like who's the Frozone? Where's my super suit? Someone tell me who's the Frozone.
Is it Frozone?
Dead Zone's the Frozone. Dead Zone. For sure, Dead Zone's the Frozone.
Dead Zone the Frozone. Frosty will be Dairy Queen?
So said Frosty's Elsa.
Wait, I like that. Frosty's Elsa.
Go on. They're talking about having this is great.
Jack Frost.
Legend the Baguette. I don't know about that one.
I liked Was it Legendary Croissant better?
Who else was it? Royalty's the turret, right? So we have
Royalty's the turret. Yeah.
So we have Kevin Eco Smith.
I'm writing it down.
We still need one for Legend. Bound is him.
LeBound.
Stellar's SSG's. Snakebites the general. Royal 2's the turret. Still don't really have a good one for Frosty yet. And then Renegade's the demon.
Iceman or Elsa didn't do Renegade. For you? Renegade, I like Renegade. It's good.
Like coaches, so like does Elamite have Elamite? I mean Elamite the warrior. I guess Elamite warrior.
Elamite warrior. That's not a nickname, that's his name.
Yeah. And then Royal 1. Royal 2 does have the aimbot tag as well. I see aimbot every once in a while.
Just Kyle. Elamite's just Kyle. Just Kyle.
Sup, Kyle.
Just Kyle.
Frosty the Eskimo. Dude, I think you guys are getting too on the nose with the Frosty tag. Iceman's good. Iceman.
It's not doing it for you. Like none of those. Like the Snowman, Frosty the Snowman.
No, definitely not.
No.
I feel like Iceman was pretty good. I think that's the closest. But the problem is like Iceman, like is always going to be more famous in Top Gun.
If you guys are just joining us, we are currently waiting for the last remaining players in the lobby. We're going to be moving towards grand finals right now. SSG versus FaZe, and you can see the players in the lobby right now. So we're just, having some fun chatting with you guys while we wait for this match to begin. This is going to be an amazing match. SSG versus FaZe, two amazing and incredible teams, so much talent. I mean, we got SSG's right there. We got Stellar in SSG side, and we also have Monsters subbing for Legend. I'm not gonna say Lethal this time. Legend. I got it right? It's the L's are tripping me. Okay.
He's gonna be legendary, right?
Legendary.
in this world. I'm trying to think of. Okay, I want to go back to this. I just really like coming. Okay, actually no, never mind. We're gonna talk about Sir EJ TV because he just gave 5 gifted subs to the
more
chat.
important.
How close are we to our record? Well, our record 1791.
Let's see.
Can we get a count, Louis? Where are we at? Maybe we can get close before we start this grand finals. Rockstar 222.
Let's go, Rockstar.
We're within 100. 1709. So we're 1791 is our record. Quick maths. 82, right? 82 subs away.
82 subs away.
82. Can we
82 subs today.
That's a lot to ask. That's definitely a lot to ask for of stream, but 82 will get us to our record.
So in case you guys
that'd be insane, Elliot, because
Yeah.
this is, once again, no LAN. This is only online. This whole month has been just online Halo, and we're that close to our record, which is phenomenal.
And that record was on LAN. Was reached on LAN. That's incredible.
HCS Charlotte last year was our record. That's when we
On
got
a main
our
event.
Mm-hmm.
That's
we
incredible.
were on the floor. We had the phone out. We were like filming the screens. Great moment in the history of the stream. Not a great moment for Halo, but definitely a great moment in the stream. It was like one of the funniest streams we've ever had.
Hey, those are the things that LVT does to bring you guys an amazing show. That's why we're here, and we're here because you guys are here to support us, bringing in those subbies, and just being such a great vibe in the chat. Sometimes, most of the time. And so
some of y'all get out of pocket every once in a while. So we got to keep you in check. Our mods, trigger finger fast.
Shout out to the mods.
Their trigger finger is fast. Don't even try them. They're gonna get you. All right, let's see what these guys are saying.
Let's see.
Renegade, guys aims lock through walls, and you want me to play? Okay,
I'll
so
read the next one. Everyone gets to turn with chance. It's our turn. LeBound.
I've seen you aim lock through walls plenty. Argyle, game 1.
Monster, the greatest door handle of our generation.
We got to get like a script. So let's get Tony. We'll get active in here. We'll all take a player and we'll like recreate the entire script of what they're saying. Well, a little table read, Oh my god.
Whoa.
Okay, I think we broke our record.
It's done. Wait, I'm scrolling up. How
with
many?
82 subs.
Thank you.
Crazy.
Insane. I had to scroll up. I just kept scrolling. I need an activity feed. ASAP tools. I need an activity feed.
82 gifted subs. I'm actually in disbelief. That's thank you, Valkyrie. Yeah, I think we're past our subs.
All right, everybody.
New record. We're breaking records today.
We are just breaking records today. We broke YouTube's viewership records. How many do we have over there right now? We had 2,000 viewers for the first time.
We had 2,200 at some point, and now we broke our Twitch sub record. We're still getting more subs too. Valkyrie, thank you so much. Robzilla with 5 gifted as well, and then we got a sub from XX Judge, 8 months. Shout out to everyone that's been subbing for multiple months. I want to see who has like some of the longer ones. I don't think anyone can beat me.
Hold on, we broke the record. Does that mean that Octave gets to just swap to controller for a whole month?
Oh yeah, he did say he was gonna do that. That's crazy,
guys. Octave is gonna swap.
Active's playing controller for the entire month. He said that he was gonna commit if we broke our record today, that he was gonna be on controller, frying out there. Love that. No more mouse and keyboard for Tim. Only controller for the rest of the month.
Thank you for the sacrifice,
so much.
Tim. Thank you for the sacrifice.
I can't believe Tim.
You're gonna love it. Bumper jumper inverted.
It's fun.
It's great.
I understand it's harder to aim, right? Like obviously, like you only get your thumb. Like can't cheat like using your whole arm to aim. I mean, like come on.
Yeah.
Like look, this thing is basically a cheat code. Like there's no way you can say this isn't a cheat code.
Sniper on mouse and keyboard it's easy peasy. It's like I don't know. Okay, that's pretty sick.
It's not gonna focus it first.
That's pretty sick. Here's mine.
Okay.
Wow. Cloud.
Nice little keyboard.
No, but I like my controller. I play bumper jumper inverted for my. I don't know why. I don't recall.
You invert aim?
Huh?
You invert your aim, or like the bumpers are inverted?
No, my vertical aim is inverted, and I play bumper jumper. Forever. I have no idea
Okay.
what game forced me to do that, but I don't recall.
Goldeneye maybe. Azimio.
No
I
idea.
can't do. I have to fly inverted. Like in any game where there's like flying, I have to invert on that. But 10 gifted for Azimo.
Thank you so much
10
for
gifted.
for all of the subs, guys. We're just hanging out here for a moment. We were waiting for the players to join in, and just one last thank you for everybody who's been supporting. Thank you so much for we just reached our goal, and it looks like the lobby is ready for us. FaZe versus SSG, the grand finals for today for the HCS Open Series is happening right now, and. Honestly, I just want to hear from Active how excited he is about swapping to controller for a whole month. And Tony.
Tim, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't know about the whole switching to controller thing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I never said it. I'm not doing it.
I
never said
did
that.
make a promise to the chat that we would do if we broke the record. I did make a promise.
Well,
I
what was it? I
promised
wanna know.
that we would both take off our top. So I'm taking off
This
mine.
one? Shoot.
I'm taking off mine. I'm good. I'm good.
I don't have
Tim,
a jacket. I don't have a jacket. This isn't fair, man. I'm not doing this. There's no way. No.
Tim,
I refuse.
we promised they broke the record. Tim, Space
You
Station
promised,
Gaming actually
Tony.
put the 5 gifted in there. Tim, I did mine.
no, you
I'm
promised.
I'm good. Tim,
You promised.
Tim.
I wasn't in that. No. Nope. I will tell your secret. Don't you test me. I'll do it. Let's get to the game.
Grand Finals, ladies and gentlemen, we have the amazing FaZe going up against the amazing Space Station Gaming, and this time actually coming in with a bit of a sub. Mind you guys, this was a region-locked tournament going into the in-season, unlike the off-season tournament. So Legend was able to compete from the EU, and we saw him compete with SSG a couple of times. This time wasn't able to do so. Now we have Monster coming in, filling in for SSG, and apparently fitting in like a glove as SSG made it to the grand finals through the winner's side. And FaZe will have to do like they did at Worlds. They will have to win 2 series in order to become your champion. Something tells me we got a whole lot of Halo to be played.
Yes, we do, Tony. I mean, listen, SSG, they look phenomenal today. I will say, right? With the substitution of Monster, they look hungry. Monster, a very solid player online. We've seen it time and time again, and they look to be gelling with him really well. You can see Renegade not too happy, but he's going to come out swinging. So is the rest of FaZe. I think we go to a reset, Tony. I'm going to be honest with you. I think this goes to a reset, but here we go. Let's get into game number 1.
Starting on board with World 2, and is anybody surprised that World 2 himself is the first one to grab a hold of this sniper? My question is, who's going to be his sniper opponent on the other side of things? Will it be Stellar, one of the best snipers in the game, as Bound pushes up quickly? Frosty with the stick, World 2 taking down Monster, and the first engagement slightly goes in favor of FaZe.
Yeah, great movement by Monster in that scenario. Makes himself a difficult target, but it's not enough because Royal 2 is locked and loaded and ready to go. He gets 2, and that'll allow some space on the map to be taken here by FaZe, but they get the kill onto Renegade, which is going to slow things down just a bit, and it causes Royal 2 to go down as well. 3 down momentarily for FaZe.
Argyle known as the Battle of Attrition, as Stellar with a huge snipe right before going down, but it's going to take multiple rounds of slays for you to inch closer and closer to the enemy's base. Almost think of it like a chess match. You are fighting for the 50% portion of the map, but you are slowly inching your way forward and eventually inching your opponent out of options, as Bound with the double kill clears out the vent. Excellent shots onto Frosty, but Frosty simply wins those, and 2 down go SSG. Almost 3 down, but Stellar, he's tough to kill.
Yeah, lots of back and forths here, which is exactly what we thought we'd see. FaZe a little bit aggressive into the vent. One of the best power positions on the side of Argyle. You want to get that vent control. That's why you see Renegade go directly up there, but he ends up dying. So now it's going to be Snakebite that takes over here on top vent.
3 down go FaZe. Space Station Gaming, another opportunity to push up and not wasting time whatsoever. Monster, being the objective player that he is, rotates that flag. right over towards the opponent's pistol side. Eco sitting up high towards the red. World 2, he wants to stop this flag, but you find yourself in the middle of 3 different players, so maybe extending is the best play for World 2.
Yeah, that flag being off the platform too makes it a bit more difficult. It makes these games a bit quicker, right? You don't have to worry about that platform. The flag is towards the front side of the base, so that's why we start to see a lot quicker games in terms of Argyle than we saw when the map first came out last season. See, Renegade ends up going down there, so still a fight for this mid control like you talked about. A chess match. That's what makes Halo so beautiful. See, World 2 has to win this fight versus Stellar. He does, but immediately gets pushed. Repulses Monster back. Great job by him to stay alive.
It may be a new position for the flag, but it's still a same old position for that sniper. It looks like World 2 was fighting the entire SSG team in order for that S2 control. Eventually, Stellar looks like he gets it back, trying to line up the shot onto Snakebite, but Snakebite being a thorn in his side, and eventually Stellar wanted to play the sniper off the map, but Snakebite, he plays Stellar off the map.
Stellar trying to do his best to make sure that sniper does not get into the hands of FaZe. We know what happened in the last series when that was the case, and now FaZe running this flag. They're gonna force the spawns, or they're gonna try to force the spawns onto the back of flag, but instead SSG get the favorable spawns in the mid side of the map, and now they're making a push through FaZe's pistol.
Nice body shot out of Frosty, but not enough to take down that player. And in fact, Bound ends up cleaning him up. Renegade, the old-time twos duo, is the one to stop down Himothy. Renegade taking down Monster as well. 4 down, go SSG. Some people fear the monster under the bed, not Renegade. He's the demon, and... Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, I understand the play. I don't think he thought he was going to go that far, but he did. He had grapple, wasn't able to grapple on the ledge, so he goes off the map. But they do get the first cap. It's going to be FaZe up 1-0.
And somehow throughout all of that, FaZe still somehow find a way to phase through the defenses of SSG and get that flag home. So, you know, obviously going according to plan. I don't know here. Kiko with the quantum translocator. He's gonna transport himself back toward the vent side to stay alive. Raw 2's gonna go up in the vents to make sure to try to get him out. FaZe trying to get that man advantage so they can get that map advantage. That's exactly what happens. 3 down, go SSG. Snakebite is already in the base, ready to pull the flag, gets it off, and now hopefully looks to FaZe to relay that flag, because Snakebite does end up going down, and Stellar trying to go for the return. Renegade falling from the heavens, Lucifer himself apparently, to get the back smack. Make sure to keep that flag alive. War 2 is here as well, trades out in life. It is a brawl, a bloodbath here for the flag, trying to get the return, and eventually looks like it does end up getting returned. Luckily for SSG, FaZe still within their offense.
Yeah, the offense is the important part here, right? They're pushing up on the snipe elbow side. They've got SSG kind of stuck inside their base. They're getting 3 kills as well. That's going to be 3 down. And you see Eco, the last player alive there, just trying to do all he can to do as much damage as possible. But it's Frosty watching for the spawns on the snipe elbow, exactly where they are spawning. But there's one player that's behind him on pistol. He's got to be careful.
FaZe have always sneakily been a very good Argyle team, and you're seeing this relentless pressure, always keeping that flag off the base of SSG, always being on their side is really tough for Space Station Gaming to deal with. That's 2 in a row as a 2-0 lead for FaZe out of nowhere. SSG finally have them 3 down. How do you respond? How do you take advantage?
Well, right now, that 3 dead, you can push up on the map just a bit, but like you just said, oh no is correct, Tony. Monster's gonna fall, which means it really stalls things a bit. They're not able to get the pressure that they wanted, and now you see how fast FaZe goes to their 50% portion. Renegade in the PCs. Lots of information there onto Eco as well, and they'll clean him up.
Renegade still has 2 bullets to work with this sniper, but you notice Bound and Stellar are pushing up quick over toward the pistol side. He's gonna have to really hit shots, and does literally just that. Body shot into the bandit. Renegade already 15 kills to his name, and he's just struggling with this map. Between staying on it and hitting that clamber, it's really tough for Renegade here. Long off season, if you will. Oh, are you kidding me? What is it?
Tony, I have never in my time, in my career duoing with you, ever seen you at a loss for words. You are one of the most talkative people I've ever met. And I just saw it twice. And all it took was the best player in the game falling off the map twice. I don't know what's happening, Tony. I couldn't tell you.
At this point, if you told me Renegade has handed the controller to his cat, I'd believe you. I don't even know what's going on here. And somehow he has 15 kills. Like, let's talk about the fact that at times he's playing like the main slayer and playing like he's not even human, and still is outslaying everybody in the lobby right now, on their way to a 2-0 lead for FaZe. Eventually, SSG find a way to find some of the kills, now fighting for the 50% portion of the map, and Renegade this time knows where he's at, can stay on the map and put down all of this damage that he's doing. Monster with a clutch double.
It just must be one of those days, like Limp Bizkit used to say. Great song there, by the way, but 2-0 lead for FaZe. Still a lot of work left to do for the side of SSG. It's Roll 2 again in that very powerful position inside the vent. This is the position where you can just get that QT, you can do so much damage, or you can trade with Bound, which is exactly what they want at this point. About 4 minutes remaining here in this game. They can play defense if they want the entire time. That's definitely not what we notice out of FaZe, but Renegade, he loves this. Oh no, he loves this spot, but he does not love Monster.
I mean, yeah, he was asking him to throw on the camera, maybe thinking that somebody else was covering the account. Legend might thinking Legend's still in the lobby or something. I don't know. But either way, we finally got the game started, and Renegade letting Monster know. But I think Monster has had actually a fantastic tournament so far. He's been making some clutch plays and really doing a great job as the substitute player for SSG. We're a little over 3 minutes on the clock. Time definitely becomes a factor. We talk about Argyle being that chess game, slow and steady to cross the 50, slow and steady to push your opponent out. Well, that takes time, and as of right now, SSG might just be running out of that.
Well, they are pushed up on the map, though. You see Stellar already in their PC side, but look how quickly FaZe get rid of them. It's 3 dead. SSG crossed that 50% portion of the map. Instantly, they're dead from the side of FaZe, and it's going to be Frosty once again with his snipe in his hands. It's going to make it even more difficult. This is going to be a large test for this SSG roster, and you're going to start to see, although Monster's a great player, that you know, losing Legend in this situation for the sub and Monster, it's going to start to show itself. It's going to start to reveal itself here in this series.
Yeah, I mean, Legend, I love Monster as an objective player for this team. He's really been stepping up in that role. But I feel like Legend not only is a great objective player, but also a very fast player and a very good slayer as well. And that's where, when I think of Monster, I don't think he can match the speed of Legend, which is what SSG wants. Roll 2, meanwhile, he wants sniper shots right to the dome. Already connects on one, looks to connect on another one. Body shot's gonna be good enough to at least get himself the assist. Now Monster, the final player live for SSG, as they end up going 3 down, and World 2 sets up the portal.
That portal once again inside of the vent as he plays aggressively. Picks up the enemy team snipe as well. Stellar's down to no shields, waits patiently for him, gets the double, pulls the flag, does it all. Tony, Royal 2 staying alive as well. A beautiful play by him. The flag will be relayed. This could be flag number 3.
Royal Dose in the house. Just barely missing out on the quick scope, but uses that QT to stay alive, get behind enemy lines. Eco has no idea what hit him, but you're gonna find out it's World 2 and FaZe taking game 1 in the grand finals.
Wow, I mean, that's very, very convincing out of FaZe. Just love to see that, right? You even saw, you know, Renegade a little bit frustrated. You saw that it was starting to bleed through in his gameplay, making unconventional plays, but it doesn't matter. It all worked out in the end. And like I said, SSG, a phenomenal team, but you know, Monster, you know, he's played somewhat at this level before. Don't want to give any disrespect to him, but he's just not Legend at the end of the day. Legend, you know, is on this team for a reason. Monster's just trying to fill, and I think he's done a great job all tournament long to try and fill those shoes. But now you face a test where it's a lot more difficult to you know, break through. It's a lot more difficult when you're getting punished for every misposition that you make. And yeah, we'll see if he can stand true to this test as this series goes on.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Monster, playing on this level. It wasn't too long ago, back in season 2, where French Toast Mafia, I think, ended up getting maybe second place in one of the online tournaments, upsetting multiple different teams. That was Monster, Bohm, Gilkey, I believe, and maybe Collect, I want to say, was their fourth. But French Toast Mafia was absolutely incredible, and it started off, which turned into Believe the Hype, when they eventually brought in Precision and hustled them, and it eventually turned into G1 as Precision and Hustle ended up joining Switch. So Monster, a part of that original roster, been there, done that player, especially within online tournaments, hasn't yet been able to convert that onto LAN, but it really seems like only a matter of time. Another side of things, obviously FaZe, they did pretty good on LAN. They're pretty good online, pretty good on LAN. It doesn't matter where they are. And as of right now, they take game 1 here in the grand finals, taking off in the right way. Meanwhile, Active yet had to take off his shirt. As we promised the people. Are you not a man of the people, Tim?
I am a man of the people, Tony, but I never agreed to this.
We said if we broke the record, we would take off our tops. I did mine already.
Show me proof.
I can screenshot it for you.
Go ahead, do it.
Game number 2 on the way, ladies and gentlemen. Tim, we have a game to cast. Please be professional. 1-0 lead in favor of FaZe at the moment. SSG needs to bounce back, although they do have an advantage here in the grand finals, coming into it through the winner's side.
Yeah, great job by Frosty right there to get that initial 2. Renegade's going to pick up the shock rifle. If you remember the LBT 2v2 tournaments, some great tournaments that we were able to cast, you and I, Tony. Renegade dominated with this shock rifle, and look, he continues to dominate here. Another perfect shot on the bound, and a 5-1 lead for FaZe.
Starting off on the right foot, we talk about FaZe being dominant in Slayers time and time again. New year, new teams, but some things just don't change. Frosty with the first 4 kills, 4-1 start. Renegade gets to die 1 time, but with the shock, looks to line up the shot onto bound. One of the most precise barbers here in the HCS.
See how precise he is, though, as bound drops onto roll 2. Takes out bound once again. Has he missed a shot with his shock rifle? Okay, well, there you go. He misses 1. It's going to be 3 down for FaZe. A bad time for him to miss right there. SSG take full advantage of this, right? They're up to 6 kills now. It's a 9-6 lead for FaZe, but SSG closing in very quickly on that. They're starting to isolate players back and forth. It's Frosty and Snakebite down on the death screen.
When going into a Slayer against FaZe, I feel like that man who you just saw getting taken out is the player that you have to isolate. World 2, while Frosty and Renegade demand so much attention with their aggressive playstyle and being in your face, World 2 finds a way to clean up on those kills and simply stay alive. So that's the player I feel like you really have to focus on. And SSG handing up 3 deaths to start things off is on your right foot. You're down only by 1 kill. You have Eco, who's been playing phenomenal so far with the shock in hands, 5-2. No assist, but that's okay. And I don't know where that nade was headed to, but I know where the shock is. Excellent damage onto Renegade. 3 down go FaZe, leaving Frosty by himself. Now SSG have taken the lead, 13-12.
Yeah, which was once a 6-1 lead by FaZe is now a 14-13 lead by SSG, and all of the tools in their pocket as well. I believe they did kill the Camo player on the FaZe side. A 2-kill lead now, and shock in the hands of Eco as he puts it to work. The killing spree comes out as the perfect goes down the screen, and that turns into a 4-kill lead now as they collapse onto FaZe, who spawn in the pipes.
We talked about Slayer again being the bread and butter here for FaZe, and as of right now, SSG with a great 8-kill swing in their favor. They've been able to answer back. They've been able to take the lead, but they've also just gone 3 down. FaZe respond accordingly. Now World 2 wants to make sure the strong side is cleared out. Stellar, he's still there.
That shroud screen, you talked about it a little bit earlier, Tony, and well said, right? It does so much for this map. Not only keeps you alive, but also allows you to cross. Right there, it was just used to play his life. I don't think we've seen the full advantage of that shroud screen just yet in this game. I think as it evolves, we'll start to see some crazy things. But it's 22-18 now. FaZe still with the lead. Roll 2, once again, doing a great job of playing his life. This is what's important, right? When you're no shields, don't make yourself an easy kill. play your life, stay alive. That's what Royal 2 does. And now, with his shields back, he can push up.
Looks like 3 members of FaZe are trying to push out an isolated player here in SSG toward the A side. They're able to do so to get the kill onto Eco, but they end up going 3 down in order to do so. Not the trade that they're looking for, but the main Slayer and Renegade. Double kill out of him brings them that much closer to taking the lead once again.
That's a great double kill out of him. And like you said, now they inch closer, but Stellar has the shock rifle. Puts it to work. Does a little bit of damage onto Eco. That's going to secure 3 down for FaZe, and also the camo in the hands of Space Station. Once again, this camo is going to solidify this lead even further. That's exactly what SSG wants.
FaZe taking down the MVP Stellar. The first domino to fall. The first bit of the defenses. But it looks like SSG end up answering right back. They not only grab a hold of active camouflage, but you completely wipe FaZe bound. The only player to go down in that situation, 4 for FaZe. Favorable spawns out of them toward the gold side. You gotta love that, but you also gotta realize dangerously close to a double-digit lead. There it is after Eco taking down his former teammate in Frosty. Now FaZe, who were on the strong side of the map, now are trapped here toward the gold side. Monster with the double kill, 1 grenade, making a triple kill. Give him the overkill. Monster looking like a beast on the map.
What an incredible overkill by Monster. He gets through. FaZe stuck in the pipes, nowhere to go. Monster puts the rat poison in there, snuffs them out, and takes them all out. Now an 11 kill lead for SSG. 13-9 on a Monster, the sub for the team.
10 kill advantage here for SSG. You're down 0-1 so far in the series, but you do have that amazing advantage coming into the grand finals through the winner's bracket, but you want to tie things up. Seemingly a must-win game, but FaZe had to take down Monster. That's exactly what they do. Bound answers back by taking down Renegade. You still have 3 more players that are trying to make it through the tower side and infiltrate the A side. SSG, they want to push forward. Do they realize Frosty, he still has the shock?
Frosty has to stay alive here, and you see him positioned on that needle side. You never really position there unless you're aware of tower being cleared out, A being cleared out as well, but he has the grapple to get out. He also has a grapple to use on this camo. It's going to be Shroud Screen, though. Eco's going to go for it early, and Frosty's going to kill him before he burns it. So Frosty now has the camo. He also has the shock rifle to utilize. Monster's going to stay alive, but Frosty ends up killing him as well. This could be a comeback, Tony. 35-43 now in favor of SSG.
If FaZe do end up coming back, that was the turning point right there. FaZe putting SSG 3 down and snatching up the shock and camo combination and putting it in the hands of the former MVP. The snowman is here. And SSG may just be trapped. That's another kill out of Frosty and friends. FaZe are now running through them. Luckily, Bound gets a huge kill despite being one-shot to break open to help them break out of their spawns, turning things around right then and there. It's a 45-40 advantage. SSG still have control, but that was dangerous. FaZe were on a run.
Yeah, the 46 kill comes out. This is where it becomes not impossible for FaZe, but very difficult, right? All it takes is SSG walking in twos or walking in threes to make sure that they trade out these kills at least. FaZe are going to stop the first one, though. That's going to be Eco. Stellar goes down as well. It's a 2-for-1 trade, but it's still a trade nonetheless. 43-47 now.
Just one squad wide between these 2 teams. However, Space Station Gaming put the 48th on the board. You're just looking for 2 more. Bound like a wrecking ball will wreck your defenses every single time. That's why he was brought on his team, and that's why he has 14 of the team's 49 kills. And Stellar was looking to trade out his life. They're surprised he didn't do just that, but Monster's already been having a standout tournament. Why not give him the 16th kill?
Wow. Yeah, incredible showcase by Monster. I think a big part of that victory for SSG. And you see FaZe only losing by 5 and SSG doing an incredible job to close that one out. We saw the turning point of the game where FaZe could have come back, but just didn't happen. SSG were very quick on the push on the pipes once again. Constantly we saw FaZe inside of the pipes, and they end up going down to the pressure of SSG. A 16-14 out of Monster. 68% accuracy, a beautiful showcase by Chance.
Monster looking to put on a Cinderella story here in year 3. I mean, obviously went through some scrutiny, went through a little bit of a tough time in year 2. but looking to bounce back, and I would say a win here.
Overkill.
You know, when it comes to points being divided, Monster gets part of these points, you know, and he's really going to be a sought-after free agent, I would imagine, going into this next year of gameplay. 5,000 damage for the team. Mind you, SSG, potentially the second best team in the league, and who knows, a win here might just prove that they could be the #1 team going into the first LAN. In a must-win game number 2, Monster and SSG respond accordingly, and now FaZe back on their back foot. SSG can afford to lose out in at least one of these series. FaZe, they can't.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, if this is how SSG plays with Monster, I can't wait to see how they play with Legend when he gets to the US. This is just absolutely beautiful. It looks like the chemistry is there. I mean, Monster fits in like a glove. But it's up to objective time next. We saw what FaZe was capable of in that game number 1. It's going to be interesting to me, Tony. We'll see if SSG can continue on this momentum. I mean, they might just close the series out. We might not even go to a reset.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the start of your HCS season here. We're so far in the online portion. A lot of these teams maybe took the off-season off. They obviously didn't want to get burnt out. And going into scrims, going into these online tournaments, the first time we're getting to look at them, even though they might have to shake off the rust just a bit. We are on our way to our first LAN. It all starts with our first tournament here. And all starts with the first clean sweep out of SSG. It did them dirty in the Slayer, potentially FaZe's best game type, and now you're looking to do it in ball, which FaZe also a sneakily very good oddball team.
Oh, that camo's coming up. Bound looking for a kill to solidify it. He trades out, which is, I believe, going to allow FaZe to get that camo. So this should be a broken setup here. Frosty tries to get the back line. He'll be pinched, but look at the spawns coming out on the PD side as well. FaZe are in a little bit of trouble here. Finally, Frosty cleans up a kill, and it'll be 3 dead. Bound's the last player alive. This is huge. What a great 3 shots by Frosty. All 4 dead for SSG.
Double kill, ends up leading to the 4 down for SSG, and ends up leading to FaZe passing that ball out of the hands out of your camouflage stalker player in Frosty. If the game is played 15 seconds at a time, SSG won the first quarter, and FaZe are moving into theirs. Stalker in the hands of Frosty, back in the PD side, threads the needle to take down Bound, even does some damage onto Eco. There's 3 players that are surrounding Frosty, but he looks more comfortable than ever.
Yeah, those 2 shots with the Stalker are so big, right? They put that player down at no shields, and they happen so consecutively fast. For Frosty, holding down B Street, all by his lonesome. You always expect players to watch their lanes, and Frosty, 4-man push on the B Street. He has to watch this all by himself. Tony ends up going down.
FaZe been able to take the lead 26-15, but they end up going 2 down, and that allows SSG to keep that ball away from FaZe, or one of the craziest rotations from the A side through the Neon side. World 2, the newly found objective player of FaZe, was he's the one that was a big rotation out of R2 and FaZe.
Yeah, this is a massive rotation. Yeah, you're right. We don't normally see roll 2 with any ball time at all. He's already got 27 seconds. It's kind of crazy to see. 35 seconds total for FaZe. And the player you always expect to just be shooting, constantly shooting, has the most time on their team. But the ball gets rotated back towards purple, and it's SSG to rotate it back towards A as they pressure on that B side.
Yeah, SSG may not have been able to stop FaZe from putting on that scrappy ball time, but it really wasn't that much. 35 points and counting for FaZe as SSG look to try to get into a full setup, and it starts from Bound making a sneaky play over toward the B side. That Bulldog, it's barking, and apparently so is Bound. A triple kill out of him. Somebody stop this man.
That was absolutely clean by Bound, utilizing that shroud screen, weaving inside and outside of it, and using the Bulldog to clean up 3. A beautiful job by him, but it's still FaZe on the aggression. SSG get a bit of points, but look how quick FaZe is to take advantage of the weak players in SSG. It's now Royal 2 who enters back, looking for Bound now.
Return to sender. Takes down multiple players from SSG, and FaZe once again in their picture perfect setup. All 4 players up. SSG once again having to force the break. They do have the lead at the moment though, 49-43. FaZe continue to put points on the board, but Stellar continues to grind forward over toward the PD side. He is stopped short. Now we have Frosty clearing out the PD, but also trying to stay alive. Bound, the only player alive from SSG, is able to take him down, and another huge rotation out of FaZe from the A side to the purple side. You can't keep up with FaZe and the ball because they keep it on a swivel.
Yeah, guess who it is again, Tony? It's World 2. 55 seconds of ball time. He's rotating the ball. Maybe we found a new objective player in World 2. Maybe he switched spots with Snakebite, but what a phenomenal couple of rotations. Bound, though, finds the angle, gets the double melee. 62 seconds here for FaZe, but Space Station Gaming now locked in on a setup. It's Frosty who's looking to break it.
Are they locked in? I'm looking for, I see Bound here. I'm wondering where the rest of his team is. Now we're seeing two players over toward the Neon side, and here comes Stellar. Oh, you couldn't see him. He was camouflaged, invisible on the map, just ready to strike with that Bulldog. Protecting the subway side setup they were holding on to. SSG once again take the lead. Once again, FaZe end up going 3 down, and now you're looking for just the final seconds, which so far FaZe are quickly running out of time. We talk about it time and time again. 10 seconds off of respawn, another 15 to 20 seconds to address the map, and that doesn't even amount for the kills that you need in order to get the ball out of SSG's hands. The final seconds are coming in, and I don't know if FaZe are able to end it.
Oh, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to, Tony. SSG get a couple of kills here. Oh, wait a minute. Couple kills come through. It's going to be 2 down. Make that 1 down for the side of SSG. Frosty in a position to try to stop the ball, but he's not going to be able to. It'll be round number 1 going in favor of SSG.
Time, the most valuable commodity that we have here in Halo Infinite, and ultimately running out of that, just that time. SSG taking round number 1. A swing game number 3 here in the best of 5 series, and SSG's again still having that advantage of only having to win 1 series, where FaZe have to win 1 just to reset the bracket. Advantage for Space Station Gaming, not only in this series, but also in this game.
Now, we got to watch him for a little bit, but I want you to take a look at the top right of your screen. It's Bound, 18-6 with 46 seconds of ball time, having a massive game. World 2 trying to answer that with his own bit of ball time, but nowhere near the kills. It's up to FaZe now to hold the setup, and honestly, they haven't been too good at it just yet. The rotations are solid, Tony, but their setup's locked in. Not as good as SSG so far in this game.
I love what he said. I want you to look at the top right hand of your screen. I put my hands in my lap and I'm like, where? And I looked at it eagerly, and I'm proud, man. Bound, 18 kills, 46 seconds worth of ball time, literally doing it all. But SSG are the ones who end up going 3 down. Snakebite over to the back A side. Renegade with that Stalker puts down that damage and also puts down the MVP Stellar. Now, you know where SSG are pushing from. The 50 is holding on to this B side, and Monster starts off with the first kill onto Frosty. Renegade looking to get one of his own.
Yeah, Frosty was a big kill, though. He was the back spawner on the PD. He was going to be able to play out of the play, wait for the rotation to come through, and then get behind the enemy team. But because they take him out, they don't really have to worry about that too much. The rotation still comes through for the ball, but it won't be FaZe who's got to set up onto A due to the kills that Frosty could have gotten. 42 seconds to 12 now. SSG starting to bring this back, and look, it's really fast plays out of Renegade. They're going to stop SSG from getting that locked-in setup where they're strongest.
The Ultimate Hunter stopped by his former teammate. Let's not forget, it wasn't too long ago Renegade was playing alongside both Stellar and Eco. 42-25 lead. FaZe still have the advantage. World 2, the 6'8" Canadian, showing what he could do with the BR, holding players off for quite some time, but not enough. Eventually, World 2 goes down. So do 2 of FaZe. SSG holding on to this setup, and they may just take the lead with this.
Renegade staying alive with camo here is so big, but Monster catches him out with a nade, and it's going to be Eco cleans him up. World 2 trades out a kill as well, and like you said, FaZe spend so much time, so many resources to get the 42 seconds they have, but it looks like just that much quicker. It's SSG who catch up. FaZe finally have a setup here. We'll see how SSG is looking to break this. It looks like a 2-1 push on the B side and on purple side, so Frosty rotates to the stronger side. The intelligent play here in this situation.
FaZe's ability to rotate this ball, whether it be from the strong side to the weak side, not just playing it, is honestly masterful, especially at this level worth of gameplay. We're talking the grand finals of a tournament. We're talking about potentially the second best, if not the best team in the league in SSG, and the way that they're playing it somehow. FaZe almost turned into an advanced game of monkey in the middle, advanced game of keep away with this ball at times, 55-50. But somehow SSG answered back. They answered back with great holds here on the seaside. It's happened over in the round number one, and so far happening well in round 2. 4 down, clean sweep. FaZe now having to make a long rotation from their spawn. Bound continues to put time on the board.
Yeah, I talked about this. SSG, once they lock in, once they stamp their feet in the concrete on a setup, it is very hard for FaZe to break it. And honestly, SSG's doing a great job of that. Now they mix a bit of rotation in. They've got a rotation towards the B side. FaZe are privy to it, but they've got to do a little bit more damage to get some kills, and it's not going to work out. 2 go down for FaZe. SSG rotate back, and Monkey in the middle. That's the worst game ever, especially when you're short like me. And look at that. SSG going to get away. But Snakebite, he has the camo. This is the chance to break. Only 8 seconds.
It's too late. You got the camouflage, but you don't have any presence on the map. You don't have the ball. And SSG has it, and sadly, SSG are gonna hold on to it before you're able to make any impact whatsoever with that camo. A great play by FaZe to win partial of the slaves, to win the resources, but simply once again, just like in round number 1, just barely running out of time. Did FaZe, and no matter what, I'm looking at the stat sheet. You know, excellent job across the board. I see 16 kills out of Frosty. You know, I see Raw 2, 6-9.5, 15 kills, 8 assists out of him, at least a 2.7 KDA. But on the other side of things, Bound having huge impact both in the slays and the objective department. Eco with 5,700 damage out of him. He was absolutely incredible, and SSG simply too much for FaZe to handle.
I mean, Bound is the story for me. 22-9. That is phenomenal. With the amount of ball time that he had as well, a phenomenal showcase by Bound. And just great job by them to lock in those setups, like I said, rotate the ball as well. They did a little bit of both, and FaZe just couldn't keep up at that point. But it's not over just yet, Tony. We're still in this, right? There's a chance that FaZe can bring this back. They still have to win 2 grand finals, though. They have to win it once and then go to a reset and win again because they came from the lower bracket. And the way SSG is looking, that's going to be a difficult task.
I'm thinking, I'm trying to think back to the game types. When you look at Slayer, how good were FaZe and Slayers last year? Too good. You know, how good were they in Oddball? Was some for a while going into Worlds was their second best game type, and people didn't believe. I'm like, look at the stats. FaZe was sneakily one of the best Oddball teams in the league, and you go in on both those game types, and you're able to take it. Recharging Streets go in favor of Space Station Gaming. We're 1 game away, not only from taking this series, but they're the ones who came out of the winners bracket. This will end the tournament. We're going into Solitude King of the Hill, and this could be potentially the last game of the series. FaZe, the world champions, are the ones with their backs against the walls. SSG, with a substitute in Monster, are looking like the favorites right now. Am I being disrespectful?
No, you're being correct. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It is crazy to see. Obviously, we have to take into account that this is online. I will say it is online, but it's still the start of the season. It's a very important event. This is the qualifier for our first LAN event. Points are important here, and so this is a really big win for either team. I'm looking for FaZe to bounce back here in this game number 4 to make this an interesting matchup. And I assure you, especially on Solitude, that is exactly what they'll do.
Oh, it's going to be a fight. With both of these teams who are not afraid to up the tempo at any given moment, I would expect to see it just that, an absolute brawl, a war here in Solitude, one that started off with Eco and the double kill. Eco with the triple kill to start things off. Frosty, the final player alive, all the way toward the snipe side of the map, but I'm not sure as much he can do. Space Station Gaming are going to take first progression in this hill. At least Frosty was able to get away with the shot.
Yeah, the shot in his hands is really important here. SSG are going to look to take this out of his hands as a priority. It's a step-by-step process here in Halo, of course, as always. 3 go down, though, for SSG, and Frosty's going to have to play his life as he's no shields in the bottom of lift. They're going to sniff him out.
Frosty down to 1 shot he goes, doing a great job of ultimately staying alive and keeping this shock in the hands of the former MVP at FaZe. But he's still... damage going down. Great kill onto bound. Stellar still there, and Frosty comes out pre-firing, just trusting the call-out from his teammates. 3 down, go SSG. Monster, the final player alive, and honestly, I think he would have had a better job just running and hiding, waiting for his teammates to spawn, because there was a 4v1.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do in that situation, but FaZe look really strong here. The fact that they got into that hill so quickly, as they got SSG 3 down, is just testament to the fact that they're ready to bring this to a game 5 and see what happens next, though. As World 2 takes out Bound, it'll be halfway through the first hill as FaZe, and World 2 looking for a power position on the glass side.
FaZe take down the Ohio native, who I believe had that shock and bound, and that's a big kill out of them, but SSG respond every single time. Barely any hill towards this bottom mid, the hardest hill to capture in the entire game, I will say, but FaZe have been looking good in the slays. SSG making sure they zone FaZe out. Stellar hunting down Royal 2 and defining the 1-shot player. That's 3 down. Renegade gonna be the final player alive to try to defend the active camouflage, and it's too little too late. Stellar has it.
Yeah, Stellar was really quick to get to that camo. Renegade was trying to repulse up to get it quickly. They gave it to Stellar. Look at his ability to stay alive here. This is such an important camo, especially with the hill in the process that it's in. Both teams are about halfway. FaZe has a little bit of a lead, a slight one at that. And it's up to Stellar to pick apart the defensive FaZe, and he does just that with his camo. Look at the shots that go in. Renegade goes down.
3 down, go FaZe, and I sat on the desk alongside Wes, former coach of 3/4 of this FaZe roster. Beautiful backspec out of Stellar, by the way. And he talked about it time and time again. The only issue he had with FaZe was their objective efficiency at times, especially on maps that get a little bit more chaotic. They're focused on getting the kills, they're focused on multiple things, but the objective efficiency so far has gone in favor of Space Station Gaming, who getting outslayed over toward the early game, and FaZe, who honestly should have ended the hill at least.
You're 100% right. Yeah, this first hill should have been FaZe's. With all the slays that they got at the very beginning of the match, it's just maybe a little bit of urgency coming out of SSG off a spawn, being aggressive, understanding what angles they have in order to attack that hill. This process is working out for SSG. They've got full control here. They do go 3 down, though, so all of that control is lost, and it's up to Frosty to get to the back line so he can pull on this flank that's coming from Loop.
2 minutes and 31 seconds left of neutral time so far in this game. We said it was going to be a battle. We said it was going to be a war. And so far, it's been just that in just the first hill. So no team has gotten to capture just yet. But we're seeing Space Station Gaming dedicate bodies over towards doing just that. FaZe now coming off a spawn toward the cafe side, and they have to, quite frankly, funnel or out-rotate. And the funnel comes in too late. SSG taking, hill number 1. And now we move on to the yard side.
Camo's coming up here. Monster getting this is going to be huge, especially due to the fact that he's got shock rifle. Shoots the body of Renegade a few too many times. That could either piss him off or it could benefit you. We'll find out what happens next, but it's going to be SSG, like you said, with a 1 hill lead and Bound with the camo now.
Ooh. Just barely not able to get the kill. That swings 2 kills in favor of FaZe. Excellent shots across the map that make it 3 down. Stellar, the final player alive, is doing excellent damage, but there's nobody there to clean it up. Your team is 3 down. Stellar, high IQ, gonna back down towards his spawning teammates, but this is time on the board for FaZe now.
I'm really nervous. Tony, I'm gonna be honest, I'm shaking at the fact that Monster just shot Renegade's body. I would love to see how that pans out as the game goes on. It just doesn't seem like a good idea to me. If I'm gonna, I just wouldn't do that. But regardless, World 2 with a shock in his hands. The push comes into blue. That's a great push by SSG. They get those snipe spawns, push directly in through blue. It's gonna be World 2 on that cross. But I don't know if he's done enough damage. No, he hasn't. SSG have broken through and World 2 goes down.
I do want to point out, as so far it's neck and neck so far, it looks like SSG might be able to close it out just right here. Bound with a huge kill there. I believe Monster still in that hill. We talked about Monster who was body disrespecting Renegade a little bit. Renegade did start it earlier in the series. He did start it. They were going back and forward in the game chat, and Renegade was bullying Monster a little bit, so they give Chance a chance, and he's gonna run away with it. 2-0 lead here for Space Station Gaming. Now less than 2 minutes for FaZe to respond in a must-win game for FaZe. They will lose this series. They will lose this tournament if they don't end up coming out top here. And 3 down go FaZe. SSG are clutching it up on their way to their third hill. They get first progression.
SSG look phenomenal right now. I just feel like they have a new energy to them in here in season 3. It's just evident with all the series that we've watched thus far, and 3 go down for FaZe once again. It sounds like we're kind of repeating ourselves. It's just they're getting outslayed. SSG are on the better end of things. They're getting these camos. They're able to control the power weapons for the most part, keeping the shock out of the hands of Renegade. All of those things added up together are just recipes for success. And as you can see, Snakebite's going to go down as well, and it might be 3 dead once again, but look at that. It's not 3 down for FaZe this time. It's all 4 down for SSG.
Great response out of FaZe, but look at the scoreboard. You're talking about just 1 or 2 kills for SSG, and they can just slide in there and steal that hill before you even know what happens. They don't even need a clean wipe, but you got to take your time. You can't make any mistakes. Don't play sloppy, and the first 2 kills do go down for both of the team here. Royal 2 doing a great job of staying alive. That thrust getting him out of danger. And now some great progression on this hill here for FaZe. Over halfway done. Might just be able to steal it. And if they do, that keeps their hopes, keeps their dreams alive of staying within the tournament.
I'm going to be honest with you. That was beautiful on Roll 2. I'm going to be honest with you. I talked to Snakebite and I talked about the IGL role, and he was saying IGL is not really a play call role. It's more of a leadership role where you kind of keep your team together. You let them know it's not over. You keep their heads up, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. FaZe keeping each other's heads up, keeping their chins up and still maintaining in this game. But it's SSG who are so quick to capitalize on any misposition. They get a couple dead here, but FaZe, they're going to take their first hill. And Tony, only 3 seconds went away in that hill grab. So now they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to tie this up.
2-1 lead, still in favor of Space Station Gaming at the moment. We're holding FaZe out. FaZe still needs a break. It was a clutch grab by them, but they've just responded by going 3 down, and a Renegade trying to get this burn onto the camo. It's not going to happen. All 4 players of FaZe end up going down. Frosty, the first one to spawn, and SSG aren't stepping foot in this hill. They are simply playing the time right now. Your world champions in FaZe are in danger of losing it to my power ranked number 2 team in the league with a substitute.
Oh, looks like Stellar, a massive play by him, gets that 100% kill. 3 down for FaZe once again. And like you said, 30 seconds is all that remain with a 10-second respawn timer on objective. FaZe are in trouble right now. It's still possible, but it's going to be very difficult. A tall mountain to climb for FaZe Clan.
This is the final push here, and FaZe are having a tough time trying to find their way into yard. Not even the hill, just into yard, into the third of the map that SSG are currently locking down. Finally, FaZe end up getting the first kill, but is it too little too late? 3 down go SSG. You need to get in the hill in order to stop the timer. That's exactly what they do. 7 seconds of neutral time is all that's needed, and Bound with a kill can create just that. Now time is winding down, but luckily Renegade ends up finding right in and sends Monster back and packing. Stellar responds with a double kill. 4 seconds. He has to get in the hill, but currently there are nades that are zoning him out. Stellar ends up going down. So do 3 of FaZe, and those nades keep them out of the hill just long enough for SSG to end the tournament, the first tournament of this year. Space Station Gaming.
It's absolutely incredible to me, and they did it with the sub and Monster. Like I said, brand new energy out of this roster. Monster played phenomenal, fit the roster so well. And FaZe will fall, but SSG will be your champions of the first HCS qualifier tournament.
HCS, we're looking to shake things up here going into year 3. We saw the Bandit Rifle come into play. We saw the bloom stripped from it. We saw huge meta changes across almost every single map here. We've seen a new one added Forbidden. We saw Extraction get put in and taken. Now we've seen changes upon changes, and Now we're seeing changes of a new top dog, your world champions, going down in the grand finals to a team that isn't even fully loaded, that doesn't even have the number one player in Europe that's going to be coming in hopefully by one of these weeks during these off season, because I can't wait to see what Legend looks like with SSG. Tim, are you not entertained?
I am very entertained, Tony. And what's crazy is what you just said, right? That's a substitute player on the side of SSG. Like I said, they've got a new energy to them. They look phenomenal. I cannot wait to see what Legend does when he makes it to the US and this team gets to practice in on the same ping, maybe in a LAN environment as well that they want to get. It's going to be a great season, Tony. This is only the beginning. I'm very excited.
Guys, this has been one heck of a start to our official season. The offseason was great, and LVT Halo has done an amazing job with that. You guys have been great. The support was absolutely insane. From Valkyrie's 82 gifted to HCS Pro Talks 30 to that level 12 hype train and beyond that you guys created. It's been an absolute wild ride, and it's been amazing being a part of it. We're not done yet. We still got a few more weeks ahead of us. So guys, make sure that follow button is hit. Make sure that notification bell is turned on, and make sure you give Ali and Tools some noise. We're going to pass it over to them to end our tournament here.
What an amazing series, and what an amazing day and weekend we've had. Wow, Space Station Gaming coming in as champions for the first HCS Open Series weekend of 2024. But that hasn't changed in my brain yet.
Unbelievable performance from Space Station. Honestly, they had a substitute playing with them, and they just blitzed through the brackets. 3-1s the entire way, right? 3-1 against Native, 3-1 against OpTic, 3-1 against FaZe, and then recap it down with a 3-1, right? So dominant games throughout. They were gritty, they were real, they played well, they shut down plays time and time again, and they went clutch in the big moments. Honestly, one of the best performances I've seen from this roster yet. Indeed.
Now Legend has to come in next week and be ready to step in Monster's shoes and be ready to win. Legend, what do you expect from him?
Do not envy his position, right? Legend, he has a lot of hype coming behind him. Everyone knows him as the best player from Europe, dominated from his home in France. Now gets something to put on the Space Station roster. That Space Station roster just won a tournament as a substitute. So what's the expectations of Legend this next week? Well, it's to win, and it's only to win. Anything other than first place is suddenly a disappointment because of how well this team played this week. Monster played phenomenal, but Legend, they're going to expect even more from him. Don't envy his position, but I envy his team. That is a stellar looking team right now. Space Station Gaming is going to be fierce this upcoming season. Everyone was talking about FaZe and OpTic and the changes OpTic made, and if that's going to be enough for them to beat FaZe. In the background, Space Station Gaming was plotting. They knew what they were going to get, and right now they look like they're on a mission to prove that they are the team to beat this season.
I love the unexpected, or when the unexpected happens, and I think that's what I mean. I wouldn't say SSG winning today is unexpected, but it's not what people thought would happen, and I love moments like this. I feel like Space Station Gaming is just ready for their World Championship trophy already, and they've come on 2024 just ready to just destroy everything in their way. They beat OpTic, they beat FaZe, two former world champions or current world champions. I would love to see it. I want to see a new world champion.
New world champion. It could be on the horizon, honestly, and it would be the first world champion with a European player on it as well. But we might be getting a little ahead of ourselves thinking about worlds, but that's the only thing you can think about when you see how good this team was playing this week. It's just you have that sort of expectation going into them, but expectations are shifting all around this season, right? When we talk about the other teams that are on the outside looking in, one of the teams that had some of the biggest expectations coming into this season, Native Gaming, having a little bit of a lackluster tournament. Shopify Rebellion coming up to the call, being able to play and perform, getting that top 4 finish. Sentinels not quite able to crack into that same finish, having some devastating 3-2 losses. There's so much that happened in this tournament, right? It was great. The grand finals were awesome. The second day was an incredible day of Halo, but there truly is so many storylines that are building in this season of HCS.
The year is just beginning, and we're coming off from the off season, so everybody's getting warmed up. I'm sure these pro teams are warmed up for and ready for this year. It's gonna be an incredible year. I can feel it. The hype is there. It's gonna be awesome to see these teams just take it and win it. And I want to see the unexpected. I cannot wait to see Native also. They said that they needed time. And I think time they do have this year to see how high they can get in their seeds. Tools. We have next week. I need everybody to know that next week, the event actually starts on Friday, not Saturday per usual. So it's Friday and Saturday when the next HCS Open Series begins on Friday at 12 p.m. Is it 12 p.m.? Correct me if I'm wrong.
That's a good question, actually. I believe it's going to start at 12. We'll try to get confirmation, but just keep an eye on the FaZe website. Keep an eye on the Twitters. Make sure you're ready. I know it's a little bit strange that we're doing it on Friday. I got confirmation that it's at 12 p.m. still Eastern. So Friday, be here, right? Saturday's going to be the second day. Sunday's going to be the Super Bowl, right? So it's a stacked out weekend. Get yourself ready and prepared. I know it's going to be a little bit unusual compared to all the other ones, but at least we're giving you a warning ahead of time.
We'll be with you all the rest of the way. It's going to be a fun weekend for football fans and Halo fans, indeed. Well, I think we got to thank our chatters, our viewers, our audience for helping us break sub records today, viewership records. LVT is blowing up, and honestly, thank you everybody for supporting the stream and for just being here with us.
It's the support today was unreal. From the sub record, right? It started with that. How many subs are we at, Louis? I want to get a final number so we can say thank you to everyone that is a sub. But we did break our record at 1791. I'm hoping that we're maybe at 1800. That would be insane. Yeah, we're at 1807. So hitting that 1800 barrier, that was incredible. This is the most views I've seen on an online tournament in LVT Halo's history, I believe, like barring like having some big host. We were able to hit close to 7,000 on Twitch, and we were at 2,200 on the YouTube at one point. 2,200 on the YouTube, by the way. I don't feel like that's insane. Thank you everyone that's been watching on YouTube. We were having like 150 to 200 viewers before on YouTube. I don't know what happened today, but a lot of people watching on the YouTube. A lot of people I've been seeing just sitting in the chat for a long time on YouTube. I know we don't interact with the YouTube chat quite as much, but we appreciate you watching over there. If you want to watch on YouTube, if you prefer watching on YouTube, always feel free to go over there. They have little nice features going back, forward, whatever it is. And then just the chat was insane today, going up. Like it was so hard to read at for certain points just because of how fast it was moving. It truly feels like the entire Halo community was here and watching. And it's cool to have that sort of support and to be able to have a fun time just watching Halo. It really feels like I'm just sitting on the couch watching Halo friends and just vibing, and that's the best feeling when you're watching a Halo tournament.
Yeah, the Halo community is now the LVT community. It's been really fun, everybody. I am so happy to be here. I'm excited to be here for next weekend. It's going to be another fun weekend packed with lots of Halo plays, games, and it's going to be an exciting track towards Arlington in just a little bit over a month. It's going to be great.
Get your flights. Make sure you're ready to buy your team ticket, your team passes right away. There's 64 team passes for the open bracket, so do not wait on buying those team passes when they do come out. They could sell out. Get yourself secured. I know it's like pretty fast ramp up to getting it ready for that LAN, but I want to see everyone there, right? Let's go represent. Let's show what the Halo community is about. It's going to be OpTic's house. I'm sure that they're going to bring out the fanfare for when OpTic gets far in that tournament. But honestly, anytime you can go in person, be with like-minded individuals, and watch the best Halo that's ever been played, it's a treat, and you'll have a blast, I promise.
And hopefully we'll get to see you all in person at Arlington instead of through stream. We'll say hello.
Yeah. You'll see me there for sure. Like, come say hi if you see me. If you see Aliek, if you see Tim, if you see Tony, like, come say hi. Mr. 99 in the back was our observer today. Louis V Titan was pushing the buttons, making sure this stream was running the way it is. That man knows how to lead a ship. Honestly, can't do this without him, and like the amount of effort he puts into this stream, right? It's like he's there start to finish. I believe he started like way early today. Our commentators, Tim Active, Tony, Eli the Ninja, Mikowski, they're phenomenal at what they do. We had an editor today getting clips and making sure that we could have a little mix down that comes in. Go check out the YouTube. I think we're gonna have a highlight thing up like ASAP after the event. Really enjoy that we're able to hire an editor now because of the support that you guys have been giving us in this tournament. So go check out the YouTubes. We got big plans for it coming up this week, and then of course all the admins and mods that helped make everything happen. The admins on the HCS side and the mods in our chat, thank you for the work that you guys do. It was a phenomenal day today, and also give a shout out to all the other people that are broadcasting the other regions. I know that Mexico had their broadcast on the MNS channel. Go check that out if you're a Spanish speaker that wants to watch some great gameplay in Mexico. I think Atlas and European Halo League were commentating over at Europe. I know Barco did a little stream alongside with Scoobmeister over in ANZ. It's just great to see all this content coming out from every region running these HCS tournaments.
Halo blowing up. It's gonna be a great year 3. Wow, thank you so much everybody for being here with us. Go check out those channels and support Halo in any way you can. I feel like everybody's distracted by Mila in the back. She kind of saying hi. This is my dog Mila, by the way. She's a part of the LV2 crew. I think she can be.
Yeah, honorary. We'll get a jersey right away. Get it shipped out. If you guys want a jersey, exclamation founders edition in the chat, go get yourself an LVT jersey.
We're the LVT drip. Yeah,
I want to see some LVT drip at the next LAN for sure.
Agreed. Guys, we'll see you all next weekend on Friday. On Friday, not Saturday. Friday and Saturdays when the next HCS Open Series begins. We'll see you all here next weekend. Any final thoughts, tools, before we head out?
Stay frosty. Keep doing what you're doing. Love the Halo community. It's incredible to have this much support, and I want to see everyone back here next weekend watching at the same place, same damn channel, different time, just a little bit of different, same time of the day, just different days, but be there, be hype,
or be square.
Yeah,
that one's too used. Well, thank you, everybody. It's time for us to head out. Get ready for next weekend on Friday. Congrats to Space Station Gaming on winning the first HCS Open Series of 2024. We'll see you all on the next one.
Killing spree. Overkill. Double kill.